It all kicks off at the Heavenly Azure Sect, in the orchard of Dio fruits. There's this girl, standing and craning her neck, looking for something. Behind her, a guy's just chilling, sitting down. His eyes are clamped shut tight. Then bam! His eyes snap open, and his pupils aren't black, they're blue. He's like, whoa, what the heck, where am I? Didn't I ascend already? Is this the immortal realm? Doesn't feel like it. What's going on? Let me think. I remember transmigrating from Earth to the Cultivation world, the Nan Yuan realm. In that dog-eat-dog world, I went through all sorts of crap, cultivated my butt off for 1,270 years, overcame the tribulation of the mortal world, the tribulation of the mortal heart, the tribulation of King 3000, and reached the great ascension path. Finally, I freaking ascended, but right now I can't feel a single ripple of magic energy in my body. I'm back to being immortal. Did I fail my ascension and get soul transferred again? He checks his body out, then thinks, but this is my original body. And there's no spiritual energy in the air, but it's packed with some other kind of energy I've never felt before. He reaches out and tries to absorb it. This energy is similar to spiritual energy. It has the effect of spiritualizing things, like empowering or something. Maybe I can use it to cultivate. Then he sits down to meditate. Meanwhile, the girl's all worried. Xiao Tian and the others have been gone forever. What's taking them so long? Suddenly, a gust of wind blows past. She turns around to look, totally clueless about what's happening. At this moment, that dude is still lost in cultivation, thinking, I've easily achieved the first level of chi refining. The operation of the cultivation method is extremely smooth, and the effect is far better than spiritual energy. What is this world anyway? Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked back with suspicion. Wait a minute. He felt something strange in his body and thought, there seems to be an impurity hidden in this energy, like a consciousness, full of malice. This energy is definitely not like innate spiritual energy. It must be a human product. If I hadn't used the cultivation method to guide it, it would be unpredictable for mortals to be exposed to it for a long time. Just then, the girl comes over and pats him on the head. Big bro, you're awake? You hungry? It's okay. Zhao Tian and them went to find food. The guy doesn't know what's going on or who this chick is, so he pushes her hand away. He gives her a cold stare, asking, who are you? The girl covers her mouth, overjoyed, blurting out, oh my god, big bro's not crazy anymore. Big bro, you're not crazy, are you, bro? Am I dreaming? Fragments of memories start piecing themselves together in his head. There's a vague memory, like I was crazy before, and completely relied on this girl. What the heck happened to me? Suddenly, he notices something, and looks back at the girl, exclaiming, hold up, this girl is the legendary Yin Essence Saint Physique, Yin Essence Chi. It's the dream of countless cultivators, and yet right now. Meanwhile, deep in the orchard of Dao fruits on the other side, Xiao Tian and the others are looking for food, whining as they go, I'm starving! I'm gonna starve to death if we don't find something to eat. Aren't we the chosen ones? Why did the immortals leave us here? This must be a trial of our perseverance. I heard that the ones who were chosen before all became immortals. Is it true? But this place is really scary. Zhao Tian, do you think there are any ghosts here? Xiao Tian frowned and looked at him, saying, don't scare yourself. This is inside the Heavenly Azure sect. There won't be that thing no matter what. Suddenly, one of them spots a bunch of trees with fruit up ahead and shouts excitedly, there are berries, really. Then the group rushes over to pick the fruits. Wow, so many. Great, I haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Xiao Tian puts the fruit away, thinking to himself, I'll take it back for Big Sis. Beside him, the other kids are eating and praising, delicious, so delicious. Suddenly, the chubby kid bumps into the tree behind him. He cries out in pain. Ouch. Then he angrily scolds, these damn trees are so weird. I've been wanting to say it for a while now. Why are all these broken trees along the way? They look so strange, blocking the way. Unexpectedly, a voice came from those trees. Eat faster. Little Fatty didn't understand what was happening. The tree then revealed a human face and continued, kid, eat quickly. We are all the lucky ones chosen by God. At this time, Little Fatty was frightened and screamed loudly, trees, the trees are alive. Then the trees around started making noises, calling out, join us quickly, embrace the will of the gods, we are loved by the gods. The great grand void celestial venerable, the celestial venerable is watching us. The kids finally screamed, let's get out of here now, creepy, it's creepy, Fatty, you're running around like crazy. Those trees again said, great luck returns to this side. That girl looked at the guy and said, crazy Gerge, I'm Shen Xiaoling, do you remember me? The medicine I picked a few days ago worked. I'm so happy, crazy Gerge. Before the girl could finish, the young man raised his hand to interrupt her. This one is Zhang Yuan, not your crazy Gerge or whatever. Then he asked, where is this place? The name of the world, location, country. Please be more specific. Shen Xiaoling was startled. Then she pondered for a moment and said, This place is Qing country. We're in the territory of the Tianlan sect. I don't know about the places outside Qing country. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan thought, never heard of it. Looks like this world is indeed not the Southern Abyss realm. Then he asked again, Tianlan sect, is this a cultivation sect? Shen Xiaoling nodded and replied, Yes, the Tianlan sect are all immortals. They know immortal techniques. There are strange things everywhere outside our Shen family village. It's thanks to the protection of those immortals that we can survive. Zhang Yuan asked suspiciously, Strange things? What are those? Shen Xiaoling stammered, I've never seen them either. We've never left the protected area of the Tianlan sect since we were little. Every year, the Tianlan sect takes away a group of children, chosen by the Grand Purity Celestial Venerable. This year we were chosen. This is the first time we've left the village. Zhang Yuan asked about the Grand Purity Celestial Venerable. Is that also a cultivator? Shen Xiaoling said with admiration for the Grand Purity Celestial Venerable. No. The Celestial Venerable is a god. The immortals all worship and believe in him. Zhang Yuan was puzzled. God. Suddenly, from the other side, the kids ran over, shouting, Sister, let's get out of here. The trees here are all creepy. They can talk. They ran, panting heavily, when suddenly, branches grew out of the body of the child next to them, like the trees in this forest. After that, it completely transformed into a tree. It reached out its hand towards Xiao Tian. Then the others also transformed into trees. They screamed in pain, begging for help. It hurts so much. Help, save me. What's happening to me? It hurts so much. Someone help me. Xiao Tian watched in panic as his friends turned into trees one by one. He was so scared that he couldn't even cry. He just stood there rooted to the spot. He shouted, Oh my god, fatty, what's going on? Zhang Yuan stepped forward, touched someone who had just turned into a tree, and explained, This place is filled with a type of energy carrying malice. Prolonged contact will turn you into this, Xiao Tian said worriedly to Zhang Yuan. Crazy garage, don't touch them. That kid is crying again. Waha, it's so uncomfortable. Shen Xiaoling looked worriedly at Zhang Yuan and asked, That's terrible, crazy garage. Can you save them? Xiao Tian pointed at Zhang Yuan with a bit of disbelief and asked, Sister, who the hell is this crazy guy? After examining carefully, Zhang Yuan replied, Quick! The flesh in their bodies has turned into wood. There's no cure. It's just that you haven't been in contact with this energy for long. Maybe it won't be like that. Did you touch anything else? At this time, Xiao Tian lifted his shirt, and berries fell out of his body. He said, That's right. They all ate this. Zhang Yuan bent down and picked up a berry. Then he observed and said, These trees grow here year-round. The berries that bear fruit are contaminated with energy. That's why they turn into trees. Hearing this, Xiao Tian stammered in fear. Turn into trees? Could it be? Could it be that these talking trees are all… What? How can that be? Weren't we chosen by the Grand Purity Celestial Venerable? Why are the immortals? Zhang Yuan waved his hand, and the berry was burned to ashes. Then he said, Immortals, scheming to do such petty things, are just a bunch of evil demonic heretics. Then he turned to look at Shen Xiaoling and said, Shen Xiaoling, you have something I need in your body. Exchange it for that, and I can save you. Hearing this, Shen Xiaoling seemed to have misunderstood Zhang Yuan's meaning. She hurriedly raised her hand to pull at her shirt and said, In your body? Zhang Yuan said again, This thing is extremely precious. In addition, you can make another request. Shen Xiaoling blushed and asked, What? Any request is okay? Zhang Yuan replied, As long as I can. Shen Xiaoling thought of something pink and said, Then protect me for life. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan pondered a little and thought to himself, This world seems to be full of dangers. Making this request is also reasonable. A mortal's life is at most 100 years. Although it's troublesome, it's not too much for the precious Yinyuan Qi. Thinking of this, he said, Okay, I'll exchange it for this. Shen Xiaoling said blankly, It's a deal. Xiao Tian next to him was also confused. What's happening, you guys? As for Zhang Yuan, he sat there, his eyes staring forward, thinking, Although this energy is problematic, there's no other choice at this moment. The urgent matter is to obtain self-defense power, and I also need to quickly figure out what unexpected things happened during ascension. 5 days later, 2 people appeared in this forest. They walked and talked to each other. There are not many living people left in this garden. Tomorrow is the day the Celestial Venerable manifests. At that time, more than half of the sect's Daleo fruits must be offered to the Celestial Venerable. At that time, Dafio fruits in the sect will be extremely scarce. There will be no way out for us low-level disciples. Another person with a fierce face said, That's right, luckily I secretly brought back some seeds. The 7 seeds I brought back a few days ago should all have become trees. On this side, Xiaotian leaned against a rock and said, Sister, I'm so hungry, so thirsty. Shen Xiaoling comforted. Hold on a little longer. Crazy Gurge will definitely lead us out. You sleep a little more. The trees around kept making calls. Eat the berries, don't resist anymore. Give us everything. Eat it, Celestial Venerable Assembly, I am so happy now you can't imagine it. Eat it quickly, I'm doing it for your own good. Xiao Tian's eyes were getting blurry, his body weak. He unconsciously called out, Hu, Xiao Xia, fatty. Beside him, Shen Xiaoling said, Don't mind them, just go to sleep. Just then, those 2 guys arrived. They looked at Xiao Tian and Shen Xiaoling and said, What the heck is this? There are still 2 unsprouted seeds. Been so long, aren't they afraid of starving to death without touching any of the tainted wild fruit here? How can we let them eat a little bit of fruit tainted with pure qi? The guy next to him gritted his teeth and said, Kill them. The sacrifice is coming up soon. It won't be good if the enforcement disciples find out. The 2 sisters trembled in fear. Immortals. The guy then said, Annoying me. Are there only 2 of you? Suddenly, Zhang Yuan jumped from not too far away and said, No, there's me too. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched the guy, sending him flat on the ground. Then he said, You guys? The remaining guy was stunned. Zhang Yuan looked at him with cold eyes. That's right, I'm an immortal. At this moment, the guy on the ground suddenly twitched, his teeth became sharp, and red blood vessels appeared in his eyes as he said, That's right, we are immortals, a seed of the future. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed. He quickly jumped into the air, just as the guy on the ground transformed into a tree and said, Court death. Branches extended from his body, chasing after Zhang Yuan. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan clasped his hands together and began to chant the incantation, Transformation at Will, Supreme Pure Immortal Art, Qi Refining Technique. Then he shouted, Fireball Technique. From behind him, rolling flames shot towards the tree man. The tree man could only stand there with his mouth agape in shock. The fire began to burn him, causing him to scream in agony. The remaining guy looked at Zhang Yuan in shock and questioned, See, controlling fire, who exactly are you? With that, he used his power to create 2 hands out of branches, striking towards Zhang Yuan. On this side, Zhang Yuan continued to chant the incantation, Divine Elephant Heavenly Capital, Supreme Pure Immortal Art, Earth Spike Technique. Immediately, a mass of rock and earth rose up, blocking the branch hands. The remaining guy said in a panic, Can control earth and rock too, this guy? But before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yuan appeared behind him in an instant. He used his hand as a sword, slashing out a sword qi towards the guy and said, Sword qi technique. Immediately, he fell down before the horrified eyes of Shen Xiaoling and her sibling. Xiao Tian thought in shock. An immortal was taken down like that. Then he blurted out, So strong, so strong. Zhang Yuan thought about what the guy had said earlier. What should I do? Feed them fruit tainted with pure qi. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, This energy is called pure qi. Even relying on my past life's cultivation experience, I've broken through to the 13th level of qi refining in just a few days. As expected, pure qi is no joke. It's just that without the foundation establishment pill, there's no way to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Next, I need to find herbs to refine the foundation establishment pill. When Xiao Tian was helped over by Shen Xiaoling, his eyes were full of admiration. Fengzi, no! Brother Feng, that move just now was awesome. Can you teach me? Zhang Yuan frowned and said, Those 2 were definitely guards. While no one's paying attention, follow me. Xiao Tian then remembered that they were still in this eerie forest. Right, quick, sister, let's leave here first. Shen Xiaoling replied, Yeah, scene changes to the Shengqing sect of the Tianlan sect. A woman was kneeling in front of the main hall. Above, several people presided over the meeting. One of them spoke. Jiangxi, how are the preparations for the grand ceremony? The kneeling girl replied. The preparations are complete, and 50,000 Dao fruits have been arranged on the altar. The old geezers above then said, Tomorrow is the day the immortal venerable descends to collect the Dao fruits. Be extra careful in your work. How is the seedling cultivation of the Dao fruits this year? Jiangxi lowered her head worriedly. Reporting to the elders, the birth rate in the villages near the Tianlan sect is very low. Only 9/10 of the people in the villages are elderly, weak, and sick. This year, the number of youths and children collected is only 3/10 compared to previous years. The elder above the hall was furious, emitting a powerful pressure and smashing the table next to him. "What? Then why haven't you quickly gone to the surrounding towns to find ways to supplement the population? Do I need to teach you?" His eyes were cold. "Whether you buy them or kidnap them is up to you. This matter concerns the survival of the Tianlan sect, or else." Suddenly, abnormal black qi appeared on his body, and he screamed in pain. The other elders beside him worriedly said, "Quickly, get the Dao fruits." Elder Shui. Another elder ordered, "Jiang Shi, go down first and quickly arrange the seed matter." Jiang Shi respectfully replied, "Yes." Outside, someone reported to Jiang Shi about what happened in the Nine Seeds garden. She asked, "The 2 guards at the Nine Seeds garden are dead." The person replied, "Yes, one was burned alive, and the other was beheaded. It seems they were secretly bringing seeds into the sect." Jiang Shi, upon hearing this, pondered. External enemies infiltrating, or are some people within the sect trying to use the grand ceremony to cause trouble and shake my position? Anyway, tomorrow is the grand ceremony, so let's not make a fuss about this for now. She then ordered, "Don't spread this around yet. I'll deal with this after the grand ceremony concludes tomorrow." Then, she turned and left. The subordinate replied, "Yes." At the same time, in another place, Xiao Tian was eating while looking outside, observing that it was just scattered patrols. "It seems they don't take our escape seriously. That's great, sis." Then he glanced at Shen Xiaoling sitting not far away. "Sis, aren't you going to eat more? We've been hungry for days, and their food is so delicious." Shen Xiaoling replied, "I'm full. Don't get too close to the window. Be careful of being discovered." Xiao Tian showed no fear. "They're nothing to worry about." Looking at the 2 corpses lying on the floor, Xiao Tian scoffed. "They always call themselves immortals in front of us. When they met Feng Zi, my brother finished them off with one move. I must learn the skills from Feng Ji, and I'll protect you in the future." "Right, sis. What's Feng Ji doing alone? Why hasn't he come down yet?" Shen Xiaoling replied. "I don't know. He brought a bunch of stuff up there. Don't bother him." Above, Zhang Yuan was using his power to refine colorful stones. After a while, he had refined all of them. He clasped his hands in a hand seal and softly said, "Gather, merge," and these things began to merge together. After the fusion, countless flags flew out from the center. Glancing at his hand, Zhang Yuan thought to himself, "As I expected, with the properties of these materials and the original material, the effect of this Emperor-grade formation flag has reached 90% of its original power. That's enough. Now I can only rely on cultivating pure qi. I must prepare some reserves before leaving." Thinking this, he took out another set of clothes to change into below. After eating for a while, Xiao Tian sighed. "So full, so full. I've never eaten anything so delicious in my entire life." Shen Xiaoling reminded him, "Be quiet for a moment. Don't forget where we are." Xiao Tian confidently said, "What's there to be afraid of? We've got Fengzi Ca." Before he could finish, a strong gust of wind rushed down from above, startling both siblings. Zhang Yuan appeared, glanced at Xiao Tian and Shen Xiaoling, and instructed, "You two stay here and wait a moment, I'll be right back." Then, he took out a sword and used the object manipulation technique. Before Xiao Tian could say anything more, he flew away on his sword. Zhang Yuan flew above, observing everything below. Seeing the scene, Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Clothes make the man, while Shen Xiaoling blushed, not knowing what to say. Maybe she had been smitten since then. Elsewhere, Zhang Yuan arrived at a certain location and began to place the formation flags he had just refined, shouting, "Activate!" Looking at the 72nd formation flag he had just set up, he happily said, "Good. The 72 points around are set up. Only the central formation eye remains." Then, he left. In his heart, he thought, "Using an ordinary iron sword with the object manipulation technique is too slow and consumes a lot of energy. I must quickly gather some materials to make some magical tools." After a while, Zhang Yuan flew to the center of the altar of the Tianlan sect. Below, the so-called Dao fruits were piled up, and they opened their mouths, shouting, "Ah! Immortal Venerable, Immortal Venerable, ah! Tai Ching Immortal Venerable, Tai Ching Immortal Venerable, ah! Immortal Venerable, Tai Ching Immortal Venerable, ah aha!" Zhang Yuan showed disgust upon seeing this scene. These fruits are what grow from the tree bodies of those people. This sect is truly disgusting. On Shen Xiaoling's side, she was anxiously looking in the direction Zhang Yuan had left. Xiao Tian slumped on the table and looked at her, saying, "Sis, rest a bit. Feng Zi is so strong there's nothing to worry about." Suddenly, someone knocked loudly on the door outside. "Han Ming, Han Gong, open the door." The two siblings, Shen Xiaoling, were startled and panicked. The knocking on the door became more urgent. Hurry up, you two. I need to find something urgently, Zhao Tian worried. Sis, what do we do? After a while, the door became silent. Zhao Tian still anxiously looked outside and asked, Is he gone? But at this moment, the door was smashed open, causing the two siblings to fall backward. A burly man strode in. I said, How dare those two not open the door for so long? So these are the two seeds? Which garden did you escape from? Talk about good luck. You two are mine now, he said, and then he unleashed his abilities on the two sisters. Zhao Tian rushed forward to shield Shen Xiaoling. But just then, Zhang Yuan's voice echoed. Tai Ching Immortal Arts, desire transformation at will. Flame art? The guy was so startled he whipped around to look at Zhang Yuan. He quickly threw up his hands to block the flames Zhang Yuan sent his way. But it seemed like he couldn't stop it. He screamed in pain and was sent flying backwards. He got to his feet, raging, and yelled, Who's there? Zhang Yuan didn't answer. He kept using his object manipulation art. His sword, under his control, shot towards the guy. The guy also quickly threw out a palm strike, shouting, Court death! His attack suddenly sucked in the sword that Zhang Yuan sent. He laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, if that's all you've got, then you're just a... He didn't even finish his sentence before he realized a bunch of formation flags had appeared all around him. Zhang Yuan softly said, Hellfire, heart-devouring formation. Flames burst forth, engulfing the guy. All that could be heard within the flames was his agonizing screams. Zhang Yuan went over and hugged the siblings, Xiao Ling and Xiao Xin. Xiao Xin called out, Crazy Feng, Ge. Zhang Yuan pulled out something and said, We'll talk later. Then he used object manipulation art, and his sword immediately flew over. He jumped onto the flying sword, holding the two siblings in his arms, and took off. Explanation. Desire transformation at will is from the Tai Ching sect, one of the 3 fundamental methods. Those with Tai Ching aptitude, upon gathering Dao fruits, will hear the Tai Ching Immortal Venerable speak the incantation. Being forced to cultivate one of these 3 methods allows one to freely elongate the body and transform it into a horn-like substance to increase hardness. But the damage output is still limited. Heavenly Capital Idol. This method can change the shape of all dead objects that the body touches. The cultivation itself can extend the object within a certain range. Those who reach the feeling spirit stage in Tai Ching can extend the items they touch to a maximum distance of 5 feet around them. Flame art is one of the most basic techniques in the cultivation world. Qi refining stage cultivators can master it and unleash high temperatures exceeding 1,500 degrees Celsius. However, using this technique consumes too much spiritual power and shouldn't be used too many times in a single battle. Object manipulation art is also known as sword manipulation art. It's one of the fundamental techniques of the cultivation world. By channeling spiritual power into an object, cultivators can freely control it. Before the foundation establishment stage, cultivators can't freely fly in the air and have to use objects to stand on and move around. The consumption of spiritual power is very low. Hellfire, heart-devouring formation is a formation for the Qi refining stage. Using low-level formation matrices as a foundation, it can unleash flames exceeding 2,000 degrees inside the enemy's body in an instant. However, due to the excessive consumption of spiritual power and the difficulty in studying it, understanding it is very difficult, and it cannot be arranged in advance, so it is often avoided by many cultivators. Back where they were, the Tianlan sect crowd heard the commotion and quickly arrived. Arguments broke out. Jiangxi, what kind of mission are you running? The sect was invaded and you didn't notice anything. The elders were wrong to let you act as the sect leader's representative. Yeah, we're all inner sect disciples. This is embarrassing for us. Jiangxi, my brother was killed. You can't deny responsibility. Senior brother Wei, calm down. Tomorrow is the Immortal Venerable's manifestation day. Can you bear the responsibility if something goes wrong? Jiangxi finally spoke. I'll take responsibility for this. Everyone, be quiet. Hearing Jiangxi say that, someone exclaimed in disbelief. What did you say? Jiangxi coldly stared at the charred body of the guy Zhang Yuan killed. For tomorrow's grand ceremony, arrange for disciples to guard everywhere strictly. Tonight, all patrol disciples must search the entire sect throughout the night. The person behind him replied, yes. Jiangxi was furious. Her eyes were sharp, she thought, causing trouble for me at such a crucial moment. Whether you're a cultivator or a demon, I'll definitely catch you. Elsewhere, in a cave flickering with firelight, Zhang Yuan and the two siblings were hiding. Shen Xiaoling used a towel to wipe Zhang Yuan while worrying. Feng Gege, are you okay? Zhang Yuan replied. I'm fine. Xiao Tian just threw up because it was his first time flying. Zhang Yuan was worried, thinking, these Qi refining stage spells are really pathetic. I don't even have a magical weapon. If I ran into a slightly stronger opponent, I'd be completely helpless. I barely managed to set up the lowest level formation, and it drained all my spiritual power. I have countless top-tier cultivation methods from my past life after thousands of years of accumulation, but the worst of them requires the foundation establishment stage to cultivate. When I reach the foundation establishment stage, I can cultivate the Heavenly Origin Divine Array Sword Manual. At that time, even ordinary gold core cultivators won't be a match for me. It's just that for now, I can only think of a way to create a magic weapon to increase my strength. Thinking this, he took something out. Xiao Tian over there was still throwing up. Crazy Feng Ge, could you fly a little slower next time? All the delicious food I ate tonight has been wasted. Ugh, so gross. Hey, isn't that stuff from that big guy? Shen Xiaoling also looked at it, holding her nose. Feng Ge, these two things seem dried up, Zhang Yuan replied. Yeah, it's a stomach and an arm, Xiao Tian exclaimed in horror. What? That's disgusting. Using the remnants of someone's severed limbs to make a weapon. With that, he continued to throw up. Zhang Yuan looked at the two things in his hand, thinking. In the stomach, besides a bunch of belongings, there's only this withered arm. Yet it can also use blood and flesh to form a magical weapon, which is truly unimaginable. The stomach can store things, and the withered arm seems to absorb outside objects. They both have spatial abilities. I'll try to see if this arm can be integrated into that iron sword, and temporarily refine a semi-finished magic weapon. Shen Xiaoling was a little worried and asked, Also, Feng Gage, if we've already escaped, why don't we escape further away? Xiao Tian was still regretting. My chicken drumstick. Zhang Yuan clasped his hands and used flame art, beginning to temper the sword and the arm. Then he replied, I still have things to do. It's just that the sect will definitely be heavily guarded. Tonight, I heard that they seem to be holding some kind of grand ceremony. Tomorrow, I'll take the opportunity to act. Rest assured. After this is successful, I will take you out of this weird place. The next day, inside the Tianlan sect, Jiang Shi stood in a tall building, arms crossed, carefully observing every movement below. A worried person said, Senior Sister, apart from our 700 guarding disciples, the 5 elders and 3,500 sect disciples have all retreated. Senior Sister, should we also? Jiang Shi interrupted. Wait a little longer, the person said again, but Master will immediately, Jiang Shi, cut them off again. That's exactly why we can't leave. This grand ceremony concerns the survival of the sect. No mistakes are allowed, the intruder is definitely still around, and no matter what his goal is, I must catch him. At this moment, Zhang Yuan had also entered. He stood observing his surroundings and thought to himself, the guard is much tighter now. To activate the grand formation, I must be near the formation eye. Hopefully, there will be a slight opening when the grand ceremony begins. Setting up so many watchtowers in just one night. Could it be thanks to the ability to change the form of matter? Thinking this, he leaped away from there. His body moved quickly and nimbly, avoiding the eyes of the guards from one building to another. The defense around here is clear. Gotta try to get closer first. Zhang Yuan was moving at top speed, when suddenly a small string appeared in front of him. His eyes flashed as he looked, but because the distance was too close, the string was immediately cut in two. Jiang Ji on the other side also noticed. Found him. She immediately said, in the western area of the sect, someone who isn't a sect disciple has touched sensor wire number 174. Transmit my order. Inform all nearby guarding disciples to surround that area. After speaking, she stomped her foot on the ground with force, then quickly left. Upon receiving the order, the Tianlan sect disciples went to hunt down Zhang Yuan. Catch him, this brat can fly. The idle disciples block his path. Zhang Yuan was now escaping at top speed on his sword. He glanced behind him, thinking, slipped up. Not having divine sense really is inconvenient. I couldn't even detect that kind of trap. Gotta quickly get to formation I flag number 3, activate the formation, and immediately skedaddled. Then he reached out and cast Red Force Art. Immediately behind him, the surrounding buildings and rocks collapsed, forming a barrier wall. At this moment, Jiang Shi arrived, angrily shouting, causing trouble in my Tianlan sect, it's you! She rode on the body of a large bird, controlling countless crossbows aimed at Zhang Yuan. Illusory manifestation. Supreme pure immortal art. Countless arrows shot towards Zhang Yuan, but he still managed to dodge them. He glanced at Jiang Shi, thinking, can't sense spatial changes, it's not teleportation, but as if she's creating bows and arrows from nothing, unbelievable. Can't delay any longer, full speed towards the formation eye. Thinking this, Zhang Yuan flew into the air. Jiang Ji raised her hands, looking at Zhang Yuan, who was now off the ground with no more buildings blocking her view. Just what I wanted. A triumphant look appeared in her eyes. Mystic manifestation. Immediately, from either side of Zhang Yuan, a form appeared, gradually closing in, then it combined into a box shape. The disciples below rejoiced. Caught him! Sealed inside the iron box. As expected of Senior Sister Jiang, the mystic manifestation lives up to its name. If only I could be granted the mystic manifestation. Of course, in the whole sect, only Senior Sister Jiang and Elder Qian have been granted this ability by the immortal reverend. What makes you think you deserve it, huh? Suddenly, a flame flashed from inside the box, along with the tip of a sword pointing outwards. With that, Zhang Yuan flew out, guardian metal sword art, low-grade Qi artifact. Jiang Shi was startled, exclaiming in disbelief, "What?" She quickly created steel plates to block Zhang Yuan's incoming moves. She said angrily, "You have some skill, but how about this? Mystic manifestation." Suddenly, an extremely large object appeared in the sky, darkening the sky. A huge curve appeared. Zhang Yuan coldly looked up. A giant nail plate was descending from the sky. Zhang Yuan waved his hand, creating a sword aura, slashing a path forward. Jiang Shi, all smug over here, was like, "Ha ha! What can you even do this time?" Weaving through the giant thorns, Zhang Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. To create such a colossal object from nothing, that's just ridiculous. Suddenly, the nail bed thingy Jiang Shi created poofed into nothing. Zhang Yuan, scratching his head, wondered, the spell just collapsed on its own. What the heck is going on? Zhang Yuan glanced back and saw Jiang Shi's body suddenly changing. She cried out in pain. She softly said, "Ah, immortal exalted." Then her body plummeted from the sky. The entire sky instantly turned dark. The disciples, freaking out, covered their heads. "We're doomed, doomed. The immortal exalted is manifesting. Endure, guard your minds, don't think crazy thoughts." Inside the cave, Xiaotian and Shen Xiaoling also saw this phenomenon and gasped, "Huh. Why did it suddenly get so dark?" From the sky, a massive dark shadow appeared. From the 9 heavens above, Zhang Yuan looked up, his face etched with worry. Explanation: Scarlet Force technique in the cultivation world. This is one of the most basic methods. Using one's own magic to form a barrier, it can withstand certain attacks. However, this spell consumes a lot of magic power, and the resistance is not high, so many cultivators only use it when there is no way to avoid it. Mystic matter creation is one of the 3 fundamental techniques of the Grand Purity sect. Unlike the other 2 techniques, only 1 in 10,000 Grand Purity cultivators can awaken mystic matter creation. This technique can create any object from nothing, as long as the cultivator understands its structure. Living objects created will appear alive, but have no consciousness, and can only perform instinctive actions. Although this method promises great future development, few cultivators can awaken it. If they do, they will be cultivated with priority by the Grand Purity Immortal Sect. However, compared to cultivators who practice the other 2 techniques, changing courses will easily lead to consumption by Grand Purity intent, and they can rarely survive safely to the God Sea realm. Age Gold Sword. A low-grade magic item made from ordinary sword steel, and an arm of unknown origin filled with toxins. Although the durability and strength of the sword body have been enhanced, the materials are still ordinary, so the attack power is not strong. However, it inherits and greatly enhances the capabilities of the withered arm. Inside the sword body is an unconfirmed space, capable of absorbing up to 10 cubic meters of matter from the surrounding area. Each absorption is followed by a very long recovery period, before it can absorb again. Great Otherworld Space is made from the stomach of a withered person, inside which is an unknown space. Although this stomach was collected from the same person as the withered arm, it is clearly of a much higher quality. With a capacity of up to 100 cubic meters, the space inside is capable of flexible insertion and extraction, which is extremely convenient. Seeing that figure, the disciples panicked. "I'm gonna die." Whoa. Zhang Yuan looked up too. So this is what they call the Grand Purity Immortal Exalted, huh? Suddenly there was some kind of sound from outside that caused Zhang Yuan's body to go haywire. What's that noise? This sound is stirring up the malice within me, trying to take me over. He gritted his teeth, fighting it off. Is this what's making those sect disciples suffer? I've cultivated for 1,000 years, endured countless tribulations, beheaded my 3 corpses. And you, what are you, that you dare try to invade my will? The shadowy figure became clearer and clearer. Zhang Yuan glanced up, his pupils widening as he gazed at the figure. It was an eye, with a face that was smiling. Zhang Yuan angrily gritted his teeth. What kind of evil thing is this, daring to call itself an immortal exalted? But I can't sense any actual being in the heavens, it's just an illusion. But the disciples were in pain and discomfort, trying to calm themselves. Hold on, keep your mind steady, endure. The immortal exalted will leave as soon as it takes all the debut fruits. Some who couldn't withstand it have already turned into those trees like in the garden. From the eyes in the sky, A stream of violet energy gradually descended. Then, like sprouting tentacles, it lunged down. A bunch of Dao fruits went wild. Ah, it's the Immortal Exalted. The Immortal Exalted has descended. The tentacles grabbed the Dao fruits, gleefully cackling. Grand purity is too great. Awesome. I'm about to leave this mortal realm. Ha ha. Take me to ascend as an immortal. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth. It's absorbing those fruits. Well, great. It's completely ignoring me. He struggled against the oppression in his body, quickly activated the formation, and immediately left. Arriving at the center of the formation, he stopped. Then he stomped hard on his flying sword and yelled, "Rise!" The formation he'd set up instantly activated. In other spots, the formations lit up too, forming a massive array. Zhang Yuan roared. 9 Origins Spirit Gathering Array. All the clear chi around the formation got sucked towards the center first. The elders of Heavenly Azure Sect stared in shock. One of the elders mumbled, "The clear chi in the sect is gathering in one place. What's going on in the sect?" Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was still channeling the spell, maintaining the formation, his eyes filled with determination. Just as I suspected, the Spirit Gathering Array really works. This way, I can take all the clear chi from this place. Above, that eye noticed the anomaly and widened, glaring at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was still focused on pulling all the clear chi into the Great Formation's core. By now, he was drenched in sweat. The big eye started twitching with rage. It quickly retracted its tentacles and aimed them at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan sensed something bad was coming, looking up and wondering, what the heck? Those tentacles hitting him triggered something malicious within Zhang Yuan, and he screamed in pain. Ah, it noticed me. The elders over here were also starting to turn into trees. What? Oh no, what is this? We've hidden so far away, but the Immortal Venerable's will can still affect us. What in the world happened to the sect? Why is the Immortal Venerable so angry? Disciples, wake up, quickly bring the Dacio fruit here. That's right, and I can feel the Immortal Venerable's mood right now is fear. The sounds emanating from the eye were also transforming Zhang Yuan's body into a tree. He gritted his teeth, moving little by little. This sound is activating every fiber in my body. The clear chi is enough. I need to get out of here fast. Thinking this, he pointed a finger and shouted, "Condense." Instantly, the clear chi condensed into small stones. Zhang Yuan absorbed these clear chi stones while trying to escape the area. Over on their side, Xiao Ling and Xiao Tian were still worried about Zhang Yuan. Feng Zige isn't back yet. Did something happen to him? Beside her, Xiao Ling was silent, unsure what to say. Seeing a figure rushing towards them, Xiao Tian yelled, "Ah, what is that?" When he saw clearly what it was, he panicked and stumbled back, shielding Xiao Ling. "Ah, oh my god, what kind of monster is this?" Xiao Ling recognized Zhang Yuan and anxiously called out, "It's Brother Feng. Is Brother Feng okay?" Xiao Tian gave a confused, "Huh." Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. "That's right, it's me," Xiao Ling worriedly asked. "Brother Feng, what's wrong?" Xiao Tian was scared stiff. Zhang Yuan wrapped a tree branch around the two of them. "No time to explain. Let's get out of here first." Then he stomped his foot to get leverage and shot off into the air. That eye from above was still tracking Zhang Yuan's direction. It was red-eyed with fury, continuously spewing out incantations. The scene switches to a nearby village. Above the sign, it read, "Apricot Blossom Village." A girl carried food to a room and called out, "Husband, you haven't eaten or drunk anything for 5 days. Come out and eat something." Inside the room, an angry voice boomed, "Get out! Stay away from me, or I'll kill you." The neighbors, seeing this scene, started gossiping. How heartless, saying such hurtful things to his newlywed wife. "Yeah, poor Xunyang. Just go outside and live well with Xunyang. Are you planning to starve to death in there?" The man inside the house roared back, "Shut your traps. All of you, get lost, or I'll kill you all." The people outside were helpless. That guy is beyond help. Let him rot in there. After everyone else left, only Xunyang remained, and a sudden silence fell. A bloodshot eye peered out from the gap in the room. Scene changed to a forest. A fire flickered. Xiao Ling was washing a cloth by the lake. She glanced at Zhang Yuan, asking worriedly, "Feng Ji, what happened to you? How did you end up like this?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I'm fine." At this moment, Zhang Yuan's body was being snagged by tree branches, he continued. "After escaping that place, I gradually returned to normal." Xiao Ling wiped Zhang Yuan while saying, "The Tianlan sect is truly a hellhole. They drove you so crazy and still framed you like that." Xiao Tian was scared and didn't dare to look directly at Zhang Yuan. "We need to quickly return to Shenjia village, tell everyone the truth, and get them away from this place." Xiao Ling stopped him. "Let Feng Ji rest a bit first." Xiao Tian thought to himself, "He's much better than last night, but he still gives me the creeps. My arms are so itchy. Zhang Yuan frowned and asked, "Didn't you guys see the shadow in the sky yesterday?" Zhao Ling asked in confusion. "Shadow," Zhao Tian also replied. "We only saw the sky suddenly turn dark at noon." Zhang Yuan held a stone in his hand, thinking, "So, they didn't see that thing. I can see it, because I absorbed the malice within this Qing Qi. The malice is dangerous, but right now I can only rely on the Qing Qi to cultivate. Can't just stop eating because of that." Inside the stone, a smiling devil face appeared. "I took about 3 portions of the Qing Qi from the Tianlan sect and condensed it into several hundred Qing stones. This will be the foundation for my cultivation. Later, I must quickly enter the foundation establishment stage and see if there's a cultivation technique to resolve the malice within. Oh right, and that thing." He poured out a Dao fruit from his pouch. It screamed, "Ah!" Xiao Ling saw it, and recoiled in fear. Xiao Tian gasped, "Ah, what is that thing? So disgusting, a talking flesh lump." Zhang Yuan held the Dao fruit and explained, "They call this a Dao fruit. Apparently it's produced from those human trees. Yesterday, I accidentally took one." The Dao fruit opened its mouth and said, "Let me go, I'm just a little bit away from returning to the embrace of the immortal venerable." Xiao Ling felt sympathy. Was it originally a person? "How pitiful," the Dao fruit retorted. "Pitiful are you, abandoned by the immortal venerable like worms? We are the lucky children who will be led to ascension by the immortal venerable." Zhang Yuan spoke up. "So, what exactly is this Tai Ching immortal venerable?" The Dao fruit angrily replied, "The immortal venerable is not a what, but an immortal, the Tai Ching immortal. Join me and become a Dao fruit." At that time, the immortal venerable will. Before it could finish, Zhang Yuan crushed it. Afterwards, Zhang Yuan said, "It's all nonsense. Seems like I can't get anything out of it." Seeing Zhao Tian avoiding him, Zhang Yuan reassured him, "Don't be tense. It was insane. It's long stopped being human." Zhao Tian waved his hand. "It's not that." Zhang Yuan frowned, thinking, "This world is even weirder than I imagined. Hopefully there will be elixirs, foundation establishment pills, and healing spirit herbs here," Zhao Tian said helplessly. "I need to go wash myself a bit." At the Tianlan sect, the Dao fruit was being absorbed by something. It screamed, "Let me out, you worms! You hid me! You will be abandoned by the immortal venerable." After the energy in the Dao fruit was gone, the elder released it and said, "Absorbing a full 50 high-grade Dao fruits, how does it feel?" Jiang Shi, the one who had absorbed the Dao fruit. It was Jiang Shi. "You fought with Zhang Yuan." She struggled to speak. Thank you, elder. I can no longer hear the voice of the immortal venerable." The other elders spoke. "Her consciousness has returned. It seems like she can be saved." Hearing from the other surviving disciples, this immortal venerable anomaly was likely caused by an intruder. Jiang Shi replied, "Yes, there was no one else at the time. This disciple was negligent and allowed this person to take advantage of the situation. I don't know by what means, but they took a large amount of the sect's Qing Qi." Hearing this, the elders began to discuss, "What do you all think?" This time, with the appearance of the Tai Ching immortal venerable, the sect's Qing Qi is even denser, a loss and a gain. For now, it won't greatly affect the growth of the Dao fruit tree. It's just that the immortal venerable showed fear. It must be related to this person. We've never heard of the immortal venerable having this kind of anomaly in all these years. Whether this incident is good or bad, perhaps this is an opportunity for us to escape the immortal venerable. The others agreed, "Yes, that's right. No matter what the origin of this person is, it must be related to the immortal venerable. After Jiang Shi recovers, immediately draw the appearance of the intruder and fully pursue and capture this person." At this time, Zhang Yuan and the siblings Zhao Ling were leaving the area they were in. Zhang Yuan glanced at Xiao Tian, who was panting, and said, "I've recovered almost completely. I can walk on my own." Xiao Tian heard this and slumped down, lamenting, "To avoid the Tianlan sect, we've walked a very long way. I'm not familiar with the roads here either." "How can we get home?" Shen Xiaoling worriedly said. "It's getting dark. Let's find a place for Feng Ji to rest a bit." Xiao Tian heard Xiaoling keep saying Feng Ji and looked upset. "It's all about Feng Ji all day long, not caring about me at all." Then he noticed something and exclaimed, "Whoa!" He pointed in a direction where light was emanating and stammered, "Ahem, ahem." Inside the room next to the apricot blossom tree. "You see that, Madam Xin Yang?" Yelling again, "I'm telling you one more time, get lost." Xin Yang was down in the dumps, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Xiao Tian waved his hand from outside, calling out, "Hey, big sister!" Xin Yang got startled and went, "Ah!" She fearfully dropped the tray of food in her hands and asked, "You are?" Shen Xiaoling angrily scolded Xiao Tian. "Why are you making such a racket in the middle of the night? You scared her." Zhao Tian scratched his head apologetically. Ha ha, got a little too excited, Xiao Ling sheepishly said. Sister, don't be afraid, we're people from nearby Shen family village, not bad guys, Xin Yang asked back. Shen family village, Xiao Ling replied. Yeah, we ran into some trouble and want to borrow a place to stay for the night, is that okay? At this moment, Xin Yang noticed Zhang Yuan, and her face unconsciously turned red. The more she looked at Zhang Yuan, the more she felt he was handsome. Then she went over and opened the gate. You guys don't look like bad people, Xiao Tian happily laughed. That's great, we don't have to sleep outside anymore. Xiao Ling also thanked her. Many thanks, sister, Xin Yang then said. There's some leftover porridge in the house, if you don't mind, you guys can have some. Zhao Tian's smile couldn't be wider. Haha, we don't mind, haven't eaten anything all day. Suddenly, Xiao Tian noticed that room, and he saw a red eye looking out. He screamed in fear. Ataya, look, there's something peeking at us from that window, Xin Yang immediately explained. That's my husband, he's been having delusions these past few days. Xiao Tian awkwardly said, Huh. Sorry, I thought. Xiao Ling also said, Don't be surprised, junior brother. Then Xin Yang continued, We only have one room left in the house, and there's also a stable. Since there are 3 of you, you can either share one room, or… Zhang Yuan immediately said. I'll sleep in the stable, Xiao Ling worriedly said. Feng Jie's body is still. Before she could finish, Zhang Yuan interrupted. It's okay, I like being alone. Then he subconsciously glanced towards the room where Xin Yang's husband was. After a while, the moon was already high in the sky. Zhang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged inside the stable. Looking at his hand, he thought, the Tai Ching's malice is finally mostly suppressed, and my strength has recovered about 80%. Before resolving all the malice inside my body, I absolutely cannot easily approach the Tianlin sect again. He took out a sword. Lucky to have this refined magic sword, otherwise I would have been sealed inside that lump of malice. Although it's just a low-grade magic artifact made from mortal iron, it has absorbed the power of the severed arm and inherited its strength. This storage pouch is clearly of a higher grade than my sleeve, with 100 square meters of space inside. After the space of the devouring gold sword was strengthened, it can currently only forcibly absorb objects within a 10 square meter radius. I don't know where these remnants originated from. They look like just scraps of flesh and bone, but they carry a strange power. There's no better option right now. I'll just have to inscribe 2 more Dao Ray formations onto the sword's body to strengthen it a bit. With that, he tapped 2 Dao Ray formations onto the sword's body. Suddenly there was a noise behind him, and Zhang Yuan turned around and yelled, Who's there? Xin Yang walked in, wearing revealing yet concealing clothes. Bouncy mountain peaks calling out, Young master. In the room inside Xin Yang's house, Xiao Tian lay down on the bed happily. Ah, after sleeping outdoors for so many days, I can finally sleep on a bed. Xiao Ling was hugging her blanket, wondering where she was going. Xiao Tian saw this and asked in confusion. Why are you hugging your blanket, sister? Xiao Ling replied. Feng Jie's body hasn't recovered yet, can't let him catch a cold, Xiao Tian sarcastically said. That's right, sis, it wouldn't be good if your future husband got sick, Xiao Ling said embarrassedly. What are you saying, little brother? Xiao Tian was too lazy to explain. It's so obvious. Why are you pretending? Outside the stable, Xin Yang was pressing her body against Zhang Yuan, seducing him. Zhang Yuan coldly asked. What are you doing here? Xin Yang replied. I don't know either. Ever since I saw you today, young master, I can't forget you anymore. Will young master despise me for already having a husband? Just then, Xiao Ling arrived. When she saw this scene, she unintentionally dropped the blanket she was holding. She stuttered. Sorry, I'm disturbing you. Xin Yang was still seducing him, softly calling out. Young master, Zhang Yuan, silently watched Xiao Ling's figure as she left. Xin Yang whispered into Zhang Yuan's ear. Stay in Apricot Blossom Village. Her mouth began to change, her chin split in 2, opening a wide mouth at the edge. At this moment, Xin Yang's entire body had become a giant, gaping mouth behind Zhang Yuan. Stay in Apricot Blossom Village forever. Over here, Xiao Ling had returned to her room. She was still looking back at Zhang Yuan, not knowing what to say. With tears in her eyes, she called out, Feng Jie, why is it like this? Suddenly, the stable where Zhang Yuan was exploded. Xiao Ling jumped, letting out a little gasp. Zhang Yuan slowly walked out. I noticed your weirdness a while ago. No breathing, but you seem alive. I was going to watch you for a bit first. Hearing the noise, Xiao Tian ran out from inside the house. What's up? Xiao Ling hurried to Zhang Yuan's side. Feng Ge, just what is she? The guy who was Xu Niang's husband. Then stumbled out of the room, yelling, immortals. Xiao Tian quickly shielded Xiao Ling. Hey, you, Zhang Yuan, waved his hand, calming him down. It's okay, he's breathing. The man immediately kneeled down. Immortals. He started crying and begging. Immortals. Are you really immortals? Please, get me out of here. Xiao Tian was shocked. What the heck is going on? The man replied. I'm from Liu family village. 7 days ago, I went to the next village to pick up my bride, Xu Niang, but I got bizarrely lost at night and ended up passing through this apricot blossom village. We stayed for a night, and that night, my fiancée Xu Niang was tricked out by the villagers and eaten alive. I desperately wanted to escape this village, but I just couldn't get out no matter what, so I had to hide in that room, locking the door tight. But the scariest thing is that the next day, Xu Niang showed up right outside my door. She tempted me to come out. I saw with my own eyes Xu Niang get eaten alive that night. She definitely can't be my Xu Niang. Suddenly, a spooky voice echoed. Husband, I'm not lying to you. I am Xu Niang. Husband. From over there, the monster in Xu Niang's skin slowly stood up. Xiao Tian screamed, she's... The man was also terrified. Zhang Yuan raised his hand, chanting an incantation. A flame appeared on his palm. Then he blasted it straight at the monster, sending it flying back a distance. Even while being burned by the fire, the monster still spoke. Husband, just let me eat you, and you'll be like me. Live forever, never get old, and happily live in this village with me. Zhang Yuan frowned, suspicious. Live forever, never get old. The man quickly hid behind Zhang Yuan. Hurry, immortal, please take me away from here. From the outside, the monster stirred and began to approach. Xu Niang, another new guest. Don't you even greet us? The man collapsed to the ground in fear, backing away. The demons opened their wide mouths. The more people, the more the village can thrive. Come live with us, in Apricot Blossom Village. Zhang Yuan grabbed Zhao Ling's hand tightly. Hold on tight, sit tight. He took out a flying sword and flew up. Seeing this, the man begged, Immortal, take me with you. Immortal. But the demon hand disguised as Xu Niang grabbed him. Husband, stay. Seeing Zhang Yuan abandoning him, he roared angrily. Bastard, what makes you think you can call yourself an immortal? I'll haunt you even as a ghost. The demons began to swarm him. Leave a piece for me. Up above, Zhang Yuan asked. These are what you call the eerie creatures? Zhao Ling closed her eyes tightly in fear. I don't know. Xiao Tian covered her mouth when she saw the man being eaten. That guy, Zhang Yuan glanced back and said, I can't take 3 people, I can't save him. With that, he quickly rode the flying sword and flew away. While moving, a purple barrier suddenly appeared in front of them. Zhang Yuan frowned as he passed through the barrier. Then the 3 of them immediately descended below. Xiao Ling was confused. Feng Gege, what's wrong? Why are we back here? Xiao Tian was also puzzled. Yeah, we clearly flew out of the village just now. Zhang Yuan recalled what the man said. I desperately wanted to escape this village, but I just couldn't get out no matter what, he thought to himself. This is troublesome. Voices outside the house where Zhang Yuan and the siblings were staying rang out. You've really misunderstood us. Come on out. Look, they're really happy. Xiao Tian inside yawned. How annoying. Are they still outside? Calling all night, making it impossible to sleep well. The voice outside rang out again. Look, the weather outside is so nice today. Come on out. We really don't have any bad intentions. Zhao Ling looked outside through a crack. They haven't stopped all night. As expected, they didn't listen to Feng Gage and come inside. At this moment, the monster outside continued to tempt. Fellow immortals, please come out. Xu Niang isn't lying. I've been reborn, and now I feel very good. Come join us. Hurry out. We're all doing this for you. Zhang Yuan closed his eyes and pondered. That person had been hiding in the house for many days without being attacked. It seems that these villagers are restricted. They can't freely enter or leave other people's rooms, or can't break the structures here. If so, combined with the situation that we can't leave here, I'm afraid the weirdness isn't those people. His eyes flashed with certainty. But this village... Xiao Tian sweated upon hearing this. Then what should we do? Can we escape from here? Zhang Yuan shook his head. Not knowing, Xiao Tian also helplessly sighed. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, just like those people in the Tianlan sect, these villagers clearly aren't that powerful, but their abilities are strangely unpredictable. In the cultivation world, even high-level cultivators might not possess these abilities. These powers are like the power of laws. Suddenly, Xiao Ling spoke up. Brother Feng, there are people coming outside the village, Zhang Yuan exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this, then saw a person approaching. Is this the B-ranked eerie Manhwa village? Beside this person there was another. He smiled elegantly, while the person beside him had blood-red eyes, gazing forward. The figure in the black cloak beside him said annoyedly, I don't sense anything special. It's a waste of a trip. How annoying. The scholar-like man smiled. Indeed, nothing seems serious on the surface, but if you place it in a human town and nurture it for a while, it might become an unpredictable, eerie entity. The monsters stuck out their tongues hungrily. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Manhwa village. Now that you're here, why not stay forever? Trust us, you'll love it here. Xiao Tian worriedly looked at Zhang Yuan and asked, Brother Fengzi, what should we do? Should we go save them? Zhang Yuan replied. No need, they don't have a life aura, they aren't humans. The monsters rushed towards the two people. Hey, stay here with us forever, hand over your hearts and livers. Haha, I'm starving for lungs. What I ate yesterday wasn't enough to fill me up. The one in the black cloak angrily massaged his head. He raised his sharp hand and swung it, instantly slicing the group of monsters into pieces. Xiao Tian, who was still observing, exclaimed when he saw this scene. Whoa, his hand, they really are monsters too. Xiao Ling beside him also worried. Brother Feng, what do we do now? Zhang Yuan observed for a while, thinking to himself that he didn't sense any energy fluctuations from these two. Perhaps they aren't cultivators, but also eerie beings, ones that look like humans. They have thoughts and can communicate. Are eerie beings and demon beasts similar existences to what I knew in my previous life? Seems like I need to quickly find other cultivators and learn the basic knowledge of this world. The elegant-looking man spoke up. Hey, Wraith, there are still those two over there. The remaining two monsters were startled and looked towards the black-cloaked man. Wraith, they yelled. Damn it, do you think you can order us around? HMPH, Wraith. Suddenly the monster disguised as Aunt Shu screamed, Wraith! Ah! The remaining one worriedly asked, Aunt Shu, what's wrong? The monster Shu Niang's body was gradually melting into flesh and blood, and then exploded, splattering the scholar-like man in white robes. He frowned, wiping his sleeves, and asked the black-cloaked man, Did you do that on purpose? The black-cloaked man replied, It won't kill you, what are you complaining about? The white-robed man said, I know that, but getting bitten hurts too much. Then, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The one I possessed hasn't reappeared. Manhwa village seems to be your nemesis. Then he opened his robe, revealing that his body had no flesh and blood, only empty bones inside. I'm not playing with you anymore. Obediently enter my body. Then, he used his ability to suck the monsters and everything around him into his body. Inside the house where Zhang Yuan and the two siblings were hiding, they were also being sucked in. Xiao Tian shouted, the house is in danger, Brother Fengzi. HMPH, I'm already stuck here, and now this happens. How unlucky. Zhao Ling, who was being held by Zhang Yuan, was also worried. The suction force is getting stronger and stronger. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed. No, a blessing in disguise. Maybe this is an opportunity to turn things around. Outside, after sucking all the monsters inside, the white-robed man said, There are no more villagers. Now only the village itself remains. Suddenly he noticed something, and his mouth curled up. It was Zhang Yuan and the two siblings flying away on swords. The white-robed man smiled and said to the black-robed man, Those must be cultivators who have been trapped here, Wraith. I'll leave them to you. The Wraith then replied, Not going. The white-robed man was startled. The Wraith came over and sat on the doorstep. So damn tired, it's just low-level cultivators. Suck them up quickly, we still have to move on. Hearing the name Bai Pao, he said, Alright then, these guys. Before he could finish, a green thing flew out of his body. Seeing this, Bai Pao was a bit confused. It's Yu Quan. What's going on? He's always been obedient, so why suddenly did the underworld spirit snatch him back? Underworld spirit. The underworld spirit just flopped back down. It's just a low-level wraith anyway. Damn it, Bai Pao was speechless with anger. Somewhere in a forest, a streak of light flashed by really fast. It was Zhang Yuan and the others. After landing, Zhao Ling happily exclaimed, Awesome, we actually escaped. Zhang Yuan voiced his thoughts. Since that village was attacked, I guess the barrier would temporarily lose its effect. I bet right. Xiao Tian, still not used to the roller coaster ride, was still puking. I really don't want to fly anymore. Zhang Yuan added, I changed directions a lot on the way and we flew so far. Unless they have some special tracking method, they won't catch up. But just in case, we should walk from now on. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, looking in one direction. Xiao Tian also looked up and exclaimed, That's Yu Quan. Xiao Tian was shocked. What the heck is that? Zhang Yuan's eyes turned cold. It's not a normal creature, another wraith. Are wraiths that common? If so, wouldn't the mortals of this world all die? He turned away, not paying attention. It doesn't pose a threat for now. Don't provoke it, let's leave here first. Xiao Tian and Xiao Ling nodded in agreement. Yu Quan's eyes were still fixed on them. Night fell, the moon rose high, and Zhang Yuan and the two siblings were sitting by a small fire, Roasting meat. Zhao Tian praised as he roasted. Bro Feng really caught a fat chicken. Zhao Ling thoughtfully sewed Zhang Yuan's clothes. Bro Feng, the tear in your clothes is fixed. Luckily, I found a needle and thread in that village. Glancing in the distance, Yu Quan was still following Zhang Yuan's group. Xiao Tian worried. Hey, look, that weirdo is still following us. Long time no see. Zhao Ling suddenly took a liking to it. It looks kinda pitiful. Like a little abandoned puppy, Xiao Tian retorted. Don't talk nonsense. That's a wraith. Zhang Yuan put on his clothes again. We don't know if it's dangerous yet. Before it attacks, let's ignore it for now. Zhao Tian happily handed Zhang Yuan a chicken leg. Okay, with Bro Feng here, I'm not scared. The chicken is done, Bro Feng. Have the chicken leg first. Noticing something, Zhang Yuan asked. What's up? Zhao Tian chuckled. Hey, I want to learn Bro Feng's skills. Is that okay? Zhang Yuan commented. You do have spiritual roots, and your aptitude isn't bad. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's eyes lit up. So is it possible? Zhang Yuan shook his head. No. My own strength isn't enough right now, and we lack cultivation resources. I simply don't have the energy to teach others. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's face fell in disappointment. Xiao Ling comforted him. It's okay, Xiao Tian. With Bro Feng protecting us, we'll definitely be able to return home safely. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan's attention shifted to another direction. He immediately summoned his sword, shot towards the source of the noise, and shouted, Who's pretending to be a ghost there? Come out! His sword flashed like lightning, heading straight in one direction. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his sword and said, Whoa, fellow Taoists. No need to get so excited. A wizened old man walked out. This old Taoist was just passing by. I absolutely have no ill intentions. Xiao Tian pointed at the old man, screaming in fear, W Wraith! The old man flicked his finger, and the sword quickly flew back towards Zhang Yuan. This old Taoist isn't a wraith. This fellow Taoist is overflowing with pure qi. It seems you're a disciple of the Azure Cloud sect, a branch of the Tai Ching sect nearby. Zhang Yuan caught his sword and replied, None of your business. If fellow Taoist is just passing by, then please continue on your way. The old man suddenly burst out laughing. Ah ha ha. Zhang Yuan was confused. What are you laughing at? The old man was smug. I'm laughing because fellow Taoist doesn't know this old Taoist. Seems you're new to the Azure Cloud sect. Otherwise, wouldn't your Azure Cloud sect disciples be overjoyed to see Taoist Songbao here when they are outside? Zhang Yuan thought. This old geezer's strength is unknown, but he's definitely no weaker than that woman. It's best not to clash with him. He then suspiciously asked, Taoist Songbao, what kind of treasure is that? From his robes, Songbao Taoist took out a bone fragment, blood qi of course. Coincidentally, this old Taoist has a few. Meeting his fate, so I'll give you a gift. Xiao Tian worriedly looked at Zhang Yuan. Bro Feng, this creepy blind old man definitely has bad intentions. Don't take his stuff. Tell him to leave. Zhang Yuan remained silent. Song Bao Taoist laughed again. You don't want it, hey, okay, I won't force it. Suddenly, the things on his hand shifted. He saw this, and exclaimed. Zhang Yuan reached out and grabbed those things. I've taken your stuff, you can leave now. Xiao Tian fearfully retreated. Zhang Yuan's gaze focused and thoughtful. This old geezer says it's nothing, but the killing intent is slowly leaking out. If I didn't take it, he probably would have attacked already. Taoist Songbao chuckled. Alright, if Taoist friend doesn't want to see this old Taoist, then I'll be on my way. Xiao Tian hurriedly called him back. Wait a sec. He raised his hand, a little scared, and asked, Hey, old man. No, Taoist master. Could you maybe give me something too? Feng Ziqi took something, so it's definitely good stuff. Taoist Songbao looked at Xiao Tian and asked, A mortal like you can't even use blood essence, what do you want it for? Xiao Tian suddenly realized. Oh, so I can't use it. Shen Xiaoling pinched his ear and scolded. Xiao Tian, what are you doing? Xiao Tian whined. Sis, Feng Ziqi has been protecting us all along the way. I also want to become strong so I can protect you too. Besides, who knows if Feng Ziqi will always be around? Taoist Songbao laughed even louder. Hey, interesting kid. You want to become a cultivator? This old Taoist can teach you. Xiao Tian was surprised. Really? Shen Xiaoling hurriedly stopped him. No way, Feng Ge. Quickly talk him out of it. Zhang Yuan closed his eyes and replied, Everyone has their own obsessions. I have neither the right nor the obligation to interfere with his choice. Let him decide for himself. Shen Xiaoling was still a little worried. But Zhao Tian walked up to Taoist Songbao. But I can't leave my sister. I can't go Yunyuing with you. Taoist Songbao still had that same smile. Haha, that's just a small problem. Different cultivation sects have restrictions on aptitude. But in our Shangqing sect, Anyone can cultivate. As long as you understand the Taoist entry method, you can cultivate on your own. You don't even need to become my disciple. Come closer, I'll tell you. Shen Xiaoling was still worried. Looking towards Zhang Yuan, Taoist Song Bao whispered something into Zhao Tian's ear. After listening, Xiao Tian gasped. Ah! Taoist Song Bao asked. So, did you memorize the entry method and incantation? Zhao Tian took a step back, scared. You are, Taoist Song Bao chuckled. Haha, what are you afraid of? Isn't the person beside you also a disciple of Tai Ching? Compared to that, our Shangqing Dao is much easier and doesn't require harming others. Haha, see you next time. Hope to call you Taoist friend then. With that, Taoist Song Bao left. Xiao Tian stood there dumbfounded. Shen Xiaoling worriedly walked over and asked, Xiao Tian, are you okay? What did that old Taoist say to you? Zhang Yuan also looked at Xiao Tian. What's wrong? You can't accept the cultivation conditions. Xiao Tian nodded. Yeah, Zhang Yuan said, of course. If you could just cultivate on your own with a few words, something that easy is definitely not a righteous path. In this world, anything that's easy is usually not the right way. Shen Xiaoling said angrily. What exactly are the conditions? Don't go down a demonic path, Xiao Tian wanted to explain. But Zhang Yuan cut him off. Since you're so insistent, let me teach you. To prevent you from really going astray, Shen Xiaoling was worried. Ah, Feng Ge. Won't that delay your own training? Xiao Tian looked up, delighted. Really? Feng Ge. Zhang Yuan glanced at him and replied, I can only help you enter the qi refining stage and cultivate some self-defense spells. What happens after that will depend on your own luck, Zhao Tian replied. Okay, Feng Ge, Zhang Yuan said. Let's go. Just in case that old Taoist comes back, let's go somewhere else first and talk. The next morning, at a cliff face, Shen Xiaoling woke up and yawned. She glanced at Zhang Yuan and Xiao Tian, who were still cultivating with their eyes closed. Feng Ge, Xiao Tian hasn't slept all night? Seeing Xiao Tian cultivating, Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. His aptitude isn't bad. He's been in meditation all night. The pure qi in his body is almost circulating through one major heavenly cycle. He'll probably enter the first layer of qi condensation soon. Looking at the stone in Xiao Tian's hand, Shen Xiaoling curiously asked, That pure qi thing is? Zhang Yuan replied. Yeah, after taking it out from the Tianlan sect, I condensed it into a pure stone. Shen Xiaoling worriedly asked, If Xiao Tian absorbs that, will he turn into a tree? Zhang Yuan replied. After the pure qi is guided by the qi condensation technique, he should be fine. I was just about to finish speaking when he noticed something. At this moment, Xiao Tian's body underwent an abnormal change. His body seemed to want to turn into a tree, like those people in the Tianlan sect. He screamed, Xia! Tai Ching, immortal lord! Zhang Yuan quickly rushed to his side. Amidst Shen Xiaoling's worries, he reached out and sucked the evil pure qi out of Xiao Tian's body. And then he said, It's all right. In the nick of time, I guided all the pure qi out of his body. Shen Xiaoling worriedly went forward to support her little brother, Xiao Tian. How do you feel? Looking at the pure qi on his hand, Zhang Yuan thought, What happened? Why is the qi condensation technique ineffective? Then why can I withstand and control the evil intent inside the pure qi? Xiao Tian was scared, and green veins were still popping up on his face. Feng Ge. Just now I heard a strange voice. What was that? In that moment my mind was filled with something about a Tai Ching immortal lord. I felt like once I fell into it I wouldn't be myself anymore. Zhang Yuan replied. Sorry, it was my oversight. Before I figure out the problem, don't cultivate for now. Shen Xiaoling reassured him. Don't be afraid, it's all right now. She turned to Zhang Yuan and said, Feng Ge, let's quickly return to the village. Let's go back so Xiao Tian can rest and recover, Zhang Yuan asked. But do you know the way? Shen Xiaoling stammered. Suddenly, Yu Quan appeared and cried, Yay! Xiao Tian fearfully exclaimed. Ah, what's that? Zhang Yuan quickly shielded the two of them, preparing to attack. Hide behind me, Shen Xiaoling hurriedly said. Wait a sec, Feng Ge? It seems like it's pointing the way for us. Then Dushuan cried out again. Why? Check it out, there's an arrow on its body pointing the way. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a village. Xiaoling happily hugged Dushuan close, gleefully saying, We're really back, this is awesome, thank you. Why? Xiao Tian was totally confused. Sis, what did you just call it? Xiaoling replied. That's its name, because it always goes why, and your body's like water, so cold, yeah? Xiao Tian was speechless. Sis, that thing's creepy, seriously, can you be a little more careful? Suddenly, Dushuan wiggled closer to Zhang Yuan, rubbing against him. Xiao Tian saw this and piped up, "Feng Geije, it really seems to like you." But Zhang Yuan glared at it and snapped. Scram! Dushuan flinched in fear, then immediately scurried back to Xiaoling, whimpering pitifully. Why? Why? Xiaoling quickly interjected, "Feng Geije, don't be so harsh with it. Look, it's really pitiful." Xiao Tian was again speechless. "Sis, that's enough already. We're finally home." Zhao Ling beamed, "Feng Geige, if Grandma knows you're not crazy anymore, she'll be absolutely thrilled. I'll tell Grandma to make you your absolute favorite leek cakes." Zhao Tian, standing next to her, also chimed in, Exactly, Feng Geige. You're not crazy anymore. Your return will definitely shock everyone." Suddenly, Zhang Yuan noticed something, and told everyone, "Hold on. There's a strange aura spreading throughout the village." Hearing that, the two siblings flinched and looked back. Then everyone carefully made their way in. Human trees were growing everywhere. Xiaoling gasped in terror. These are the human trees from the Tianlan sect." Xiao Tian, beside her, went pale. "No way, seriously." Suddenly, a tree that hadn't completely transformed yet spoke up. "Is that Xiaoling and Xiao Tian? You two are okay? That's wonderful." Hearing the voice, Xiao Tian looked up, then pointed towards it and cried out, "Grandpa Shenhu!" An old, withered face stammered out, "Run! Run now!" Before those two immortals come back," Xiao Tian asked. "What happened, Grandpa?" The old man then recalled that right after the two kids left, two immortals returned. This village doesn't have any young folks, and these old geezers can't even become Daio fruits. So like Senior Brother Wise said, we just gotta wipe them all out. Kinda wasteful though. How about we turn them into food instead? Who knows, maybe in a few days they'll even bear some actual fruit. Xiao Tian blurted out, "That's my grandma." The old woman closed her eyes and chuckled. "Hee Tai Ching Immortal Dao. Has the Immortal Dao come to pick me up?" And then she completely turned into a tree. Xiao Tian trembled from head to toe. Grandma, Xiaoling next to him couldn't hold back her tears. How could this happen? Zhang Yuan looked up and said, "Looks like they've completely lost their consciousness. They made their move after we left, so it has nothing to do with us escaping. You two shouldn't blame yourselves. Try to hold back your grief." Xiao Tian cried tears of bitter hatred, gritting his teeth and snarling, "Damn it, those damn bastards! These evil creeps are impersonating immortals, I swear, I'll personally." His eyes were bloodshot. He brought his hand to his mouth and bit it until it bled, mumbling an incantation. "Supreme Shangqing Immortal Dao, I offer my body as sacrifice, humbly begging the Immortal Dao to cast its gaze upon me." Seeing this, Zhang Yuan flicked his finger, cutting off Xiao Tian's actions, making him fall back. He then asked, "What are you trying to do?" Xiaoling rushed over to help him up, asking worriedly, "Your finger's bitten so bad the bone's showing." "What were you trying to do?" Zhang Yuan then asked. "Humbly begging the Immortal Dao. Is that the technique that old geezer taught you?" Recalling the monster that appeared to harvest Dao fruits, he mused inwardly, "Tai Ching, Shangqing, there's more than one of those things." Meanwhile, Xiaoling said, "Didn't you promise me you wouldn't practice these useless creepy things anymore?" Zhao Tian gritted his teeth. "But our grandma." Suddenly, two figures appeared right behind the three of them. Well. What a surprise. You old folks really are useless, huh? It's been almost 10 days, and none of you produced any Dadio fruits. Thought we wouldn't get anything, but who knew we'd stumble upon some pretty good merchandise, after all." Seeing the two of them, Zhao Tian grabbed a sturdy piece of wood. "It's you guys." He lunged at the two, yelling, "You guys did this, didn't you? Give me back my grandma." Xiaoling desperately tried to reach out and stop him. "No, Zhao Tian," swung his stick down, but the guy easily dodged and snatched the stick. He sneered contemptuously. "Just a bunch of mere brutes, daring to lay hands on us. You've got some serious guts, huh?" His hand transformed into a scythe, lunging towards Zhao Tian. "Looks like someone needs a proper lesson." His eyes gleamed maliciously. Losing an arm won't affect the Dao fruit's development anyway. But as he looked back, the arm he was stabbing down with had separated from his body. He opened his eyes wide in horror, then screamed in pain. The remaining one so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. On the other side, Zhang Yuan had just shaken his hand after using a sword to chop off the other guy's arm. His eyes coldly staring at these two. The remaining guy remembered the wanted poster. He recognized Zhang Yuan. His eyes were bloodshot with fear, and he stammered, You're the wanted guy that senior sister Jiang drew." With that, he used all his strength to turn and run. Over there, Zhao Tian was using his staff to beat the guy whose arm had just been chopped off. Venting his anger, Die, damn you! Zhao Ling worriedly ran over, calling out to Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian continued to beat him. Die, damn you, you animal bastards! Zhao Ling stopped him. That's enough, Zhao Tian. Meanwhile, the other guy was desperately trying to escape. He heard that this guy's strength was comparable to Senior Sister Jiang's at the Divine Sea Realm. What terrible luck! Even if Senior Brother Wei came, I'm afraid. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I'm here. What are you afraid of? The guy stopped when he heard that. Ah, Senior Brother Wei. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Blood splattering everywhere. Zhang Yuan and the three of them were shocked and looked over there, only to see someone suddenly appear. He looked disdainful. A bunch of useless guys, running away when things get tough. What good are you alive? He glanced at the three of them, then continued. And what kind of people are you? How dare you trespass on the territory of our Tianlan sect? His eyes suddenly widened. Wait a minute. At this moment he focused his eyes on Zhang Yuan, then excitedly laughed loudly. Yeah, I saw you in the portrait Jiang Ji drew. You must be the one who wrecked our Tianlan sect a few days ago. You're the one who killed my brother, right? Haha, what great luck, actually running into you here. Zhang Yuan frowned, thinking to himself, this guy is radiating thick, pure energy. He won't be easy to deal with. Thinking this, he said to Du Quan, Hey, you're called YY, right? Quickly take these two siblings and leave. Du Quan became excited when he heard Zhang Yuan say YY. Then it wrapped itself around the two siblings and quickly left. Zhao Tian was confused. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. Why are you listening to Crazy Feng? Du Quan was panting. Determined to complete the task, Zhao Ling worriedly called out, Feng Ji, over here. The guy spoke up. Jiang Ji couldn't catch you. So many people, and they let you escape. All of them are trash. With that, he used his own power. Upper Clarity Great Art. Heavenly Capital Idol. The earth and rocks beneath Zhang Yuan's feet immediately rose up, attacking him. Zhang Yuan nimbly dodged, thinking to himself, it seems that the disciples of Tianlan sect are most skilled in two kinds of magic, physical transformation and object manipulation. But the void creation that girl used before seems to be very rare. This guy's object manipulation magic is extraordinarily powerful, but the weakness of this magic is very obvious, so there's nothing to fear. Above, the guy created towering stone pillars. He stood on top of them himself, complaining, My brother and I grew up orphaned and begging. Our father starved to death and our mother froze to death, all so we could survive. My brother had no choice but to steal and rob, almost being beaten to death several times just to feed me. And you killed him. With that, he rushed down to attack Zhang Yuan, continuing, We had to risk our lives, using all our strength to grow up. We thought our lives would just go on like that. But by chance, we were caught and brought to Tianlan sect. We were just seeds, never imagining that we would have the talent for cultivation, and so we became cultivators. Not only that, but I also had outstanding aptitude, step by step becoming an inner disciple. From then on, my brother and I could get anything we wanted. We thought everything was starting to become so beautiful. He teared up. All this hatred is because of you, you bastard. My brother only experienced a few months of good days. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, then he jumped high up. And at the position he was just standing, a fireball struck, creating an explosion. Zhang Yuan used his hand as a sword and struck wildly. He slashed out a sword chi technique, and instantly the guy was cut in two, then fell straight down. Zhang Yuan soared in the air on his sword, looking in that direction, worshipping evil, eating mortals, and that's how you want to live well. Suddenly, from below, a stone pillar shot toward him, and he quickly dodged. Below, the guy slowly stood up, laughing loudly. Haha, why shouldn't eating people deserve to live well? You know, in this world there are some people even more terrifying than those who eat people. Zhang Yuan's eyes were cold. That sword chi just now clearly hit him. How could this be? The guy cracked his knuckles, laughing smugly. Haha, this is what we call the imperishable physique. Did you really think all I know is the Heaven's Idol? The Heaven's Idol is just a divine sense stage technique. A basic spell granted to us by the immortal Dao. When we reach the divine ocean realm, we can hear many voices from the immortal Dao and awaken even more powerful spells. My imperishable physique is indestructible. Nothing in this world can harm me. But speaking of this, I just told you about the bond between us brothers, and you show absolutely no remorse. I'm gonna tear you into a million pieces and avenge my big bro. Elsewhere, Du Quan had already brought the two siblings here to escape. Xiao Tian yelled angrily, You, take me back. I have to fight that scumbag to the death. Du Quan could only groan in response. Xiao Tian rushed over and grabbed Du Quan. That guy was the one who massacred our village. Hurry, take me back, Xiao Ling frowned. Stop making a fuss, little bro. There's nothing we can do right now. If we go back, we'll only cause trouble for Brother Feng, Grandma, and everyone in the village ended up like this. Of course, I'm sad too, but I don't want to lose you too. It's just the two of us left, so don't do anything foolish. You still have your big sis, right? Zhao Tian choked up. But I can't just accept this. Xiao Ling comforted him. It's okay, Brother Feng will definitely avenge us, Xiao Tian gritted his teeth. But I really want to kill that villain with my own hands. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan kept dodging the guy's attacks. Then he used sword queel to slash at him. He opened his hand, and the sword immediately flew back to him from mid-air. He thrust the sword straight into the guy, but it didn't cause him any harm at all. The guy laughed smugly. Haha, what a futile effort. He confidently grabbed Zhang Yuan's sword, saying, doesn't hurt, doesn't even itch. Without this sword, you can't just fly around recklessly anymore, right? Then he used his power to make the earth and rocks start constricting Zhang Yuan. Watching his body being tightly bound by the earth and rocks, Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth, thinking, this is bad, I was too careless. I originally wanted to give those siblings enough time to escape far away. Before he could even finish his thought, the guy lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch straight to his chest. Immediately, he coughed up blood and was gravely injured. The other guy laughed loudly in triumph, ha ha ha, buzzing around like a fly. And finally, I've caught you. You're nothing special, just a good-for-nothing like Jiang Ji who only knows how to hype things up. Zhang Yuan's eyes turned cold. This guy's imperishable physique is incredibly tough. At least chi refining stage techniques won't be able to harm him. Before, I etched a self-detonating formation onto the soul-devouring golden sword, which has the self-destructing power equivalent to a full-force blow from an early Foundation establishment cultivator. But the distance is too close. I won't be able to escape the effects. I originally wanted to get away, but now I'm trapped. No choice. I'll just have to risk it all. The guy held Zhang Yuan's sword in his hand. The sect has a bounty on you, ordering you to be brought back alive, but too bad you ran into me. Now die to avenge my brother. With that, he lunged forward with the sword. Zhang Yuan secretly yelled, explode! But suddenly his body was affected by something. When the sword struck, it couldn't pierce through Zhang Yuan's body. The guy stared in shock, as Zhang Yuan muttered, Supreme Clarity Immortal Art. Heaven's idol. The earth and rocks that had trapped Zhang Yuan dissolved, and his oppressive aura blasted the guy straight away. He stammered in fear. This is the imperishable physique and the heaven's idol. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's body was hovering in mid-air, his eyes lifeless, with black, vital energy seeping out of them. The guy looked at Zhang Yuan, bewildered and scared. The heaven's idol and the imperishable physique. You're not one of my sect's people, so how can you possess both of these abilities? Are you mimicking me? Zhang Yuan raised his hand, and the guy immediately got angry. So you're using my own techniques against me. Copying others' abilities is rare, but it's nothing special either. The heaven's idol you're using can't even compare to a fraction of mine in power. But before he could finish, he blurted out, huh. His eyes widened, scene change. The two siblings were running through the forest, step by step. Xiao Yuan stopped, panting, and called out, sis, 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 wait for me. Xiao Ling turned back looking worried. How about you wait here for me, Xiao Tian? There was a really loud noise just now. I'll go take a peek and see what's up. Xiao Tian straight up refused. No way, how could I let you go alone? It's all because of this damn water ball, so stubborn and won't take us back, Xiao Ling started to say. But, before she could finish, she spotted a familiar figure strolling towards them. She exclaimed happily. Ah, Brother Feng. Yu Quan next to her also piped up, yay. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was anxiously replaying the scene from earlier in his head, thinking, so, it's the fault of the refined, pure chi. My body was totally out of control, and I even used that person's abilities. Could it be a cultivation error? Xiao Ling worriedly ran over and asked, Brother Feng, are you okay? Just then, Xiao Tian also dashed over. What about that jerk who screwed over our village? Zhang Yuan hesitated a bit. That guy's pinned under a pile of rocks. I wasn't strong enough to break that huge boulder, so I couldn't check if he's alive or dead. Xiao Tian gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard could still be alive, Xiao Ling fretted. Do you think he'll come after us? Zhang Yuan replied. Even if he isn't dead, he's definitely badly injured or unconscious. I waited a long while and didn't see any movement before I left. For now, we don't have to worry too much. The village is buried, so don't go back for the villagers' funerals. I promise to protect Xiao Ling. Since you two have nowhere else to go, stick with me for now. I'll find a safe place for you both. Xiao Tian frowned, saying nothing. Xiao Ling instead asked, Brother Feng, where are we going now? Zhang Yuan picked a spot to sit down. Right now, my magical power's all used up. After I recover a bit, we'll leave immediately. First, let the water ball find the closest town. I need to go there to find some medicinal herbs. Yu Quan squealed excitedly. It means the water ball. Zhao Ling replied. Okay, Brother Feng, you rest first. I'll help you mend your clothes later. Zhang Yuan was still worried, thinking, I've only been in this world for a few days, and I still don't understand why I failed to advance. On the contrary, countless weird things keep happening, and there's also the problem with myself. The urgent thing now is to quickly break through to Foundation establishment and see what kind of problem I've actually run into. Not long after, in Willow City, a white cat was sitting, grooming itself. Suddenly, a child with an evil grin crept up behind it with a stick, cackled, and quickly swung down, snapping the stick in two. The cat was startled and jumped up. The kids got angry. It ran away, you idiot. Damn it, I should have done it. You're so useless. Chase it. I want to smash its head. Don't kill it right away. I want to play with it slowly, haha. With that, the group of kids quickly chased after it. From above, someone had been watching the kids' actions the whole time. It was a scarred man with a sword at his hip. He asked the person behind him, Magistrate Liu, is the incident in the city you spoke of, these kids torturing a cat? The magistrate replied respectfully, Lord Chen, it's not just that. He began to recount. This month, there have been a series of assault cases in the city, causing many injuries and deaths. The perpetrators of these cases are all children who haven't come of age yet. Each one is filled with evil energy, and they have no purpose but just randomly attack innocent people. At first, I thought they were just isolated cases, but then such cases became more and more frequent. Currently, the Yamen is holding dozens of children like this. Recently, the number of such children in the city has been increasing. From torturing cats to attacking passers-by, the people in the city are living in fear, wondering if their children have been possessed by evil spirits. In the past few days, children have been committing crimes every day. This humble official really has no way to solve it. The scarred man then asked, So you suspect this is caused by some supernatural phenomenon and that's why you reported it? The magistrate replied. That's right, I implore Lord Chen to save the children of Willow City. The scarred man furrowed his brow in thought upon hearing this. In the forest outside Willow City, Zhang Yuan and his group had been led there by Waterball. Zhang Yuan spoke up and asked Waterball, Willow City, is this the closest county seat within 100 miles? Waterball nodded repeatedly to show that it was true, Zhang Yuan thought to himself. It looks pretty prosperous. Hopefully I can find some medicinal herbs to refine a Foundation establishment pill. Inside the city, people were busily walking around, making the place bustling and noisy. Xiaoling's eyes lit up. So this is what a county seat is like, Xiaotian. Look, it's like what Uncle Shen Hu, who used to visit the county seat, said at home. Xiaotian responded indifferently. What's so great about it? It's all just useless things of mortals. Zhang Yuan looked at the withered beggar on the side of the road, thinking. Entering the city, I didn't see any fancy shops or restaurants, but instead encountered vagrants and poor people everywhere. It seems like the commercial circulation here is stagnant. I wonder if I can find the medicinal herbs I need in the pharmacies. Then, he went to a pharmacy, and the shopkeeper's voice rang out. You said you wanted 100-year spirit herbs. Zhang Yuan replied. That's right, the complete spirit herbs that are 100 years old or older, bring them all out, the shopkeeper asked. Do you have a prescription, customer, so I can? Before he could finish, Zhang Yuan interrupted. No need for a prescription, just bring them all out. I'll pick them myself. The shopkeeper looked troubled. Customer, you're not here to cause trouble, are you? Zhao Tian beside him said unhappily. Hey, don't look down on people like that. My brother has a lot of money. I told you to take them out, so just take them out. The shopkeeper was sweating. Customer, don't be angry. Who's he? Go get them. In his heart he sneered. These guys. At first the leader looked decent enough. Who knew he'd ask for 100-year spirit herbs as soon as he opened his mouth? Such a big tone. Not many families in this city can afford a 100-year spirit herb. The herbs in the stock have been stored for many years. When the time comes, you'll just look but not buy. I'll let you, a country bumpkin, know what's what. A moment later, the herbs were laid out, and a strong medicinal aroma filled the air. Zhang Yuan picked up a plant and brought it to his nose to smell. He was secretly amazed, thinking, this plant is mild, replenishes vital energy, detoxifies and relieves diarrhea. It can replace the auxiliary herb Bai Mo Cow in the Foundation establishment pill. I can't believe I found 3 substitute medicinal materials in such a small pharmacy. It's unimaginable. Moreover, they're all 100-year-old spirit herbs with strong medicinal properties. The shopkeeper looked at him and asked, So what do you fancy, customer? Zhang Yuan replied without hesitation. I'll buy all the spirit herbs on the table. Wrap them all up for me. The shopkeeper was shocked. Customer, you're not kidding, are you? These 100-year-old spirit herbs altogether must be close to 20,000 taels. Are you sure? Xiao Tian, upon hearing the price, opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, What? 20,000 taels? 20,000 taels is enough to buy this whole street? You con artist? Are you trying to rip us off? The shopkeeper got angry. You're just a country bumpkin. I've been putting up with you for a while. I think you're just here to cause trouble. Before Hu Zihu could finish his sentence, Zhang Yuan took out 2 gold ingots and placed them on the table, saying, "Keep the change." Then, he took all the herbs and left. The shopkeeper happily saw him off. "Oh, customer, come again next time," Xiao Tian, still unwilling to give up, turned back and cursed. "The hell I will, you damn con artist." Zhang Yuan thought to himself, this world's emphasis on humanity isn't developed. They don't seem to value the Tao of alchemy. Otherwise, these spirit herbs would be rare items, fought over by low-level cultivators in the cultivation world. I got a lot of gold from that guy. It should be enough to buy the ingredients to refine the foundation establishment pill. Xiao Tian was still grumbling. That fat old guy was such a con artist. He dared to sell a bunch of trash herbs for 20,000 taels, Xiao Ling advised. It's Fengega's money. He has his own reasons. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's eyes turned to one side. On this side, Xiao Tian was still saying, "It's just medicinal herbs. How can they be sold for so much?" Here, a scarred man was patrolling with another person, when suddenly the white-haired man narrowed his eyes. His eyes were focused on Zhang Yuan and his group. The man turned around and asked, "Kongqi, what's wrong?" Kongqi replied, "That guy from earlier has a scent of pure qi on him." Chen Ti, afraid that something would happen, stopped him. "I know you hate Taiqing cultivators, but we have other tasks to do right now. We shouldn't cause trouble in the city. I heard that the Tianlan sect has a village of mortals that they raise. They probably won't attack the common people here. At most, it's just some sensory realm lackeys. But let him go." Kong Chi snorted coldly. HMPH. Consider him lucky. Zhang Yuan glared coldly at Chen Tai's group, thinking, 2 immortal cultivators. The one on the left has pure qi radiating from his body. Is he from the government? Could it be that the government is also colluding with Taiqing cultivators? I originally wanted to associate with local cultivators, but forget it. Let's focus on the foundation establishment pill first. Afterwards, Zhang Yuan and the 2 siblings went to another pharmacy to collect medicinal materials. Wait a moment, customer. We have other precious medicinal materials here. Our Tian Bu Shui general has the oldest age in the entire Liu's house city. Holding the bag of medicinal materials in his hand, Zhang Yuan thought to himself, all the auxiliary medicines are here, but the main medicine can only be replaced by the medicinal properties of the Tian Bu Shui Gen. I've been to several pharmacies in the city, but the oldest one is only over 40 years old. Although it's much better than expected, I can only go to a larger prefecture city to find it next. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind him. This young brother seems to be looking for a long year Tian Bu Shui Gen, right? An old beggar stepped forward with a smile. He. This kind of Tian Bu Shu Gen likes yang and dislikes yin, so they all grow in easy-to-see places, and are often picked casually by passers-by. Plants older than 10 years are already rare. But Zhang Yuan glanced at the old man. I only need one that's over 100 years old. The old beggar laughed. Ha, isn't that just a coincidence? This old man just happens to have 100-year-old Tian Bu Shu Gen. Zhao Tian next to him questioned in a low voice. Old man, liars live longer. The old beggar angrily pointed at Zhao Tian and cursed. What are you saying, you stinky brat? Do you know how to respect the elderly? Zhao Tian, not to be outdone, put his hands on his hips and cursed back. Isn't it true? Just now, a plant that was just over 40 years old in that pharmacy was selling for 30 taels. Looking at your appearance, you say you have a 100-year-old plant. Who are you trying to fool? Knowing that he was at a disadvantage, the old beggar reached into his coat and took out the Tian Bu Shui Gen. Okay, this old man will let you brat broaden your horizons. A red ginseng-like tuber was taken out by the old beggar. Look, Zhao Tian gasped. Zhang Yuan picked it up and observed it, confirming. That's right, the Tian Bu Shu Gen grows half an inch every 10 years, and this branch has exceeded 100 years. The old beggar was smug. How is it? Do you have anything else to say, you stinky brat? Zhao Tian was still suspicious. HMPH, you didn't steal it, did you? The old beggar was furious. Shameless little brat, speaking nonsense. This old man is from a medicinal family, Zhang Yuan next to him spoke. I want it, name your price. The old beggar grinned. Hey, I mean, 300 taels. Zhao Tian couldn't help but exclaim when he heard the sky-high price. What? Are you crazy? Do you want to rob us? 300 taels is enough to buy our whole village? But Zhang Yuan directly gave the old beggar 3 gold ingots, replying without hesitation. Okay. The old beggar couldn't restrain his joy. "Ai, this young brother is really generous." Seeing that Zhang Yuan had finished buying the item and was about to leave, Xiao Tian was a little unwilling. "Ah, are we just leaving like this?" the old beggar said happily. "Go slowly, young brother, haha. It's a good thing I kept it before. That shopkeeper was only willing to pay 50 taels. Xiao Tian followed Zhang Yuan and left, but he was still resentful in his heart, looking at the old man's smug appearance, and was sure that they had lost a lot. Feng Zge. Gage didn't even bargain. What does it have to do with you? This is Feng Gage's money. Besides, he seems to be very happy. Zhao Ling next to him did not think so. Zhang Yuan was secretly overjoyed. The spiritual resources of this world are richer than I imagined. From now on, I don't have to worry about elixirs anymore. Okay, I have to immediately find a quiet place to refine the foundation establishment pill. At some inn, a voice rang out. Sir Chen, Elder Lin, and another immortal elder are waiting for you. Then shopkeeper Uati directed inside. Sir Chen, please invite the two immortal elders. Sir Chen is here. Inside were a man and a woman sitting. Chen Tai hurried over, looking apologetic. Sorry to keep you both waiting. You must be the envoy from Willow Cloud City, right? The man stood up and replied, That's right, Li Changshu, at your service. I've admired the Great Blade Devil for a long time. Li Changshu gestured towards the woman and introduced. This Dao friend was also sent by the sect. Dao friend Qin Shengnan from the Jade Clarity sect. Qin Shengnan coldly said, I've heard of you. Suddenly, Li Changshu covered his nose. The stench of Qing Qi. Why did Lord Chen bring a rogue Tai Ching cultivator here? From Qi angrily tried to attack Li Changshu. What did you say, you sickly ghost? Seeing this, Chen Tai stopped him. From Chiu, don't be rude. Then he said, Lord Li misunderstood. From Chiu was deceived and raised by the Tai Ching sect since he was a child. A few years ago, the whole village was considered a seed. Only he had the qualifications to cultivate Tai Ching, so he was forced to eat the Dao fruit. But his will is strong, and his nature is not bewitched by the Tai Ching's will. He ran away from the Tai Ching sect by himself, then met me, and was taken in by me. He hates the Tai Ching sect even more than we do. Li Changshu asked suspiciously. Oh, but shouldn't Tai Ching cultivators use Dao fruits to suppress the Tai Ching will? He, Chen Tai, sighed and explained. He can only maintain it by taking soul-extinguishing pills to suppress it, but because of this, his lifespan is shortened quickly, and he also suffers physical torment frequently. Hearing this, Li Changshu understood everything. Soul-extinguishing pills. To think you use this. I misspoke earlier. Please don't blame me, little brother. Please, both of you, sit down. From Chu angrily snorted, then turned and left. Li Changshu rubbed his chin and said, Let's talk about serious matters. Currently, the personalities of the children in Willow Cloud City have suddenly changed. I've checked it many times, and it's definitely not a normal phenomenon. The situation in the city is getting more and more serious. I really couldn't find the reason, so I had no choice but to report it and invite you two here. Have you noticed anything in the past 2 days? Chen Tai then said, Today I patrolled the city for a round. There are indeed many children doing evil everywhere in the city, although it cannot be determined whether it was done by demonic cultivators or the strange and uncanny, but I currently have a hunch, and local yamen runners need to cooperate with us to investigate. Li Changshu looked at Chen Tai and said, That's for certain. You already have a clue so quickly. Lord Chen deserves to be someone from the patrol unit. In that case, I suggest that Lord Chen take charge of this matter, and the two of us will assist. Dao friend Qin, what do you think? Qin Shengnan still had a cold look. No problem. You decide, and I'll do my best. Hearing this, Li Changshu said, Then please, Lord Chen, state your hunch. Scene changes to the next day. Zhao Tian woke up with a long yawn. Feng Zge rented a furnace. What's he doing in there? He's been in there alone since last night. Xiao Ling replied, I don't know, but he told us to keep watch and not let anyone in. It must be something very important. Xiao Tian sighed and complained. Hi, I thought that after entering the city, I could finally sleep on a bed, but I ended up lying here for the whole night. Xiao Ling reminded. Don't complain anymore. Feng Jie's business is more important. Inside, Zhang Yuan was actively refining foundation establishment pills. His hands were constantly controlling the flames, completely removing impurities, fully dissolving the medicinal properties. Next, condense for me. Then, glittering pills appeared. Looking at these pills, Zhang Yuan judged them to be very good. He successfully refined 10 pills, all of which were top grade. As I predicted, These substitute medicinal materials can create pills with 9/10 of the medicinal properties of the original Foundation Establishment pill through different refining methods. With my 6th grade alchemist ability, the difficulty of refining 3rd grade Foundation Establishment pills is not great, but I still need to find a cauldron for refining pills later. I originally wanted to go outside the city and open a dongfu to refine pills myself, but I didn't expect to find this furnace. The walls of the furnace are thick enough, and the movement of refining pills is completely isolated inside. Not bad, why not swallow the pills and break through here? Countless incantations and cultivation methods appeared in his mind. He thought to himself, then I have to decide on a main cultivation method. In my previous life, I mainly cultivated the Heavenly Origin Divine Array Sword Manual. This cultivation method is extremely powerful and can be used to arrange various sword formations to kill enemies beyond his level, but today it seems that this world is extremely strange and not suitable for using that cultivation method. I have countless top-level cultivation methods from my previous life in my head, but more than half of them have strict requirements for cultivation. My current body has 3 spiritual roots: gold, earth, and wood. I need to find the most suitable cultivation method. It's decided. Thinking of this, he put the Foundation Establishment pill into his mouth. Outside, Zhao Tian said boredly, "It's so boring here, really boring. There's nothing interesting like in the city." "When will Feng Ziyi come out?" Zhao Ling next to him replied. "Feng Ziyi gave us a lot of money. Why don't you go out for a round to relieve your boredom?" Zhao Tian then said he wouldn't go. "What's there to play in this crappy place?" Xiao Ling thought about something and said again, "Xiao Tian, I know you're very uncomfortable. These past 2 days, you've always wanted to use anger to hide it. Since we were very young, our parents were taken to the Heavenly Azure Sect. We were raised by our grandmother. The village and grandmother had an accident. It's difficult for me to accept it all at once, but every time I think about the fact that I still have you and Feng Ziyi, I regain my spirits. In this world, it's already lucky that I still have family." Hearing this, Zhao Tian could only remain silent. Xiao Ling said again, "Grandmother is gone, but don't forget that you still have me, your older sister is here, and I will definitely not abandon you alone, so Xiao Tian don't." Xiao Tian couldn't restrain his emotions when he heard this, and slammed his fist on the table, and stood up. "I'm not doing it because of that." Zhao Ling called worriedly, "Zhao Tian." Xiao Tian left with a dark face. "I'm going out for a walk. I'll be back before dark." Xiao Ling anxiously wanted to stop him. Zhao Tian, on the street, Zhao Tian angrily kicked the pebbles blocking his path and cursed, "Damn it!" He felt annoyed in his heart. First it was the fatty Erhu gang, then the adults in the village, and finally grandmother. Each of them suddenly and inexplicably disappeared. This feeling of helplessness is really depressing. If only I had the ability like Feng Ziyi. Suddenly from behind, Zhao Tian saw a kid holding a big axe with a sinister smile and smashed it at him. Zhao Tian didn't even have time to react before one of them smashed him right on the head, and he cried out in pain. Ugh! Blood started flowing down his head, and the kids ran out from inside, super excited. "Ha ha! Knocked him down. We did it. This is the first time we've caught a live one. Those morons are always bragging about crippling an old lady. Ha ha! Today we're gonna straight up smash one to death and see if they dare brag anymore. Then let me give him the final blow. I caught him, so I should be the one to do it." At this moment, Xiao Tian was starting to feel dizzy. "Ugh! Big sister." That kid grabbed his hammer and jumped up, ready to smash it down. "Heh, let me see if this hammer can smash your head into pieces." Xiao Tian glanced at the kid but was powerless to do anything. Suddenly, the old beggar who sold Zhang Yuan the medicine appeared and blocked the blow for Zhao Tian. The kids panicked when they saw him. "Huh? Ah, it's an adult!" the old beggar angrily shouted. "You little brats, you trying to kill someone." The kids turned tail and ran away in fear. "Run, damn old beggar, ruining my good deed, just you wait." The old beggar stood up and chased after the kids, not forgetting to threaten them. "What did you say? Now get lost." After chasing the kids away, his body started to tremble in pain. Ugh, heavens, why are these kids so vicious? At this moment, Zhao Tian's vision was starting to blur. The old beggar saw this and asked anxiously, "How are you, kid? Could it be, over here?" Chen Tai and Shu Qiao were leading a group of soldiers to investigate. Shu Qiao spoke. "Lord Chen, are we really only searching the library in the city today, as you said? Even though you said yesterday that the children's temperament in this city has changed a lot, the reason is most likely in the library or private schools. But is the scope suddenly narrowed like this? Are we really not going to search elsewhere?" Chen Tai explained. "Liu Zhao is poor. Children usually don't go out. Other than schools, where else can they come into contact with? Yesterday, I asked the magistrate to make statistics. All the children who committed crimes were of the age to enter school, and some of the same age who hadn't gone to school had no problems. If this weirdness is a curse, then it will usually occur in a fixed location, so there must be something suspicious in the school. But if it is a demonic cultivator, then the only option is to search the entire city. Hearing this, Zhu Qiu understood. Is that so? I hope it's not man-made. He remembered the two Li Changshao from the other day and asked, "Oh right, Lord Chen reminded me. Where did your two colleagues from yesterday come from? One was clearly a cultivator but also sick, and the other was sullen and arrogant as hell." Chen Tai immediately corrected. "Chu Wei, you must have misunderstood Lord Qin." Then he began to explain. "She is a cultivator of the Yiqing sect, so it's normal to have a different temperament from ordinary people." Xu Chunwei still didn't understand, and asked, "Yiqing cultivator, which sect is that? Is it related to the Taiqing sect?" Chen Tai said what he knew. To talk about the relationship, their beliefs are the Taiqing Immortal Lord and the Yuqing Immortal Lord, plus the Shangqing Immortal Lord, combined into the three pure ones. However, there is no connection between the sects that believe in these three immortal lords. It can even be said that they are completely different. The Taiqing sect that you are familiar with uses planting trees on people and sacrificing Dao fruits to cultivate, which is completely a demonic cultivator behavior. Although their cultivation is generally not high, the number is so large that they are rampant everywhere like locusts, killing them endlessly and not being able to get rid of them. But the Yinqing sect that Lord Qin worships is different. It is the orthodox way recognized by the Qing kingdom, and the Yinqing sect's way of cultivation is to abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Therefore, it is reasonable for Lord Qin to often be a little indifferent. At this moment, Si Chu understood everything. Is that so? Abandoning the 7 emotions and 6 desires? Then, my lord, what is the Shangqing sect? Suddenly a person came forward to report. Reporting, my lord, we've arrived. This is the Bai family's library. Chen Ti said to Xu Qiwan, I'll popularize it for you when I have time. Now we have to do the main thing first. Then he and the others stepped inside. Upon entering the library, Chen Tai ordered, Search carefully. Don't miss any corner. A person next to him pointed to the white-robed man lying down and introduced, Sir, this is the owner of the library, Bai Xiansheng. He saw someone coming and sat up, saying, Oh my lord, what brings you to this humble library of mine? Chen Tai looked at him coldly. Recently, a suspect escaped. I hope, Mr. Bai will cooperate with our investigation. The white-robed man looked at Chen Tai worriedly, stammering, suspect. In another place, after a period of unconsciousness, Xiao Tian woke up at this time. He held his head and cried out with a questioning voice, where is this? The old beggar was cooking something, and said, Woke up. Xiao Tian was startled when he saw the old beggar. Old beggar. The old beggar turned around and scolded angrily. This brat has no manners at all. I just saved your life. Xiao Tian, upon hearing this, immediately recalled the scene of the old beggar taking a blow for him. He worriedly asked the old man, So are you all right? With your old bones? Wouldn't taking that hit cost you half your life? The old beggar yelled, Shut your trap, go home and learn how to talk to old folks. Xiao Tian felt a pang of sadness as the old beggar mentioned home. With a touch of melancholy, he replied, I don't have one. The old beggar knew this was common. He continued his work, saying, Isn't that normal? How many people in this world have a home anyway? Don't you have a senior brother and a senior sister? Be content. All right, the back of your head isn't too bad. Just take some medicine and you'll be fine in a few days. My food's ready, Scram. There's none for you. Zhao Tian was puzzled. What's that weird smell? When he saw what was in the pot, Zhao Tian couldn't help but exclaim, This is just rice water. You're actually eating this. Didn't you just get 300 taels of gold from my brother Feng Zi? The old beggar didn't hide it, saying, I spent it all. Zhao Tian was startled. You ate it all. That's 300 taels. Or did you gamble it all away? The old beggar angrily chased Zhao Tian out. You're so annoying. This stinky brat doesn't know how to talk. Get lost. Xiao Tian rubbed his shoulder, wincing, then looked back at the old beggar and said, This crazy old man still got some strength, getting all riled up, afraid I'll steal your bowl of rice water. Fine, I'm leaving. But as he looked around, he wondered, Where is this place anyway? Back at the library, Chen Tai asked the man in white, Is the only teacher in this library you, sir? That's really hard work. The man in white replied, Not at all. Educating people is the duty of a student. Why would it be hard work? Chen Tai, upon hearing this, praised, Not bad, sir. You truly make Pang Yu Tai, this humble one, admire your elegant demeanor. The man in white respectfully responded, You flatter me, sir. Chen Tai then asked, I heard that Bai Xiansheng isn't from Liu Zhao. The man in white, seemingly prepared, replied, "This humble student is from Yuzhou, and only came to Liuzhou City half a year ago to be a teacher." Chen Tai clicked his tongue. "Yuzhou, really? Really? It must not have been easy for a scholar like you, but Bai Xiansheng is certainly well off, to be able to buy such a large courtyard." The man in white laughed. "Not at all, it's just rented. I sold my ancestral properties in Yuzhou to get enough money to rent it." Suddenly, Chen Tai's brow furrowed. "Oh really? But doesn't Yuzhou have the Qimeng tongue? It can't be easy for a Zhukai like you to get into a fuzi. Why would you travel thousands of miles to Liuzhou?" The man in white seemed worried and replied, "Ah, Qimeng tongue, are you mistaken, sir? I've never heard of that place in Yuzhou. Could it be that they built it in the half year since I left?" Chen Tai then closed his eyes and replied, "Oh, then I must have remembered wrong." At this moment, Shu Qi walked over and called, "Lord Chen." Chen Tai asked, "Any clues?" Shu Qi whispered into Chen Tai's ear, "Nothing unusual has been found in the library for the time being, but—" Chen Tai suddenly shouted, "What?" He then swung his claw towards the man in white, yelling in front of the surprised Zhu Qi Kui, "You really do have a problem." The man in white feigned fear and screamed, "Ah, please spare me, sir." Chen Tai's hand also stopped. Shu Qi Chu didn't understand and called out, Lord Chen." The man in white still looked terrified. "Ah, sir, is there some misunderstanding? I'm being framed." Chen Tai then returned to his normal expression and said, "I apologize, Bai Xiansheng. That was just a test. I hope you can forgive me. Being tasked with this mission, I really have to be careful, but it seems there's nothing wrong with Bai Xiansheng here." The man in white was sweating. Rintis. Chen Tai then said, "Not only have I disturbed you today, but I've also injured you, sir. Another day, Chen will come to your door to apologize." The man in white replied, I wouldn't dare. Cooperating with you, sir, on this case is important, I understand." Hearing this, Chen Tai ordered the other officers, "Withdraw, we're going elsewhere." The officers replied in unison. "Got it," Zhu Shiqi followed behind, Chen Tai said, a bit flustered. "Sir, next time before you test someone, please give us a heads up. I almost made a move just now." The white-robed guy cupped his hands and bowed. "Farewell, esteemed sirs. May your journey be smooth." Before he could even finish, Chen Ti, quick as lightning, unsheathed his blade, and with one clean stroke, he lopped off the white-robed guy's head. Shu Qiu was astonished. Again, he stammered, Sir Chen, what's with the sudden—" Chen Tai cut him off, saying, "Jia er suo ji isn't a compliment. It's a line from the poetry and literature that even a Tongsheng needs to study, used to mock others." The scholar was spouting nonsense. Xiao Ju was still confused. "You suspected him all along." "So, those tests earlier were," Chen Tai replied, "just to lower his guard. After all, if he's a devil, it's best to strike a fatal blow." At that moment, the white-robed figure parasitized a government official. The man, his body contorting, stuttered. So, that's how it is. The possessed man, still alive, desperately looked at Chen Tai for help. Help! Another head began to sprout from his body. "Looks like I need to read a few more books in my free time." But the people on Chen Tai's side screamed in terror. Knew what's happening to him. The body completely transformed into the white-robed guy's form. Chen Tai shouted a warning. "Be careful, this guy's a weird one." The white-robed guy smirked, cracking his neck. "I didn't expect to be discovered so easily." His eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Then I can't let you lot survive." He lunged forward, aiming to attack someone with a savage grin. "Let's start with you," Chen Tai roared. "Get back, do not retaliate." But fear took over, and the man swung his sword, unleashing a strike. Unexpectedly, the white-robed guy was sliced in half. Everyone was stunned. The previously terrified man said, "That was Quiweek." Chen Tai, grave and worried, gripped his sword hilt, ready for battle, and loudly warned, "Stay alert. Anyone who notices anything, immediately get away." His gaze was sharp as he scanned the surroundings. He let himself be cut on purpose. Guayi don't just die. Even if you destroy or kill them, they'll reappear in some unpredictable way. His way of regeneration might be using living people as replacements to revive. Everyone there became extra cautious. Chen Tai continued, "We can't attack him, or we'll just be destroying each other," Shu Qi asked worriedly. "So are we just going to take a beating?" The terrified official stammered. "There's more to it than that," Chen Tai frowned. "When he reappears, you guys stay away, I'll deal with him." After observing for a while nothing happened, Zhu Qiu asked doubtfully, "Sir, it's been a while. He still hasn't revived." Chen Tai grunted in agreement. He discovered something and got annoyed. "We've been tricked. he escaped. Immediately inform Lord Li and Lord Xin about the situation, seal off the entire city, check every house, look for a humanoid ghost. Bai Xiangxing changed the scene back to Zhangyuan. Right now, he was in the crucial breakthrough phase, his whole body radiating purple energy. He thought to himself, everything is going smoothly. The Foundation Establishment pill has cleared all the spiritual meridians in my body. The Foundation Establishment cultivation method guides the pure energy to clear all the spiritual meridians in the body, instantly completing the greater circulation within my body. Foundation Establishment for me is like riding a horse. Easy, familiar, not difficult at all. Foundation Establishment complete. His eyes widened, and purple energy erupted from his body again. He was startled as he looked back at this purple energy, thinking to himself, the will of Tai Ching. Immediately he raised his hand, chanting a magic incantation, and said, you sensed my breakthrough. Once I succeed, you'll have no chance, so you're desperately fighting back at this moment. Quickly, he urged the formation of a minor profound heaven soul extinguishing array, he muttered. Struggling in despair, I've been prepared for you all along. I arranged the formation in advance. All the remaining low-grade formation flags have been used. This formation, even though it only has the power of the early Foundation Establishment stage, specializes in restraining divine consciousness, and it can completely eliminate your will with plenty to spare. The minor profound heaven soul extinguishing array began to suck the purple energy into the formation. Glancing at the purple energy gradually disappearing from his body, Zhang Yuan thought to himself, although I prepared in advance, this is truly the most crucial moment for me. If Yun Shen consumes this will, I won't just fail at Foundation Establishment, I'll definitely suffer a backlash. I hope that pair of siblings doesn't try to barge in during this time. Outside, Xiao Ling was still keeping watch, a worried look on her face. Suddenly, the shop owner's voice rang out. Little girl, is your brother still not out yet? Xiao Ling asked back. Ah, shopkeeper Fang, what's the matter? The shop owner then said, oh, it's like this. We suddenly got a rush order and need to speed up firing a batch of goods. We can't rent out our kiln anymore, so please tell your brother to come out quickly and help me out. Xiao Ling was shocked to hear this. How can this be? You told Feng Ji yesterday that you would rent it for 10 days. The shop owner then said. That's because there hasn't been any new business for you to rent recently. Now, it's finally difficult to get a deal. Please give it up. We only have 2 kilns, and 1 less kiln won't be enough to deliver the goods on time. After thinking about it, the shop owner said again. Oh well, I think it's better to talk to your brother directly. Xiao Ling panicked. What? No way. The shop owner ordered the workers next to him. You two, open the kiln. Xiao Ling anxiously ran to stop them. Wait, you can't open it, Feng Ji said. You absolutely can't open the kiln early. The shop owner saw her running to stop them and angrily pushed her away, scolding, Get out of the way, you're being a nuisance. At most, I'll return your money. Don't cause trouble for me. This batch of goods is very urgent. One of the workers asked the shop owner, Boss, the young man renting the kiln is still inside. What is he doing in there by himself? The shop owner replied, Who knows? Renting a kiln and then locking himself inside. What a weirdo. Then the shop owner ordered to open the kiln. Xiao Ling was pushed and felt painful. Her body trembled. When the group was about to open the kiln, Xiao Ling picked up a ceramic jar and threw it hard on the ground. Seeing this, the group was a little hesitant. Xiao Ling stepped forward with a firm gaze and shouted, You can't open it! The shop owner angrily yelled. How dare you? Do you know who protects this pottery kiln? You dare to smash my pottery. Break her hands. Xiao Ling still wasn't afraid and said, How dare you? Feng Ji is an immortal, you can't open the kiln. If you ruin Feng Ji's plans, can you take responsibility? Xiao Ling's eyes didn't show a hint of fear as she looked at this group of people. The group was a little hesitant when they heard about the immortal. Immortal? The shop owner didn't believe it at all. Nonsense. Immortal? I've never even met one in my whole life. How could he be that bumpkin brother of yours? Beat her up for me. One of the workers turned back and whispered, advising the shop owner. But boss, what if it's true? Didn't you say that young man was strange too? Which normal person would lock themselves in a kiln? The shop owner was a little worried when he heard this, and his face began to sweat. Then he turned to look at Xiao Ling and said, Forget it. I don't want to argue with a girl like you. I'll give you 1 more day. You must give up the kiln tomorrow. After saying that, he led his people away. At this time, only Xiao Ling was left. She bit her lip tightly. Then she burst into tears like a child, but the firmness from just now completely disappeared. I was so scared. Waha, Feng Ji, come out quickly. Xiao Tian also come back quickly. Outside the street, Xiao Tian was on his way back. He glanced at the constables who were patrolling. Then, He wondered suspiciously. What's going on? Why are there so many soldiers tonight? Suddenly, he bumped into someone and cried out in pain. Ouch! Chen Tai coldly glared at Xiao Tian and questioned. It was announced a long time ago that tonight is curfew. The whole city is locked down. Why are you still wandering around? Go home now. Xiao Tian looked at Chen Tai's stern face and stammered in fear. Yes. Then Xiao Tian quickly left. At this moment, Li Changshu walked over. Officer Chen, I've sent people to search the northern area of the city. There were no discoveries. Chen Ti saw Li Changshu and greeted him, Lord Li. Then he said, the eastern city area is almost searched too. Maybe that Mr. Bai escaped the city early on and is hiding somewhere. If he's a demonic cultivator, he's easy to deal with. But if he has strange abilities, he's really hard to deal with. Li Changshu sighed and said, at least we're not completely in the dark anymore. We have to thank Officer Chen for this. The reputation of the Moonsaber Patrol is well deserved. You discovered this oddity in just one day. Chen Tai frowned and replied, no, even if I didn't find him, I suspect he'd reveal himself anyway, Li Changshu asked doubtfully. What do you mean? Chen Tai explained. When I killed that ghoul during the day, it clearly could have revived a little further away and quietly left, but it chose to revive right in front of us, clearly revealing its ghoul identity, and then did nothing, directly offering itself up to die in order to escape. It's too abnormal. I suspect it may have other purposes. Li Changshu didn't think so. Perhaps Officer Chen is overthinking things. Even if a ghoul has intelligence, it's not necessarily that smart. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever heard of a ghoul being so lifelike. Although full of doubt, Chen Tai still nodded and replied, maybe so. It's also the first time I've encountered it. Even in Ghoul Suppression Town, I've never heard of such a ghoul. Li Changshu reassured him. Well, Officer Chen, don't worry. Even if it really escapes, it's fine. We'll be more at ease. Chen Tai, his face showing unease, said, yeah, hopefully I'm just overthinking it. In the forest outside the city, the white-robed figure appeared here with another monster. He gave a creepy smile and said, let's begin. At Xiao Xin Ward, the shop owner spoke up. Sir, it's this place. It was the shop owner who ran to report to the authorities. At this time, Zhu Chu and a group of people arrived. The shop owner said, that guy locked himself in the kiln. I found it strange, so I reported it to the government. His accomplices even said he was an immortal, threatening us. Zhu Qiwai asked doubtfully. An immortal? The shop owner pointed inside and continued. Look, sir, that's who she's talking about. The person inside is an immortal. When Xiao Ling saw the shop owner leading the authorities, she worriedly questioned, shop owner, didn't you say you'd give us another day? The shop owner scolded bitterly. Shut up! This is the real immortal. See if you still dare to pretend to be gods and ghosts in front of this true deity. Beside him, Xin Qiu widened his eyes, staring at Xiao Ling. Looking at her beautiful face, Xin Qiu blushed, falling in love at first sight. Seeing him say nothing, the shop owner asked again, Lord, what's wrong with you? Hearing this, Zhu Qiwa startled and replied, nothing, you said inside that kiln. Suddenly, Zhu Qiu noticed something inside the kiln. Streams of death energy emanated outwards. Zhu Qi recognized it, and exclaimed, Death Qi. He was so angry. They're the evil cultivators of the Grand Purity sect. There really are spies among us. What evil deeds are they hiding in there? Smash this kiln for me. Hearing this, Zhao Ling quickly stood in front of the kiln door, blocking it. Wait a moment. Feng Ji is still inside. He's not a bad guy. He has something important to do in there. Don't disturb him, please. Shu Qiu approached and said, Miss, step aside quickly. There's an evil cultivator in there, Xiao Ling retorted. That's not right. Feng Ji is inside. He's not an evil cultivator, Shu Qiu said again. I'm afraid you've been deceived. Step aside quickly. I'm doing this for your sake. Meanwhile, after wandering around and searching for a way, Xiao Tian finally returned. Phew. This street is so winding and hard to find, sis. I'm back. But the scene before him was Zhao Ling blocking the authorities from smashing the kiln. They can't smash it. Seeing this, Zhao Tian exclaimed, What? He angrily rushed over and shouted, You bastards, what are you doing? He charged into Shu Qiwan's group, punching one of them in the face and yelling, Release my sister! Shu Qiwan gritted his teeth in anger. Where did this little bastard come from? How dare you? Get lost. With that, he knocked Zhao Tian away. Zhao Ling called out worriedly. Xiao Tian was covered in injuries, but still gritted his teeth and said, This guy's hand is the same as those bastards from the Azure Sky Sect, you damn bastard. I'll fight you with my life. With that, he quickly got up again and rushed towards the authorities. Not far away, Li Changshu asked an official, You didn't discover anything in the North Street either. Then all of you can go back first. The official respectfully replied. Yes, Immortal Master Li. Suddenly, Li Changshu's eyes narrowed. Looking in one direction, death qi was soaring high in the sky there. Li Changshu gritted his teeth. The pure qi inside the furnace was churning. Zhang Yuan was still cultivating, his face showing a solemn expression. Outside the furnace, Zhao Tian hugged the legs of the two officers who were destroying the furnace and shouted, "You won't force me." Chiu used his ability to stretch out his arm, grabbing Zhao Tian's leg and pulling him away. "You little brat, you're obstructing official business and still protecting this Tai Ching demonic cultivator. Get lost now, or I'll really make a move." The official, whose leg was grabbed, also yelled impatiently, "Let go now!" Zhao Ling spoke up from her side. "Zhao Tian, you can't let go." Zhao Tian replied, "Don't worry, sis, I won't let go." The shop owner hid to the side and observed. He worriedly thought to himself, "No, can't be. Is the kid inside really an immortal? Otherwise I still..." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Li Changshu walk in. From Qi was still trying to talk to the two siblings. "You guys better stop." At this time he also noticed Li Changshu walking in. Li Changshu cleared his throat and said, "You really have guts." From Qi worriedly called out, "Lord Li." Li Changshu was angry at this time. His face darkened. Black gas flowed from his hand. It's the Tianlan sect again, daring to obstruct Liu Zhao. Xiao Ling at this time used her strength to shake off from Qiwei's arm and rushed towards Li Changshu, shouting, "Wait, please stop." She came in front of Li Changshu and said, "It must be a misunderstanding. My Feng Ji really isn't a Titan cultivator. We really escaped from the Tianlan sect. Waiting for him to come out can prove it." Li Changshu's eyes were cold. The pure qi is so dense, what else needs to be proven? No matter what relationship the person inside had with you before, once he steps into the Titan path, he will become a slave to the Dao fruit. You guys are just the seeds that he carries. Titan cultivators are even more terrifying than addicts. Xiao Ling closed her eyes tightly, determined to stop him. "It's not like that, please. Wait for my Feng Ji to come out. He has something very important inside. After he comes out, the misunderstanding can definitely be cleared." But before she could finish speaking, Li Changshu reached out and grabbed her neck. Both Si Ju and Xiao Tian were shocked by his actions. Li Changshu angrily said, "It seems you're still stubbornly insisting." Xiao Tian angrily wanted to rush to save Zhao Ling. "Let go of my sister, you bastard. When my Feng Ji comes out, he'll deal with you." An officer tried to hold Xiao Tian back and advised, "Calm down a bit. How dare you be disrespectful to Immortal Master Li?" From Qi also stepped forward to stop him. "Wait, Lord Li, she's just a mortal. Let her go." Li Changshu didn't think so. A mortal? No. She is a seed cultivated by a Titan cultivator. These seeds have been instilled with ideology since birth. Only when they truly witness the evil deeds of the immortals they worship will they awaken. Otherwise, they will never wake up. Liu Zhao often has many people who are deceived by seeds to the territory of Tianlan sect. These seeds are all mortals. It's difficult for us to detect. Moreover, they are the pawns of the Tianlan sect, and will foolishly think that they are helping the immortals save the people. Therefore, whenever I encounter stubborn seeds, I will kill them immediately. Otherwise, it will only bring disaster to the people of Liu Zhao. From Qiwa retorted, "Nonsense, she's only been deceived for a short time. Let her go, otherwise..." Before he could finish speaking, he was blown away by Li Changshu's shadow, then pressed to the ground and unable to get up. Li Changshu asked, "Otherwise what?" From Qiu looked at the shadow suspiciously. What is this?" Li Changshu on this side looked at Xiao Ling again and asked, "I'll give you one more chance. Can you stop me from opening the furnace wall?" Xiao Ling, with Li Changshu's hand squeezing, could only weakly utter each word, "No, can't be done." Inside the furnace, Zhang Yuan's body clearly showed the acupoints. The meridians were clear. Outside, after hearing Xiao Ling's answer, Li Changshu made up his mind. "Okay, it seems there's no saving you." Xiao Tian anxiously shouted, Wait a minute, you dare! Do you know who Feng Ji is? Stop, otherwise you will regret it." Inside at this time is the most important moment for Zhang Yuan. The meridians are directing spiritual power towards the center of the body to converge. Outside, Li Changshu's hand tightened more and more. Hearing Xiao Tian say that, he said, "Oh, how scary. Then I really want to learn a little." Then a murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Xiao Tian screamed, No, stop, I was wrong, I won't say it anymore, please don't." When Li Changshu's hand was about to crush Xiao Ling's throat, a loud voice rang out, "Stop." Inside, Zhang Yuan had completed his cultivation. Just then, a giant azure sword burst out of the smithy. Li Changshu was taken aback when he saw this sword. He quickly released Xiao Ling and dodged the sword. After regaining his balance, Li Changshu let out a soft groan. A small wound, inflicted by Zhang Yuan's sword, had appeared on his body. Zhang Yuan appeared as well. Looking towards him, Li Changshao said, "This strength, divine regret realm." Zhang Yuan held Zhao Ling in his arms, blood continuously spilling from her mouth, his voice filled with anger. "Taoist friend, why must you be so insistent? No matter what, you just had to think." His eyes turned ice cold as he continued, "That I am a demonic cultivator of the Tai Ching lineage." Seeing Zhang Yuan appear, Zhao Tian exclaimed excitedly, Feng Zig Yi." Zhao Ling's voice was weak. "So, sorry. Feng Ji Yi." Blood continued to flow from her mouth. Did I ruin your plans, brother?" Zhang Yuan replied. "No, thanks to the two of you, I successfully established my foundation." Xiao Tian anxiously rushed over. Sister. Zhang Yuan explained and soothed. "Her throat is injured, don't let her talk. Take her outside to find an inn. Leave this place to me." Afterwards, Zhao Tian helped Zhao Ling leave. Looking back at the scene, there was now a large gash there. Li Changshu frowned, still wanting to argue. His whole body was filled with dense azure qi. What else could he be other than a demonic cultivator of the Tai Ching lineage? Zhang Yuan, still looking in the direction the two sisters left, replied, "Why are you so stubborn and unwilling to listen? Fine, I didn't want this to be easy either." He glanced at Li Changshu with cold eyes and continued. "Let it pass," he muttered the incantation. One azure form transforms to jade steel, jade sword falling rain. Countless jade green swords appeared, pointing towards Li Changshao. Li Changshu was surprised to see so many swords attacking him. He also chanted the incantation, "City God Immortal Art, City God Soul Split." Black holes were created, sucking the swords into them. But Zhang Yuan appeared behind Li Changshao at that moment. He exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" Immediately, Zhang Yuan struck him from behind, and Li Changshao immediately vomited blood. The punch sent Li Changshu flying forward, slamming straight into the wall. Zhang Yuan recited the incantation again. One azure form transforms to jade steel. Grand jade sword technique. A giant sword appeared. Zhang Yuan coldly asked, "How does it feel, Taoist friend?" Being suppressed with force by another, that feeling. With that, he launched the great sword straight towards Li Changsha. From outside, the shop owner saw a massive explosion erupting inside, and he cried out in sorrow, sob, my smithy. Damn it, they're actually fighting in my smithy." The house had completely collapsed at this point. Zhang Yuan floated in the air, looking down below, and said, "Not dead. Come on out." From within the smoke and dust, black qi rose up and then covered the surrounding area, enveloping Li Changshu, who chanted, "City God Immortal Art, City God Soul Search." Zhang Yuan used his divine sense to sense, and thought to himself, "Divine sense can't detect it. The outside world is isolated. Is this black thing a fusion of souls?" From within the black qi below, Li Changshu's voice rang out, "This is the first time I've seen this azure sword technique." Li Changshu slowly appeared and continued, "I've seen the Tai Ching 3 arts before. This azure sword technique is a new technique after the divine regret realm, and it's quite rare to be caught off guard, but it's useless in front of me." With that, countless afterimages of Li Changshu rushed towards Zhang Yuan. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was supporting Zhao Ling. Filled with worry, "Sister, how are you? Oh my god, you're coughing up blood. Rest a bit, please don't talk." He glanced towards the furnace and exclaimed, "It looks like Feng Zige is already fighting that guy. That shameless bastard. Feng Zige will definitely teach him a good lesson for you, sister." But when he glanced back at Zhao Ling, he was a bit shocked. Looking at Zhao Ling's slightly distorted neck, Xiao Tian gritted his teeth inwardly. "Damn it, my sister almost. I'm so useless. If only I could be a little stronger." Thinking this, he said, "Let's go, sister. Let's do as Feng Zige said, and first find a guest house to rest in. When Feng Zige comes to find us, you'll definitely be alright." On the other side, Zhang Yuan was continuously using his swordsmanship to slash at the afterimages. One sword strike, destroying an afterimage, but then another would form. While dodging the afterimages, Zhang Yuan thought, "But these souls aren't burned by fire, or cut down with swords, or can be damaged by any direct attacks. It must be the original form." Thinking this, he quickly launched his sword towards where Li Changshu was standing. Li Changshu was caught off guard and was a little startled, but when the sword stabbed at him, it only hit a patch of blackness. His voice echoed, "It's useless. With just a thought I can move freely in this prison. You can't touch me at all," Zhang Yuan also said. "That's right, but you can't do anything to me either, so what's the point? These ghost things don't have any way to attack, so what if they catch up to me?" Hearing this, Li Changshu laughed loudly. "Ghost things, ha. They are divided souls of the city god, and any attack is useless against them." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was silent. Li Changshu continued, Don't you realize? At first there were 6, now there are 9. As long as I'm in Liuzhou City, I can summon them infinitely. In this prison, you won't be able to escape." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan turned around. "If that's the case, then I won't run anymore." Li Changshu laughed loudly. "Ha, idiot," only to see the black gas clinging to Zhang Yuan's arm and corroding it. The divided souls clung to Zhang Yuan's body. Li Changshu was smug, daring to actively touch the city god's divided souls, the souls of immortals. Even if it's just a divided soul, how could it be something a human can touch? Before long, you will be invaded and become nourishment for the city god, food for the city god. At this time, the black gas had corroded Zhang Yuan's entire body up to his neck, and he exclaimed anxiously, "What?" Li Changshao appeared. "None of the Tai Ching cultivators who died at my hands are not memorable. Your strength isn't bad either. It's a pity you met me. This is the end for causing trouble in Liuzhou City. Go to hell and repent," only to see a glint in Zhang Yuan's eyes as he looked towards Li Changshao. "Got you." Instantly, he appeared behind Li Changshao, who exclaimed in shock, "What?" Feeling Zhang Yuan appear behind him, he glanced back, but before he could react, Zhang Yuan kicked him in the back. He quickly flew straight down, and the prison he had created was gradually disappearing. He landed on his knees, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Zhang Yuan also appeared at the same time, holding his sword to his neck. "Don't move. If you dare release another part of the city god's soul, I'll kill you immediately, Taoist friend. The divided souls are untouchable, but the main body is quite weak." Li Changshu was puzzled. "What's going on? Weren't you already affected?" He glances toward the Zhang Yuan figure in the sky. At this moment, it's non-physical, gradually fading. Li Changshu finally understood and exclaimed, "A doppelganger, the Tianlan sect even has this kind of technique." Zhang Yuan was also at his wit's end with his stubbornness. "You still think I'm a cultivator from the Tai Ching sect even now? Saying you're stubborn is not quite right, more like, I haven't finished my sentence yet." Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly widened, and he plunged his sword into the ground. Then he knelt down, groaning in pain. His eyes coldly glanced upwards. Qin Shengnan appeared, muttering, "Jade clarity, immortal art." Li Changshao was overjoyed to see the person arrive. Taoist Qin. Li Shengnan's face was as cold as ever, continuing to chant, "Soul-severing dispersion." Chen Shengnan appeared, immediately casting soul-severing dispersion. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was surrounded by black mist. His soul was in pain, veins popping out on his face as he resisted. An illusion appeared in his mind. A woman saying, "Long time no see, Zhang Yuan." Zhang Yuan looked at her and said, "It's you." The woman looked at Zhang Yuan. "Do you remember your granduncle?" Her eyes and smile became sinister. Zhang Yuan was now immersed in an illusion. Li Changshu looked at Zhang Yuan's expression and suspiciously asked Qin Shengnan. Luckily Taoist Qin arrived in time. This person, Qin Shengnan, descended from above, answering, "He has fallen into a fearful illusion from my soul-severing dispersion." Li Changshu curiously asked, "How long can the illusion trap him?" Qin Shengnan replied, "Soul-severing dispersion will make him recall the things he fears most in his life. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to distinguish between illusion and reality in a short time. They could be trapped in bewilderment for hours, only knowing how to sink into endless fear, even cultivators." But before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in surprise. Zhang Yuan's giant sword had pierced through the building to the outside. Li Changshu fortunately jumped to the side to dodge. Zhang Yuan growled, "Dispel the magic," Qin Shengnan exclaimed in disbelief. "What? Zhang Yuan's cold eyes remind me of unhappy things? Dispel the magic, or I won't show any mercy?" Qin Shengnan thought to herself in horror. Soul-severing dispersion only trapped him for a moment. How can he have such a strong will? Then the joyful dry seed probably won't work on him either. If that's the case, her hand moved again to form incantations. Soul-guiding condensation. Streams of blue energy were pulled from the top of Zhang Yuan's head, but only a moment later, these streams of energy were severed. Once again, Qin Shengnan was shocked. Even soul-guiding condensation failed in an instant. How could this be? Is the thing he fears so strong that even illusions can't control it? Below, Zhang Yuan was truly angry. "Fine, I just wanted to punish you a little, but if you're stubborn and don't listen," his eyes coldly continued, "then I'll send you on your way." Countless jade swords shot from Zhang Yuan, shattering everything in their path. The shop owner cried, "It's over, it's really over, my pottery workshop." Qin Shengnan, while dodging, was also shocked. Those who were hit by soul-severing dispersion before, even if they woke up from the illusion, were still so frightened that they couldn't act. This person can still maintain such a powerful attack. Just how strong is his will? Suddenly, A doppelganger of Zhang Yuan appeared behind Qin Shengnan, hugging her tightly, and she exclaimed in panic, "What?" When Zhang Yuan's jade sword was only a little away from Qin Shengnan, a hurried voice rang out, "Spare her." Zhang Yuan paused at those words. Li Changshou, seeing who it was, spoke up, "Lord Chen, Xu Ju over there barely caught up." Panting, Chen Tai rushed forward. "Little brother, please wait a moment." Zhang Yuan, still enduring the soul-searing pain, his face contorted, asked, "Oh, another one pops up. Who are you?" Chen Tai clasped his hands in greeting. "This humble one is Chen Tai, holding the title at the Zengui division. These two are my colleagues. On the way here, my subordinates reported the entire situation. It's definitely a misunderstanding. Please, little brother. Stop, Lord Qin. Please release the magic on this little brother as well." Qin Shengnan bit her lip, remaining silent. Chen Tai continued, "It's clear this little brother didn't intend to kill anyone, just wanted to punish them a bit. I apologize on behalf of my two colleagues, and hope you'll stop here." Zhang Yuan glanced at Chen Tai. Finally, someone with a brain shows up. At a certain moment, Xiao Ling, now bandaged and treated, was sleeping soundly. Zhang Yuan packed things into a box. "If no one stopped me, I plan to refine all the remaining 100-year spirit herbs into various pills. However, applying these 100-year spirit herbs on her is enough to make her worries vanish. In just 2 days, she'll be fine." Zhao Tian beside him cheered, "That's great, Gerge. My sister is breathing easier now." He glared at Zhang Yuan. "Fengzi Ge, did you teach that guy a lesson?" To relieve some of the anger from my sister, Zhang Yuan didn't answer. "I'm going out for a bit. Take good care of your sister." Xiao Tian was startled and looked again, but Zhang Yuan was already gone. He just got back and left again. Where was Zhang Yuan flying off to at top speed right now? Zhang Yuan recalled Li Changshu's words to Chen Tai, "Lord Zhang, but he is full of pure qi." Chen Tai said, "Lord Lai is too quick to judge. Xu Ju is also a cultivator of the Taiqing sect, but there are always exceptions. This little brother hasn't made any fatal move against you all, which proves he's not a demonic cultivator." Li Changshu was silenced by Chen Tai's words. Qin Shengnan said, "I only acted because I saw Dao Yu Li was injured." Chen Tai further explained, Bai Xiansheng's whereabouts are still unknown. How can we start infighting at a time like this? Today, the mistake was on our side. We have other tasks, so we won't bother you tonight. Tomorrow at the Zuifeng Tower, please allow us to treat little brother to a meal. Chen Mu will formally offer his apologies then." The memory ended, and Zhang Yuan thought, "Consider it as my first contact with the cultivators in this world. Eventually, I can understand more about the information of this world." Then, he landed outside a city, and looked towards Yunquan, saying, "That water thing? Come out." Yunquan was startled by the sudden call, then it excitedly jumped and danced. Seeing it clinging to him like that, Zhang Yuan thought, "This thing really makes me feel incredibly close." Thinking this, he said, "All right, enough. Stay away a bit, follow me, and let's leave this place first." Inside a cave, Zhang Yuan asked, "You seem to know a lot. Can you find out if there are any spiritual objects with magical properties nearby?" Yunquan shook, seeming to not understand. Zhang Yuan, seeing this, said, "Don't understand? Cultivation is essentially begging from heaven and earth. Whether it's spirit herbs, spirit qi, or spirit ore, they are all the essence of heaven and earth. Therefore, cultivators will be abandoned by heaven and earth. That's why, when refining pills, you need to borrow the origin of heaven and earth to conceal yourself. Only in this way can the path of cultivation continue. Later, when the cave heaven stage is opened, the cave heaven can escape from heaven and earth, independently becoming a spiritual object with magical properties. It's a spiritual object born with this world, carrying within it a bit of the origin of heaven and earth." Zhang Yuan looked at it again, asking, "Understand?" Yunquan lit up, indicating it understood. Then, it displayed a city with the words, Bian Zhu City on it, then transformed into a building named Zhengi Division. Zhang Yuan, seeing this, said, "Bianzhu, Zhengi Division. What a coincidence. Tomorrow would be a great time to ask around." In his heart, he thought, "Pure qi cultivation is extremely fast. Although I'm only at Foundation Establishment Stage 1 now, it only took me 5 days to go from qi condensation to level 13. In my previous life, it took me 2 years of cultivation, so it'll take me less than a month to reach the peak of Foundation Establishment. I need to plan ahead for nascent soul forming." Thinking this, he said to Yunquan, "Go outside and guard the cave entrance for me. Don't let any snakes, insects, or mice near." Hearing this, Yunquan happily agreed and left. After arranging everything, Zhang Yuan closed his eyes and thought, Next is what needs to be dealt with. Pure qi flowed throughout his body. Yuquan attentively watched outside, and when a beetle approached, it glared at it, causing it to squeak. Inside, Zhang Yuan was meticulously examining his body, using his divine sense to check his entire being. Aside from some lingering Tai Ching intent within, difficult to wash away due to the pure qi transforming into magical power, there were no problems in his body. But what was the reason for that day's situation? This is definitely not normal. There must be something strange in my body, if not in my physical form, then in my soul. Only these 3 books can search for the soul at a high level. Mixed Origin True Killing Diamond, whose initiation requires refining a large amount of killing intent. Ling Yun Devouring Machine Technique, which requires combining the nascent soul to explore the soul. And Zhao Mi Dao Spiritual Sense Mantra, which is more complex, requiring finding a way to improve one's spiritual root. When all 5 elements are complete, you also need yin-yang profound killing. So the most viable cultivation technique is the Primordial Chaos True Slaughter Vajra Art. This slaughter chi is basically a nasty, vicious energy born from the world's primordial essence. I wonder if it even exists in this world. I'll ask that waterball thingy later. He then raised 2 fingers, and a clone popped up in front of him. My 1 purity formless jade transformation art has reached the 2nd level, allowing me to use 2 divine abilities, the Jade Sword Art and the Azure Jade Clone. While the Jade Sword Art isn't all that powerful, the Azure Jade Clone is super useful. A top-notch choice for saving my own skin. Today just proves that picking this cultivation method was definitely the right call. The cultivation system in this world is pretty weird. It's easy to get screwed over if you don't know what's what. I need to practice the aura concealment art tonight. This Azure Q on me is just asking for trouble. Suddenly, something clicked, and he exclaimed, "That's right." The storage pouch at his waist opened, and 3 items flew out, each with a different form. These items were radiating a dense azure ki. He recalled the old geezer who gave him these 3 things, and thought to himself, still, unlike the other stuff, these 3 trinkets feel different, though they clearly came from the same person. That old Taoist offered me blood quiss, and it was pretty clear he was ready to get rough if I didn't take it. He obviously had ulterior motives. I was originally going to just toss them somewhere, but after a closer look, it seems like these 3 strange items haven't been tampered with at all. Right now my techniques are still incomplete. The Heavenly Profound Sword Formation art is tough to cultivate, and I need at least 16 flying swords to form even a basic sword formation. From Zhang Yuan's storage pouch several blocks of yellow iron appeared. I'll use this common iron I bought in the city to forge 3 temporary magical artifacts to use for now. And just like that, Zhang Yuan sat in the cave, refining his ki. Elsewhere, outside the city, the white-robed man appeared with a monster. And the black-robed man, seeing the black hue swirling around the monster, the white-robed man flashed a sinister grin. The white-robed man pulled open his robe, revealing a skeletal ribcage from which a stream of black ki flowed out, which then merged into the monster. The monster latched onto the black hue, absorbing it, as if savoring a delicious meal. Yu Hun spoke up. "You're trying to resurrect this thing." The white-robed man just smiled and said, "Oh, and here I thought you didn't care about anything," Yu Hun, perched on a nearby branch, retorted. "This thing's corpse was scattered all over the place. You went through all that trouble to gather the pieces just to resurrect it. I'm warning you, if this thing is fully revived, we won't stand a chance against it. Besides, what does this have to do with our actual goal?" The white-robed man smiled and said, "Of course, everything I'm doing is to welcome the heavenly venerate." The dark monster had now transformed into a black sphere bristling with tentacles. At the yamen, Sichiyai, with a trembling hand, placed the medicinal pill into his mouth, then gritted his teeth and swallowed it. A soul-tearing pain instantly erupted within him. It subjected him to unimaginable agony, his face contorting as veins bulged on his forehead. He fell backward, screaming in agony. Arg! His screams echoed throughout the yamen. Elsewhere, Li Changshu was holding 3 incense sticks. Then he knelt before the statue of the god he worshipped, the one who granted him his power. Meanwhile, Chen Ti approached Sichu and asked with concern, "Feeling any better?" Sichu replied, "Yeah, sorry for the trouble this late at night. I'm a little better," Chen Ti said. The soul-weaving pill lives up to its name. It stimulates your mind by eroding your soul, all to keep you lucid. You're taking one of these every 10 days or so just to resist the allure of the Dao fruit. If you keep this up, you'll be a drooling idiot in less than a year. Si Chi struggled to reply, "No, it's fine, sir. I can handle it." Chen Tai couldn't help but worry. "When I get back to the Demon Suppression Division, I'll find another way to help you." "All right, get some rest. Don't worry about the city's affairs tomorrow." Si Chu, helped onto the bed by Chen Tai, asked, Yes, sir. Are you really going to meet that Tai Ching cultivator tomorrow? Chen Tai nodded slightly. He might not even be a Tai Ching cultivator. From your description and what I've observed of his actions and words, he probably isn't a bad person. They acted a bit rashly today, Si Chu frowned. No, it was that guy, Li. What a bastard. Hearing Si Chu, Chen Ti came to Li Changshu's defense. You can't say that. You've misunderstood Lord Lai. Si Chu was still incredulous. How is that possible? He was about to kill a mortal woman. I couldn't stop him, so I had to rush to find you. That guy is no good. Chen Tai explained. Lord Lai is a cultivator of the city god. Everything he does for the sake of all the people in this city. We're in no position to criticize him. Shu Qiu was dubious. Why would the city god cultivators say something like that? Chen Tai then said. Because the prerequisite for becoming a city god cultivator is to be selfless and fearless. Every city god cultivator is carefully selected by the country from thousands upon thousands of ordinary people. They have been nurtured by the country since childhood, and when the time comes, they will inherit the power of the city god. We can't deny them because of some unreasonable changes they make. Because in their minds, protecting the common people is more important than anything else. They are all a group of people who sacrifice themselves. In the month since you've followed me, have you ever seen a place as peaceful as Liu City? It's clearly a remote county, and although the common people suffer, most of them can live and work in peace. All of this is thanks to Lord Li. He is using his life to protect Liu's house city. Shu Qiu seemed puzzled. Sacrifice himself, use his life to protect, really? Chen Tai replied. Yes. He continued seriously. It means exactly what it says. City god cultivators gain power from the city god, but at the same time, they must use their bodies to help the city god nourish his divided soul. They are constantly subjected to physical torment, and no one who becomes a city god cultivator can live for more than 10 years. I heard that Lord Li has been protecting Liu's house city for 5 years already. I guess half of his body is just skin and bones by now. Shu Qiu was shocked. What? Chen Tai said again. So don't have a biased view of Lord Lai because of one unexpected incident. He has already done enough. Shu Qiu was now a little thoughtful and replied, Is that so? On Li Changshu's side, after finishing his prayers, he put on his clothes. His eyes coldly stared in one direction through the window. Scene changes to the next day at Drunken Phoenix Pavilion. Chen Tai's voice rang out. Thank you for giving me face. Chen is here to apologize to my little brother for yesterday's matter. I still don't know what to call you. Which sect are you from? Zhang Yuan took a glass of wine and savored it, then said, My name is Zhang Yuan, and I cultivate the Xuan Men eternal life. Dao? Chen Ti was puzzled when he heard this term for the first time. Xuan Men? Oh, Chen is just ignorant. He switched to talking about the previous day. Yesterday, my colleague was the guardian envoy of this place. He is also under the Demon Suppression Division, specially dispatched to various prefectures and counties for protection. Brother Zhang, don't blame him for attacking when he heard the words Tai Ching. The Tai Ching demonic cultivators are everywhere in Qing country, and the guardian envoys hate them to the bone. Zhang Yuan asked in confusion. Everywhere? Are there many Tai Ching sects in Qing country? Chen Tai was puzzled when he heard this. Oh, could it be that Brother Zhang is from another country? How come you don't even know about the Tai Ching demonic cultivators? Zhang Yuan was silent. Chen Tai explained. Forget it. No matter where Brother Zhang is from, as long as you don't stand on the side of the demonic cultivators, it's fine. The belief of the Tai Ching demonic cultivators is the Tai Ching immortal venerable. There are more than a dozen Tai Ching sects in various places of Qing country. A little ways out of Liu City, there is a sect called Tianlan sect. Zhang Yuan asked upon hearing that. How does Qing country's division of Tai Ching demonic cultivators determine who is righteous and who is evil? Chen Tai replied. Then of course you have to see if they are harmful to the common people. The Qing country royal family has ordered that any sect that harms the common people is a demonic cultivator. Zhang Yuan was a little skeptical and thought to himself after hearing that, cultivators caring about the safety of mortals, this is impossible in either my past or present life. I'm afraid this Qing country royal family has no good intentions either. Thinking this, he asked, if the country values the common people so much, why not eliminate all these Tai Ching demonic cultivators? Chen Tai brought the teacup up and took a sip, sighing as he said, Is it that easy? Qing country not only has arrogant Tai Ching demonic cultivators, but the manpower of the Demon Suppression Division is also limited. Moreover, these Tai Ching sects are very easy to recover as long as they are not completely wiped out. Zhang Yuan became even more confused. Could it be that the Qing country's official cultivators only have the Demon Suppression Division and the royal family? Chen Tai knew that Zhang Yuan didn't know anything when he heard this, so he had an idea. Brother Zhang has so many questions, it seems you really don't understand Qing country. If that's the case, I happen to have a suggestion. I wonder if Brother Zhang is interested. Elsewhere, Xiao Tian was going to buy things for Xiao Ling. But he couldn't help but feel regretful in his heart. Hee. The taste of the food in the county town is not bad. It's a pity that sister can only eat porridge, otherwise I would have let her try it too. Suddenly, he saw the old beggar from the other day being pushed out from inside the door, and an angry voice rang out. "Get out of here, or I'll take your old life." Xiao Tian worriedly called out upon seeing this. "Hey, old beggar!" A group of thugs were blocking the door and said fiercely, "Want to get your money back? You're dreaming. Don't you see who you're dealing with in Liuzhou? Even the magistrate has to show Black Dragon Big Brother some respect. You still want to hire our Black Dragon gang? How naive." Haha. The bald guy with tattoos on his face next to him also said, "I didn't expect this old man to actually take out so much money. What an unexpected joy. All right, old man, this money will be considered your life-buying money. Get lost. If you dare to come to my Black Dragon gang again, then your old life will be gone." But the old beggar was unwilling and rushed over, hugging the bald guy's leg. Wait. You can't go. The money. I cannot take the money. But you have agreed to help me." The bald guy was furious. "Wasn't I clear enough just now? Or are you deaf?" Saying that, he swung his fist towards the old beggar. The old beggar did not resist at all, only knowing to close his eyes and take the beating. Out of nowhere, Xiao Tian straight up chucked the newly bought kanji right into Baldy's face. Then he grabbed the old beggar's hand and hauled him away. The lackeys, seeing their main man get ambushed, rushed over all worried. Long, you okay?" Xiao Tian, still dragging the old beggar, said, "Let's go." The old beggar was a bit stunned. Damn that reckless kid. Baldy, clutching his bleeding face, roared, "Catch those two! I'm gonna chop them to pieces." Meanwhile, Chen Tai was suggesting Zhang Yuan join the Demon Suppression Bureau. Zhang Yuan put down his teacup and asked, "Join the Demon Suppression Bureau?" Chen Tai said, "That's right. You see, Brother Zhang still doesn't quite understand our Sheng country. Some things aren't exactly top secret, but I can't just blab them to anyone. But if Brother Zhang joins the Demon Suppression Bureau, it's different. We'd be colleagues. Chenmu definitely wouldn't hide anything from you." Zhang Yuan asked, "Is it easy to join the Demon Suppression Bureau?" Chen Tai shook his head. No, it's not like I can just say the word. I'm just a referrer, that's all. It still has to go through a bunch of Demon Suppression Bureau departments. Record your info, check that your cultivation methods aren't harmful to the common folk, that kind of thing." Hearing that, Zhang Yuan said, "That sounds too simple. With my past life experience, the predecessors definitely wouldn't leave such a good opportunity as a gift for those who came after. This Demon Suppression Bureau probably has some special restrictions or responsibilities attached. It's definitely not easy. If they're taking outsiders in so easily, the danger they face must be significant." Chen Tai rubbed his temples, a little embarrassed. "Well, yeah, it's kinda like that. As part of the Demon Suppression Bureau, our duty is to handle weird stuff. We have to complete at least one mission per month. Moreover, you absolutely can't refuse any missions handed down from above," Zhang Yuan immediately said. "Please forgive me then." Hearing that Zhang Yuan was about to refuse, Chen Tai quickly added, "Hold on, Brother Zhang. Please don't rush to decline. Although the conditions are a bit tough, kinda restricting your freedom, the benefits aren't bad either. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't volunteer to join. For example, after completing a mission, you get points, which you can use to exchange for things normal people wouldn't even dream of. Most importantly, there's the longevity pill, which can increase your lifespan, as long as you have the strength to survive and complete the missions. Achieving immortality isn't just a dream anymore. Also, there are some methods to revive the dead with flesh and bones." Chen Tai proudly continued. "In short, the Demon Suppression Bureau can do almost anything, as long as you have enough points to exchange. What do you say? Is Brother Zhang interested?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuan suspiciously thought to himself, "Revive the dead with flesh and bones? And longevity pill? I thought they didn't use elixirs here. But they can actually refine pills that increase lifespan? Things that can increase lifespan in the cultivation world? Even top cultivators would dig 3 feet into the ground for them. And here they're just handing them out to low-level cultivators like that? Also, if they're really that good at elixirs, how come you can so easily buy 100-year-old spirit herbs in this remote area? I really need to quickly understand information about this world and change my existing perception. This could be the answer." Thinking this, he said, "It seems the Demon Suppression Bureau is in dire need of manpower. Otherwise, fellow Taoist Chen wouldn't be so proactive. Maybe there's a nice reward for finding a new recruit, huh?" Chen Tai smiled awkwardly. "Haha, you flatter me. It's true, getting a new recruit gets you some evaluation points too, but on the other hand, it's also because I think my judgment of character isn't too bad. Brother Zhang is definitely no ordinary person." With your abilities, joining the Demon Suppression Bureau would truly be a blessing for the common people of Qing country. I'm not exaggerating. Also, Brother Zhang doesn't need to call Chen Mu a fellow Taoist. Chen Tai reached out and grabbed the hilt of his saber, which emanated a dense purple aura. He continued, Chen Mu is just an ordinary person, but I have the privilege to speak with you thanks to this saber. Zhang Yuan was shocked, thinking to himself, a weird saber. Then he suspiciously asked, what exactly is the essence of the weird? How can the abilities and forms be so different? Chen Tai was also surprised by this question. This question? Suddenly, a cry for help rang out from outside. Help! Chen Tai looked down and saw a child holding an axe chasing a woman. The child said fiercely, I'll show you for locking me up. The woman was the child's mother. She explained frantically, Mom was just afraid you'd get into trouble outside. Suddenly, she tripped on a rock and fell forward. The kid caught up and ran. Keep running! Don't think I won't kill you just because you're my mom, the woman cried. Hummer! Why have you become like this? The child angrily swung the axe and shouted, Shut up, you old hag! I've had enough of you! But as the axe was about to fall, Chen Tai quickly stepped forward and gripped the axe handle tightly. The kid looked up in shock, still angry inside. On the other side, the thugs were chasing after Xiao Tian and the old beggar. So, did you catch them? Bro Long were chasing them. We saw them run into this alley, Baldy heard and asked. Where are they? The lackey replied. Don't worry, Bro Long. This alley is small. There aren't many places to hide. Bro Long. This alley has an exit on the other side. What? You mean they ran out from here? Possible. Hurry up and chase them. We gotta catch those two. In a hidden corner, Xiao Tian and the old beggar were trying to hide. After a while, Xiao Tian peeked out to observe. They seem to be gone, but old beggar, how did you piss these guys off? The old beggar, enduring the pain, said, They scammed me out of 400 taels of silver. Xiao Tian's jaw dropped in surprise. How? How is that possible? The old beggar recalled the past and explained, This has to be traced back to last year. Back then, my village encountered a weird, spooky phenomenon. Only I, who was out gathering herbs, luckily escaped the calamity. I immediately ran to Luzhou for help. But as soon as they heard about the strangeness, the entire county government ignored me. I guessed that everyone in the village must have met with misfortune. But after thinking it over, I still went back to bury them. But then I heard that the government had asked immortals to come and seal the village, so I couldn't go back anymore. Later I went everywhere asking people for help, and finally met the Black Dragon Gang. They said they had a way to help me, but it cost 400 taels of silver. That's why I was able to rebuild my old profession. This year, I've earned more from gathering herbs than in my entire life combined. All the money from selling the herbs went to the Black Dragon Gang, but I could only pay back 100 taels a year. Luckily, I met you guys yesterday, so I could scrape together the 400 taels. But those Black Dragon Gang bastards suddenly went back on their word. Xiao Tian was shocked to hear this. Just because you helped bury the people in your village? The old beggar nodded, then resigned himself to fate. I'm old now. What attachments do I have left? Well, I guess I've accepted being scammed. Xiao Tian gnashed his teeth in anger and felt unwilling to give up. They even scam this kind of money. What a bunch of scum. No way, I can't just let this go. But at this moment, the voices of the Black Dragon Gang rang out. Oh, so what else do you want? They looked at Xiao Tian and the old beggar with creepy smiles. You guys were really hard to find. Scene change. In the forest outside the city, the Bai Yi took out something red. The monster stretched out a tentacle to grab it. Then, the monster gradually touched the blood-colored object, and its tentacle suddenly swelled up. Then it wrapped itself tightly around the blood-colored object, and its body gradually changed shape. Countless eyes appeared all over the monster's body, looking out from a sphere formed of countless eyes. Inside the city, Chen Tai was controlling the child. He angrily shouted, let me go, or I'll chop you to death later. Chen Tai ignored him and said to the people around, Those who aren't involved, please leave. Don't stand here watching the excitement. The boy's mother anxiously called out, Hoo. She stepped forward and pleaded with Chen Tai. Sir, please release my son. It was just a momentary lapse, Chen Tai interrupted. No way, this one has to be temporarily detained. Zhang Yuan appeared at this moment and asked curiously. This is, Chen Tai replied. Zhang Xiong, don't be surprised. This place is almost entirely disturbed by the weird phenomenon, and the children have all become crazy and violent because of it. Zhang Yuan frowned, thinking to himself. More weird phenomenon. Chen Ti also frowned, thinking, yesterday we discovered Bai Shansheng, and today there's a kid trying to kill people in the street. The state of these children can't last any longer. We must catch Bai Shansheng as soon as possible. Just at this moment, the monster in the forest began to open its eyes wide. The child was still struggling. Let go of me, or just wait. Suddenly, the child's eyes widened, and his mouth kept coughing. Then the child's limbs lengthened. From inside his mouth appeared an eye, like the eye of the monster outside the city. Chen Tai exclaimed in shock. What? The child was now completely controlled, and he reached out to grab his mother. His mother called out in fear and anxiety, "Ah, her, what's wrong with you?" Only to see that eye widen, and it began to suck the life force out of the mother. After a while, her body had dried up. After sucking her dry, the child turned back towards Zhang Yuan and Chen Tai. Then he cried out and lunged straight at Zhang Yuan and Chen Tai. Zhang Yuan immediately said, "Close your eyes. Don't look at the eye in his mouth. Front right, about 5 steps away." Chen Tai understood and replied, "Got it." He immediately jumped in that direction. His saber was drawn, and he quickly slashed, cutting the child's body in half. Chen Tai commented, "Looks like as long as we're careful with that eye, the physical body isn't that strong. It's just, why did this child suddenly mutate like this?" Suddenly, cries for help echoed everywhere. Help, save me. Now, all over the street, children controlled by the monster were sucking the life force of the people there. Chen Tai exclaimed in horror, "What is this?" Suddenly, a trace of Li Changshu's soul appeared to put those 2 mutated children down. As soon as it came into contact with the divided soul, the mutated child was transformed. Chen Tai excitedly said, "Li Diren, Li Changshu," through his clone, responded, "Is Lord Chen here?" Conveniently perched on a high rooftop in the city, Li Changshu continued through his clone. Just now, the children in the city affected by the eerie phenomenon suddenly started to mutate. Absolutely do not look into their eyes, or you'll be instantly drained of blood. These kids turned eerie creatures are lightning-fast killers, their pupils so quick you can't even react. This time, the Yamen runners are totally useless. Restricting their movements is super impractical, we gotta deal with them directly. But this decisive action needs Lord Chen's help to get to the root of the problem. Find that Mr. Bai with everything you've got. Xin Daoyu is also on their way to you. What do you think, Daoyu Chen? Chen Tai replied, "I reckon that eerie thing ain't been in the city for ages. We ain't gonna find it in this short amount of time. Better if we stabilize the situation in the city together first." Zhang Yuan beside him then said, "If you guys want to find the source of this." His eyes followed the streams of energy flying away from the mutated children. These streams of energy were all being drawn back in the same direction. Zhang Yuan pointed in a direction and continued, "Maybe it's that way, inside the city." Chen Tai exclaimed in surprise, "What, Brother Zhang? Is that for real?" Li Changshu, hearing Zhang Yuan's words through his clone, interjected, "Hold on, Lord Chen. This guy's identity is unclear. I still don't trust him. If he's in cahoots with that Mr. Bai." Zhang Yuan didn't give a damn and turned to leave. "Suit yourselves. If you're busy, I'll take my leave." Chen Tai hastily reached out to stop him. Brother Zhang, wait." He clasped his hands in supplication. "Of course I trust Brother Zhang. Please help us. The rank of this mission at the Town Demon Division is definitely not low. For sure the points will be very considerable. When the time comes, even if Brother Zhang doesn't want to join the Town Demon Division, Chen here is willing to give up my share to repay you. Even exchanging it for 10 longevity pills will absolutely not." Zhang Yuan quickly cut Chen Tai off. No need. I have other important matters to attend to. Forgive me for being unable to help," he thought to himself. Since waking up, these few short, panicked days have felt like the 10 years of my previous life. I haven't even found the spiritual object with a divine nature yet, and now I'm running into this kind of thing. Can't risk it recklessly. Chen Tai was a little disappointed. Is that so? He thought. This guy's strength is hard to fathom. I originally thought he could become a helper, what a pity. On Zhang Yuan's side, he secretly calculated. This path to the Town Demon Division is temporarily off the table. I'll take Xiaoling and the other kid away from this place first, then think of another way. Suddenly he noticed something. From the bodies of those mutated children, streaks of bloody color were rising. Zhang Yuan caught a bit of it in his palm to feel it. He wondered. This is... Just then, Xin Shengnan arrived. "Lord Chen, why is this person here? Are we working together?" Chen Tai saw her and greeted her. "Lord Xin, no. Brother Zhang has other matters." But before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yuan changed his mind. "Count me in on this." Chen Tai was surprised, not understanding what was happening, and let out a, Zhang Yuan continued, "I'll need you guys to wait a bit. I have to make arrangements for those 2 kids. Li Changshu, through his clone, immediately said, "No need. If you want to go, hurry up. Leave those 2 kids to me. I already had someone find a place for them to stay yesterday. I'll send a clone over there now." Zhang Yuan looked at him and asked, "Are you sure you can guarantee their safety?" Li Changshu was a bit annoyed. "What kind of person do you take me for? In this kind of urgent situation, I have no interest in mixing in personal emotions. If Lord Chen trusts you so much for the sake of the bigger picture, we can't waste time. For your sake, just go and relax. I will definitely protect those two safely. On this side, the bald thug grabbed Xiao Tian by the collar and lifted him up. Run? Why aren't you running anymore? Brat, you've got some nerve. Today, Long Ji is going to teach you how to write the word death. Xiao Tian, being grabbed like that, had trouble breathing and kept coughing. The old beggar, seeing this, pleaded. Let him go. I don't need that 400 taels anymore. The bald thug laughed maniacally. Now you don't need it. Too late, old man. Don't rush. Neither of you are getting away today. The lackey next to him chuckled. Long-E, should I go keep watch outside the alley? Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. He turned around unhappily and asked, What is it? Suddenly, his eyes widened. Ah, you, ah. The bald thug, hearing the scream, turned around unhappily. What are you yelling about? At this moment, what caught his eye was a mutated child, sucking the blood of the lackey. He opened his eyes wide in fright. Demon! Eerie thing! The others, seeing this, quickly ran away. In other places, this tragic scene was also unfolding. The mutated children continuously searched for living people to suck blood and create flags, then converted it into energy and flew in one direction. Throughout the city, countless sources of this energy could be seen flying out of the city, then being absorbed into the body of a multi-eyed monster. Seeing this, Yuhun asked Bai Yi, If you keep absorbing like this, will it really come back to life? Bai Yi replied, Nah, I'm just infecting about 2,000 kids in the city. Pretty sure they can handle it. Yuhun was dubious. Then what's the point of all this? What does it have to do with welcoming the celestial venerable? Bai Yi flashed an eerie grin. Nothing ever gets done in one go. I have my reasons. Just be patient and wait. Yuhun grumbled. Ugh, I hate it when you talk in riddles. It's so boring. Before he could finish, Zhang Yuan's giant jade sword came crashing down on them. Yuhun swiftly dodged, casually pulling Bai Yi along. A flicker of annoyance crossed Yuhun's face. Seriously, what a pain. Just then, Zhang Yuan and his crew arrived. Chen Tai spoke up. Mr. Bai, it really is you. And you've got a sidekick, huh? Zhang Yuan recognized them and thought, seriously, these two? Chen Tai glanced at the monster, then suspiciously asked, Is that a cursed being? Xin Shangnan urgently yelled a warning. Don't look at it directly. Absolutely don't meet any of the eyes on its body. Chen Tai immediately averted his gaze and asked, Fellow Taoist Xin, do you know what that cursed being is? Xin Shangnan frowned and replied, That's no cursed being. That's a land immortal. Zhang Yuan and Chen Tai both looked shocked. Yuhun gave a cold laugh, his eyes sharp. In some house somewhere, the mutated kids are hunting for the living, and one of them is checking out a nearby room. Inside, Tu Chuo just dashed in here to hide. Xiao Tian and the old beggar are already hiding in here, he muttered. Seriously, these two. He gritted his teeth, thinking, Lucky I made it into this garden in time, but it doesn't seem like anyone else is alive around here. Crap, all the boys have scattered. Hiding here with these two useless guys won't cut it. We'll get found sooner or later. Gotta figure out a way to get out of the city, pronto. Xiao Tian, worried about the old beggar, called out, Grandpa, are you okay? The old beggar nodded with difficulty. Still okay, Xiao Tian felt a bit relieved. Okay, hang in there, don't worry, Feng Zi will come. Suddenly, Tao Chuo, armed with an axe, walked over and grabbed Xiao Tian by the collar, dragging him away. Get over here. Then, he pressed the axe blade against Xiao Tian's neck, threatening him. The old beggar yelled, Get your hands off him, Xiao Tian, though scared, still shouted, What time is it? What do you want now? Tu Chuo ordered the old beggar. You go out and lure those two monsters away, or I'll chop this kid to pieces. The old beggar hesitated when he heard this. Xiao Tian looked at the old beggar and shouted, Don't listen to his nonsense. If he dares to make a move, I'll scream. He wouldn't dare to take us all down with him. Tao Chuo got angry. Lure the monsters here? You think I can't outrun you two useless old and young coots? Shut your trap. One more word and I'll kill you. Hearing this, the old beggar intervened. Don't touch him. I'll go. A look of pain crossed his wrinkled face, and he continued. This place really isn't safe to hide for long. I'm willing to go out and lure those monsters. Just promise me. Take this kid out with you. Tu Chuo nodded happily. All right. As long as the situation allows, I'll definitely take this kid out. In his heart he was calculating, there's definitely more than one monster out there. Of course, I'll take this kid along as bait. And so, the old beggar slowly opened the door, and two monsters were searching outside. The old beggar rushed out, yelling to attract them. Ah ha ha! Immediately, the two monsters chased after the old beggar. Seeing the two monsters leave, Tu Chuo said, Now's our chance. He grabbed Xiao Tian and made a run for it. The old beggar, on the other side, loudly told Xiao Tian, You little brat, run! You gotta get out of here. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tian bit his lip with determination. Then he yelled loudly, "Stop messing around. You're just an old geezer trying to act cool. You big lug, look over here. Your master Shen is here," Tu Chuo exclaimed in shock. What the? The two monsters immediately turned around when they heard the sound from behind. The old beggar also freaked out. Huh, kid, shit. The two monsters turned their heads and chased after Xiao Tian and the baldy. Seeing this, the old beggar hurriedly shouted, Wait. The baldy, pissed off, wanted to ditch Xiao Tian and run. Ah, you damned brat. Xiao Tian closed his eyes tightly and yelled, Old beggar, run away. Just when it seemed the two monsters were about to catch Xiao Tian, Li Changshu's doppelganger appeared, pinning both monsters to the ground. Li Changshu's voice echoed through the doppelganger. So you guys are here. You're making it hard for me to find you. What a troublesome burden. Back in the forest outside, Liu Yuncheng asked with genuine doubt, An earth immortal? Qin Shengnan spoke of what she knew. I once saw records of this being in the sect's ancient texts. That immortal is known as the four-life granny, with a phantom-like form and a body of red copper. Thousands of years ago, because this immortal caused serious harm to the mortal realm, she was suppressed by a royal city lord. Afterwards, that city lord dismembered her into hundreds of pieces and buried them all over the territory of the Azure Kingdom. It seems these two weirdos have gathered all 100 pieces of the remnants. Chen Tai gnashed his teeth in anger, saying, Resurrecting an earth immortal. This is truly earth-shattering, unbelievable. We must stop them. The Yuhan was grabbing the white-robed guy's hair, lifting the remaining half of his body up. You're truly useless. Clearly you're a weirdo, but your body is as weak as a mortal's. The white-robed guy broke out in a cold sweat, screaming, It hurts, I miscalculated. How did they discover this place so quickly? You Hun, I'm counting on you next. Stop them. Chen Tai frowned and said to Zhang Yuan, Senior brother Zhang, weirdos have the characteristic of being immortal and indestructible, so restricting their actions is probably more effective than killing them. That Mr. Bai has already been seriously injured by you. Now we only need to deal with the remaining one. It's a great opportunity. But unexpectedly, the Yuhan personally chopped off the white-robed guy's head. This left Zhang Yuan and the others feeling shocked and confused. The Yuhan slowly released the white-robed guy. Let me stop them. How laughable. What a bore. His body began to petrify. His voice echoed again. What does it have to do with the 3 temporary separations? With that, his body gradually disappeared. In the blink of an eye, his body vanished into nothingness. Leaving this place, Chen Tai bit his teeth in frustration. Ugh, he just ran away like that. Qin Shengnan took out a talisman and burned it. Then she spoke. Now that he's run, it's not necessarily worth chasing after him. I've activated the SOS talisman. The cultivators of the Zhenguisi nearby will definitely come to help when they see the signal. The main thing is the earth immortal below. This thing isn't something we can deal with. Let's quickly return to the city. Li, fellow Taoist, do you have a way to contact people in the Zhenguisi? We must report this matter first. Zhang Yuan was still observing and thinking. Although I can't look directly at that earth immortal, in my divine sense, it's incredibly clear. The Ji-Chi tree is being wrapped by its tentacles. Inside, it's filled with the aura I saw before. The children in the city being corrupted, I'm afraid it's because this earth immortal is using the Ji-Chi tree as an intermediary. Qin Shengnan hurriedly left first. Chen Tai sat on his flying sword and said, That's right, let's go, senior brother Zhang. We should hurry back to help stabilize the situation in the city. Zhang Yuan was still pondering. This aura is extremely ferocious and can stimulate the evil thoughts in people's hearts. Its characteristics are similar to murderous intent. They came here, I'm afraid, because of this aura. But looking at the reaction of these two, this earth immortal must be extremely dangerous. It's not worth recklessly risking anything. Let's go back first. Thinking this, he nodded in response. Chen Tai glanced at the monster with reluctance and said, That earth immortal doesn't seem to be awake yet. Let's just leave it in this state. This isn't something we can handle. Luckily, thanks to senior brother Zhang's sword, otherwise if those two knew how to fly, I'm afraid I would have become a burden. Suddenly, the monster's eye was pressed right up close, staring directly into his eyes. Chen Tai broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Elsewhere, a person in a cloak had just killed a bear. He used his tentacles to pull the bear's guts from its body, devouring them ravenously. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he saw the SOS talisman. He muttered, SOS talisman, 80 miles away. The talisman clearly marks the location, 10 miles southwest. His eyes flashed. Not too far? Might as well go take a look. Inside the city, Li Changshu's clone was still chatting with Xiao Tian. Why aren't you staying put obediently in the inn? Where do you think you're running off to? Xiao Tian recalled the scene from yesterday and broke out in a cold sweat. You're that Li Changshu from yesterday. Paying no mind to what Zhao Tian was thinking, he continued, your older sister is waiting for you at the magistrate's office. Go on, I'll take care of the weird stuff happening around here. With that, Li Changshu's split soul quickly departed. The old beggar then rushed over, both angry and worried about Zhao Tian. That little brat. He reached out to check Zhao Tian's face. You little rascal, are you okay? What were you doing, huh? You nearly kicked the bucket just now, Zhao Tian retorted. You too. Acting recklessly like that, seeing that the monster was gone, the bald guy turned back and growled, You little bastard! On the other side, the old beggar ignored the bald guy's anger and scolded Zhao Tian. Damn it. This old man is just like you, right? Zhao Tian argued back. What do you mean just like? So eager to throw your life away. You really are. But before he could finish, the bald guy strode over. You almost killed me back there, he roared, raising his axe to chop down on Zhao Tian. The axe came down, and blood splattered everywhere. The old beggar had somehow rushed in and taken the axe blow for Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian cried out in horror. Huh? The bald guy continued to chop. It's you again. This old geezer really likes playing the hero, huh? Fine, I'll let you protect him. He looked back, still not over his anger, and scoffed. HMPH? 2 useless pieces of trash? I should just quickly leave this place. With that, he left. Zhao Tian called out fearfully from below. Old beggar, are you okay? But he was only met with a terrifying silence. When he turned him over, the old beggar was already lifeless. Huh. Ah, old man, why did you? He used his small hands to try to cover the bleeding wounds on the old beggar's body. Don't die. Hang in there. Wait for me to take you to my crazy older brother. He can definitely save you. Zhao Tian's body began to tremble, and the old beggar's weak voice sounded, No, it's okay, Zhao Tian, don't worry. Don't talk anymore, your blood. The old beggar then recalled the past, he weakly said. Speaking of which, you're really like my grandson. Clumsy with your words. Both of you don't know how to talk properly. As he said that, the old beggar couldn't speak another word, and his eyes closed forever. Zhao Tian panicked. Wait a minute, don't fall asleep. Old beggar, wake up. Hang in there, wake up, just hang on. Zhao Tian recalled the images from his village. Save me, Zhao Tian, save us. Run, Zhao Tian's voice echoed. Wake up, my crazy older brother isn't immortal, he can save you. What the hell are you doing? Why do the people around me always end up like this? We've only known each other for 2 days. Why would you risk your life to save me like that? Don't die. Don't act like I'm some plague god. Wake up, don't die. It's like I'm... A sinister figure flashed through his mind, muttering, just a troublesome burden. He looked at his hands, now covered in blood. Zhao Tian murmured, I'm not a burden. He put his index finger in his mouth, then bit down hard, blood flowing freely. Blood energy, along with his scream, echoed throughout the city, marking the birth of a new demonic being. That bald dude was currently running for his life. He recalled Li Changshu's wisp of soul saying, I'll clean up the weird stuff nearby. Then he smugly thought, that black thing was telling the truth. Those monsters really were taken care of. Awesome, time to bail. Suddenly, a voice rang out, stopping him dead in his tracks. Where do you think you're going? He jumped, whirling around. What? The beggar's shadow was right behind him, breathing down his neck. I'm asking, where do you think you're going? At this moment, Zhao Tian's index finger had already been bitten off by him. From then on, the beggar's soul somehow became a part of him. The beggar gripped the bald guy's head tightly. Master, I've brought him back, Zhao Tian weakly asked. Are you still the old beggar? The beggar tossed the bald guy's head aside. It's me, master. Looking closely, Zhao Tian's thumb was now growing on the beggar's forehead. Zhao Tian struggled to open his eyes and look again. Just then, Li Changshu's soul fragment appeared, looking puzzled. You just entered the Shangqing Dao scroll, switching the scene to Zhang Yuan and the others. Currently, Chen Tai was facing that earth immortal monster. Chen Tai's voice rang out. Lord Qin, I've made eye contact. Close your eyes. It can teleport instantly. Qin Shengnan yelled, Stay calm, don't attack, back away for now. Suddenly, a childlike figure emerged from the earth immortal's body. The little girl opened her eyes, still not understanding what was happening. Chen Tai's eyes widened. The little girl suddenly opened her mouth and called out, Dad! Chen Tai loosened up. Meow meow. He turned to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Xiong. Use your sword to get me over there, please. She's my daughter. Zhang Yuan kept his eyes closed, his voice cold. Daughter, that child just called me Dad. Then, he tripped, falling downwards. Ah, Dad. Chen Tai immediately jumped off the flying sword, diving down to save her. Meow meow. Qin Shengnan yelled. Lord Chen, don't go. Chen Tai reached out to grab the little girl. Meow meow. Tears welled up in her eyes. Dad, save me. But in the blink of an eye, her cheeks puffed out. Chen Tai panicked. Just then, Zhang Yuan rushed forward yelling, "Get back!" Immediately after, Zhang Yuan used Crimson Force art to strike at the child. Chen Tai shouted in a frenzy, "Ah! Meow 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 meow!" Zhang Yuan stopped him. "Don't move." Suddenly, those blood-red rays shot towards Zhang Yuan's body. He quickly chanted an incantation. First clarity. Formless jade transformation art. Azure jade clone swaps with original body. Instantly, his body swapped with his clone, pulling Chen Tai away. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's clone began to swell up, then exploded in mid-air. Zhang Yuan sighed in relief. It was just a little blood. On the other side, Xin Shengnan turned back. She said worriedly, "Lord Chen, you should know. That is not your daughter." Chen Tai still couldn't accept it, even though he knew it deep down. But that image was too real, just like my daughter crying out for help. On the other side, the Earth Immortal created the image of Chen Tai's daughter again. "Daddy, daddy, meow meow hurts," Xin Shengnan said. "It's created another one," Chen Tai glared back, his eyes bloodshot, saying, "And it dares to replicate my daughter again and again. You have some nerve." With that, he swung his sword. The sword quickly transformed from a normal blade into a demon blade, with jagged teeth radiating dense death energy. At this moment, Chen Tai adjusted his sanity to 10%. The massive blade gradually approached the Earth Immortal. Chen Tai swung the blade and roared, "You're not allowed to use my daughter's appearance again." Then he slashed in a straight line at the Earth Immortal, the blade's sharp mouth immediately clamping down on it. Chen Tai said again, "Devour it for me, demon blade." The blade fiercely bit down on the Earth Immortal inside, but in an instant, his demon blade shattered. Countless streams of bloody light burst out powerfully from the Earth Immortal's body. The surrounding area was affected, and wherever this bloody energy touched, it exploded. Chen Tai exclaimed in shock, "What?" Luckily, Zhang Yuan quickly grabbed Chen Tai's leg, then quickly pulled him away from the Earth Immortal's range. Xin Shengnan beside them said, "Sir Chen, that's an Earth Immortal. Even though it's not complete right now, it's not something we can deal with. We should immediately report this to the higher-ups and have B-rank cultivators or higher come to deal with it." Unexpectedly, the Earth Immortal teleported, blocking the three of them. Zhang Yuan said, "Stop! It's blocking us again. Don't open your eyes." He quickly used his jade sword to attack the Earth Immortal, but the Earth Immortal wasn't to be outdone. It used its tentacles to shatter his jade sword. Zhang Yuan took out the blade he'd just crafted, an extreme-grade magic artifact, the Extreme Bone Blade, and formed a large shield, defending against the attacking tentacles. In an instant, these shields showed signs of shattering, and his blade couldn't withstand it and started to crack. Xin Shengnan on the side was curious. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, can you still see even with your eyes closed?" Zhang Yuan replied. "Yeah, it's like a kind of sensing. Once we attack, it will retaliate fiercely. This red light has immense power, and I can't resist it at all. Be careful not to get hit." Chen Tai gritted his teeth. "It seems like it doesn't intend to let us leave. We should." But then he noticed something and exclaimed, "Wait, something's flying towards us." It was the person who ate bear entrails in the forest earlier and received the SOS talisman. Chen Tai saw this person and asked doubtfully, "Are you the garrison officer of DZ, Lord Wang Yu?" Wang Yu looked at them and said, "You seem to be the Blade Devil Chen Tai. Did you activate that SOS talisman? Are you having trouble with this giant eyeball in front of you?" Chen Tai happily replied, "It's us. Great. With Lord Wang taking action?" But before he could finish speaking, Wang Yu interrupted. 1,000 points? And I'll help you guys?" Chen Tai was shocked and speechless. Wang Yu seemed angry. "Do you even understand the rules? Without points, why should I risk my life to help you?" Chen Tai stammered. "But 1,000 points is really, my entire family only has a little over 100. Wang Yu sighed. "Sing, that's a pity then. If that's the case, then you guys can solve it yourselves," Chen Tai hurriedly said. "What? Wait, Lord Wang." But when Wang Yu turned around, he was face to face with the Earth Immortal. An old figure emerged from inside the Earth Immortal's body, calling out, You're," Wang Yu angrily said. "Mom. My mom died over 10 years ago. How dare you pull this trick on me?" Immediately, Wang Yu pierced through the old woman's body manifested by the Earth Immortal. He said angrily, "My only family in this world is my mother. Are you mimicking the most important person in the eyes of whoever's looking? Who do you think Wang Yu is? This heart-stirring trick is for kids." "Over there," Chen Tai shouted. "Lord Wang Yu, get out of the way, don't touch that thing." But Wang Yu's outstretched hand had already touched the Earth Immortal, and only then did he realize it with a jolt. His arm began to swell up, then exploded immediately. At this moment, Wang Yu's true body manifested, and he clicked his tongue, So this is it, the kind of contagion you can't touch directly, huh? He glanced at Chen Tai and said, "Alright Chen Tai, I'll take care of this weirdo, 500 points, deliver it to me in 2 months." Chen Tai frowned silently upon hearing this. Zhang Yuan asked curiously, "Who is he? Why is his body shaped like that?" Chen Tai replied, "Wang Yu, a Zhen Gisi cultivator with a special assignment. It's said that he merged with a weirdo a long time ago, so he's become like this now. Moreover, the consequences are very serious, requiring particularly long-term treatment in the association. Therefore, he is a mission maniac, with a great reputation in the association. But his strength is truly very strong, at least a grade B lower rank. Maybe he can really help us." "Over here," Wang Yu said. "If I can't get close, there is an energy that is converging from within his body." Then he continued, "Then try this." With that, he shot straight toward the monster. On the other side, Zhang Yuan said immediately, "Let's go while we have the chance." Chen Tai gasped in surprise, as Wang Yu's attack landed directly on the Earth Immortal. Inside the city, Li Changshu was panting heavily from casting soul separation for a long time. Not far outside the city, a massive explosion occurred. Seeing this, Li Changshu judged, "It seems the battle on Chen Da Ren's side is very intense. It's been 3 incense sticks worth of time. If that's the case, I can't hope they can resolve it quickly. Liu Zhao City isn't that big, but with the premise that my body doesn't collapse, I can only control 12 city god split souls. Right now I've probably only eliminated close to 1,000 weirdo creatures, and the rest have scattered to various places in a short time. Judging from the perspective of the split souls, the number of victims is already close to 10,000 people. This is already 2/10 of the population of Liu Zhao City, damn it. Facing these things, mortals and constables are basically useless. I can only rely on myself to deal with them. If this continues, by the time I completely deal with those things, I fear that Liu Zhao will lose more than half its population." He recalled when he first joined the Zhenguisi, 1,300 people. 1,300 people. Only 53 people passed the test. You have the aptitude to accommodate the city god's split soul, and soon you will become city god cultivators, revered by the people. So, what is the foundation of the Azure Nation? The Zhenguisi? The entire court of civil and military officials? Or the royal family? No, none of them. In this era of rampant weirdos and arrogant demonic cultivators, why does the Azure Nation still stand tall? It is you, the city god cultivators, thousands upon thousands of predecessors, supporting the most dangerous places of the Azure Nation. The Azure Nation needs you. The common people need you. In the future, you will be the shield of the Azure Nation, the backbone of the common people. Your lives are noble and great. Your existence is to protect everything in the Azure Nation, to sacrifice yourselves for righteousness. The children below all shouted in unison, "Sacrifice ourselves for righteousness. Sacrifice ourselves for righteousness. Sacrifice ourselves for righteousness." At this moment, the young Li Changshu also knew what his ideal was. Returning to reality, Li Changshu thought to himself, "Unconsciously I've become afraid of death." Thinking of this, he reached up and pulled down his chest, revealing his incomplete body. From within, countless split souls began to fly out, dispersing everywhere. Outside the city, Zhang Yuan was still dragging Chen Tai away. Chen Tai said anxiously, "Zhang Xiang, we're flying further and further away from Liu Zhao." Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and replied, "It's more important to temporarily escape the control of that Earth Immortal. Returning to the city now will only bring trouble. Xin Daoyu, do you know anything about the origins of that Earth Immortal?" Qin Shengnan next to him said, "No, in the records, besides the background of the old Four-Life Lord, there's nothing else. We should still stay away from this place, and wait for others to come and deal with this." Chen Tai then said, "Think positively. After all, the Earth Immortal's state has only just recovered. Maybe Lord Wang can." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Wang Yu fly past and shout loudly, "Get out of the way!" Chen Tai exclaimed in surprise, "Lord Wang!" Wang Yu turned back angrily and said, "Damn it, that thing is definitely not an ordinary weirdo. There must be something you haven't told me. I'm not dealing with this anymore. If you guys can still survive, I'll settle the score with you later." Having said that, he wanted to leave, but that Earth Immortal appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Wang Yu, sweating, said, Okay, you're clinging to me, aren't you? Don't push your luck, you freak." At this moment, energy was gathering inside the Earth Immortal, preparing to be unleashed. Wang Yu was not to be outdone. "You think I'm really afraid of you? If that's the case, I won't hold back anymore." Lightning incessantly converged on Wang Yu's body. "Even I have a hard time controlling this move. You forced my hand." With that, those violet lightning bolts began to sweep in all directions, shattering everything around them wherever they went. Chen Tai hurriedly shouted, "Lord Wang, what are you doing? We're still here," Zhang Yuan anxiously yelled. "Fall back. Quick! Wang Yu on the other side said. Once this strike lands, everything within a 10-mile radius will be flattened by me, Chen Tai. You guys have to see if your luck is good or not. At this moment, the Earth Immortal also attacked. Wang Yu, seeing this, said, Take this move of mine, let's see if you can come out of this unscathed. Immediately afterwards, the two moves collided, one red, one purple, but in an instant, Wang Yu's move was shattered. The Earth Immortal's move struck Wang Yu directly. He couldn't react in time, only able to shout out in disbelief, What? Impossible? Just like that, his body completely dissipated into nothingness. Seeing this tragic scene, Chen Tai said, My lords Wang, but before he could finish his sentence, the Earth Immortal used incredible speed to approach the three of them, a wisp of blood energy striking Zhang Yuan below the eye. Then the wound widened, blood pouring out ceaselessly. Chen Tai worried. Brother Zhang, are you okay? Zhang Yuan quickly replied. It's nothing, just a small wound, a momentary slip. The Earth Immortal suddenly appeared before Zhang Yuan, catching him off guard. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's eyes were still wide open. Chen Tai worried. This guy again, Brother Zhang, you aren't spacing out on us, are you? Suddenly, a figure emerged from the Earth Immortal's body. Chen Tai roared in anger. Not this trick again. According to Lord Wang Yu's predictions, Brother Zhang, it's replicating the most important person in your heart. Running is useless. Let's get to the ground first, then we can think of another way. I can still help a bit underground. At this time, Zhang Yuan had no reaction at all. Chen Tai worriedly called, Brother Zhang, Brother Zhang. Zhang Yuan's gaze remained fixed in that direction. The figure of a woman was slowly emerging. The thing born from within Si Sheng Lao Lao, the girl, suddenly opened her eyes. Unlike other replications, she seemed to have her own consciousness, and asked where this was. Suddenly, she saw Zhang Yuan in front of her. Zhang Yuan frowned, then used countless jade swords to strike towards the woman. The girl, without a trace of fear, cried out in joy, Zhang Yuan! She dodged all the jade swords and rushed towards him, constantly calling out, Zhang Yuan! Zhang Yuan! Shifu has found you! Qin Shengnan, shocked by that speed, muttered to herself, So fast? Can't let her get close? Then she raised her hand and chanted, Jade purity immortal art, joyful tears, dry seeds. She thought to herself, Although joyful tears, dry seeds aren't dare to use on Si Sheng Lao Lao, but if it's just the cultivator over there, Zhang Yuan's Shifu is still saying, The day I returned, you were already gone. Over here, Qin Shengnan, who is still closely observing, can, in a flash, seize all the thoughts in her mind at this moment, and become. But all that Senior Zhang Yuan did was glare at Qin Shengnan, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Instantly, Qin Shengnan coughed up blood, heavily injured. Blood was streaming from her eyes as she uttered in disbelief, How? How could I suffer a backlash? Clearly her will isn't that strong. Before she could finish, Zhang Yuan's master charged forward, swinging her leg down in a powerful kick. Qin Shengnan looked back in shock. Just at that moment, Zhang Yuan rushed in, using his supreme-grade blade to block his master's attack, simultaneously pulling Qin Shengnan towards him. As the attack neared, Zhang Yuan's body transformed into a doppelganger to take the hit. The kick landed, and everything in its path was utterly destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Even Zhang Yuan's doppelganger was annihilated. Zhang Yuan, now holding Qin Shengnan, glared coldly at his master. Qin Shengnan was flustered. Ah, Tai, thank you. His master on the other side said, Zhang Yuan, all these years, I've been searching for you. I always miss Zhang Yuan. Just as we've reunited, tears welled up in her eyes as she questioned with a strained voice, Who is she? Why are you holding her? Hearing this, Qin Shengnan turned to Zhang Yuan curiously. Fellow Taoist Zhang, may I be so bold as to ask, who is this woman? How does she possess such great power? Zhang Yuan coldly replied. An old acquaintance from long ago. You shouldn't have acted just now. Her attack was just casual. If she were serious, I wouldn't have been able to save you. I have ways to protect myself. And I was intentionally waiting to get close to her before self-detonating, otherwise she's even more troublesome than that Earth Immortal. His master jumped down, screaming, I won't allow you to hold her. I must kill this guy. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan retreated backward, dodging her attack. She said resentfully, You're still protecting her. Didn't you say before that only master could embrace you? But unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan rushed over and hugged her, calling out, Master. She was startled and blushed, and Zhang Yuan said, You've been looking for me for a long time, haven't you? You've worked hard. She immediately said shyly and repeatedly, Zhang Yuan, do you know? Since we parted, master has always been. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan pushed her away with his hand, leaving her in disbelief. Zhang Yuan, what are you? Her body began to swell up, her screams echoed, ah, ah, ha! But after a moment, her body returned to its original form, her eyes now radiating a murderous aura. Zhang Yuan widened his eyes in shock, and Xin Shengnan was equally astonished. What, she? She's suppressed the Four Lives Granny's power? On this side, Zhang Yuan's master glanced at the Earth Immortal, saying, that ghostly thing was playing tricks just now, wasn't it? She gritted her teeth in anger, veins popping on her forehead. The Earth Immortal was now gathering energy in the center of its body. Then, it shot straight towards Zhang Yuan's master. Qin Shengnan was once again surprised. After the Four Lives Granny discovered she couldn't control her to self-detonate, she decided to eliminate her. Zhang Yuan's master clenched her fist, spiritual power rapidly gathering. Then she punched straight towards the Earth Immortal's incoming attack. Instantly, this move shattered the Earth Immortal's attack, even obliterating its physical body. Damn! This made Xin Shengnan utterly terrified. Holy crap! Master Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he said, how utterly disgusting! That's just messed up. Just as the Earth Immortal's body seemed to want to regenerate, Master Zhang Yuan clenched his fist even tighter. Its body was like something being crushed, unable to be reborn. No way. The sky returned to normal at this moment, and Chen Tai below was also staring wide-eyed in shock. What? One move, and he crippled old Lao Xisheng. Is this strength top-grade second class, perhaps even first class? Unbelievable. After obliterating the Earth Immortal, she cheerfully flew towards Zhang Yuan, calling out, okay Zhang Yuan, nothing here can stop us now. But when she looked back, her hand was slowly opening. Startled, she stopped to take a closer look, then cried out in panic. Wait, no, I finally found you after so much difficulty. Her body passed through Zhang Yuan, but couldn't touch him at all. She said unwillingly, I don't want to. With that, her body completely vanished. This sucks. Zhang Yuan lowered his head in sadness. Xin Shengnan stepped forward to comfort him, saying, she existed for old Lao Xisheng, but because old Lao Xisheng was seriously injured, then she also— At this moment, something was happening beneath the Earth Immortal's body. What? Chen Tai turned around in shock and said, ah, old Lao Xisheng is shifting realms. In some forest, the old beggar asked, Master, where are we going? Xiao Tian glanced at him and replied, to your village. Didn't you always want to go back and collect the corpses for the villagers? I'll help you. The old beggar didn't seem to understand, and just remained silent. Xiao Tian looked at his missing finger, thinking to himself, ever since I bit off my index finger, after reciting the mind technique that the blind Taoist taught me, something has been happening to my finger. It's like being thirsty for days in the desert, and my finger is like clean water that I can't resist. That's messed up. When I bit off my index finger, I only thought about saving the old beggar, and then one finger could grant a wish. But never mind his appearance now. At least it's better than being dead. Recalling what Li Changshu had said, you actually became a Shangqing demonic cultivator. In theory I could deal with you right now, but I promised someone that I would protect you thoroughly. Xiao Tian thought to himself. That guy called me a Shangqing demonic cultivator, so I can't stay with Big Sis and Fengzi Ge. To avoid causing them trouble, gotta protect them. Wait for me, Big Sis. When I'm stronger, I'll come back to find you. By then, even if Fengzi Ge is gone, I can still help us live a peaceful life together forever. At this moment, through Yangquan, Xiao Ling and Zhang Yuan were observing Xiao Tian. Zhang Yuan said, he can't have gone far in this time. Xiao Ling looked at her younger brother and shed tears. At this moment, Li Changshu stepped forward. This kid knows that he's practicing demonic cultivation, so he asked me to tell you to. Cough cough. He said that he doesn't want to drag you down later, so you shouldn't look for him anymore. Zhang Yuan asked, is that so? Should I bring him back? Xiao Ling said tearfully, it's useless. Xiao Tian has been a very opinionated child since he was young, and neither mom nor I can stop him from what he decides. What on earth is he thinking? He clearly promised me not to cultivate those things. Zhang Yuan patted her soothingly. Don't worry too much. With this water orb, I can track his movements at any time. If he happens to be in trouble, I'll take action. Yuquan also reached out and patted her to comfort her. Li Changxiao turned to the group of Chen Ti and said, thank you all for your assistance. Although Liu Xiao is severely damaged, it's considered to be preserved. Chen Ti then replied, it's just luck. But Liu Jiren, is your condition okay? Li Changshu's whole body was almost withered, looking like an old man, and said, it's okay, on the contrary, everyone bring this thing back. Is it really an Earth Immortal? At this moment, there were several people carrying something wrapped in cloth, with many talismans pasted on the outside. Chen Tai replied seriously, well, perhaps it's because it just preliminarily awakened. The state is still unstable and suffered a serious blow, so it has temporarily entered a state of deep sleep. This matter cannot be delayed. I have already used the transmission talisman, and the Imperial Guards in the division will send reinforcements to meet us midway. There are also 2 weird demonic entities, just kinda hanging out, not doing anything. If no one is controlling them, they probably won't cause too much trouble. Oh, and there's this weird blob of meat wriggling around too. Thing is, these creepy things never really disappear. They're popping up near Lord Wang's corpse. Betcha that blob merged with him. Ooh! And someone dropped a cinnabar stick Broly used on those kids. Came from that 4-birth-old hag. Out of nowhere, the cinnabar stick just whites out of the box. Then it zooms right into Zhang Yuan's hand. Chen Tai's freaking out. Ah, brother Zhang. Zhang Yuan's all chill, like, just gonna borrow this for a sec, okay? Chen Tai's kinda hesitant. Okay, but we have no clue what this thing does, so, like, be careful, bro. Just then, a guard dude comes in. My lords, the carriages are ready. Chen Tai looks at him. Cool, help me get this stuff out, we're rolling out ASAP. Meanwhile, back in the city, it's a straight-up massacre, crows everywhere. Zhu Qi's staring at the carnage, going, Lord Chen, it's only been half a day, and Willow City is. Chen Tai's like, get used to it, Azure Nation's huge, hundreds of counties in 12 provinces. This kind of stuff happens in some backwater town all the time. Then he turns to Li Changshu. Sorry, Lord Li, you guys gotta clean up this Willow City mess. Li Changshu's like, no worries, you have a safe trip. Chen Tai then tells Zhang Yuan, hey brother Zhang, ride with us. The 2 ladies can take the carriage in the back. Not too far away, Bai Pao is smirking. Well, I'll be damned, those guys actually took care of the 4-birth-old hag. What a surprise. I thought for sure this would attract some B-list cultivator or higher. His eyes get all shifty. But whatever, it's fine. The plan's mostly unchanged. I just gotta follow your rewards. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's eyes snap open, and he stares right at Bai Pao. Seeing Zhang Yuan staring intently, Xin Shengnan asks worriedly, something wrong? Zhang Yuan's all, nah, nothing. But in his head he's thinking, annoying as a mosquito but can't swat him. Whatever, I've got my own cultivation and problems to deal with right now. Then Chen Tai shouts, let's roll! And just like that, the caravan takes off. Bai Pao's all dark and brooding. Is that brat looking down on me? How is it that some C-list cultivator is giving me a dangerous feeling? In some random forest, a voice calls out, Zhao Kui, going to wash clothes. The girl replies, yep, Auntie Liu, my dad and brother are heading into the mountains tomorrow, gotta get their stuff dry tonight. The old lady's all sweet, such a good kid. From nearby, a demonic entity drags its rotting body, muttering, this body's shot. These mortal bodies are so fragile, should have gone another route. In this godforsaken place, there isn't even a stray dog. After a while, he crawls up to the spot where the girl was washing clothes. Seeing the girl, he gives this creepy grin. Heh. Thought I was gonna end up a snake or an ant? Lucky me, but such a pity that she is just a girl. Doesn't matter. I can always switch bodies later, haha. And he leaps at the girl. She freaks out, screaming, ah, someone! No, get away! She slaps him so hard his tooth flies out. But he doesn't even flinch. Just smiles creepier. Heh, not bad, put some more effort in it, work harder. Ha ha! Then he grabs her throat, and she screams in terror. Help! Help me! Suddenly, something slams into the back of this guy, sending him flying forward. He says angrily, whoo! The body is already dismembered. From the air, a golden seal strikes down, crushing his body. The surrounding earth and stones are also shattered. Then the seal flies up again. Then it shrinks and flies into the palm of its master. A young man steps forward. In such a remote place, to be able to meet this thing. A refined young man with a folding fan then said, it's really interesting. The girl cried as she saw him. Immortal, thank you for saving my life. Little girl doesn't know how to thank the immortal, the young man replied. No need. I just happened to be passing by. Suddenly, his body underwent a transformation. His eyes widened, and his body began to contort. What's happening? Ugh! The girl anxiously cried out. Immortal, sir, what's wrong with you? The young man had been seized and possessed. He turned back with a sinister grin. It's all right, he said. Switching scenes to the other side, Chen Tai spoke up. Zhang Xiong, this time we really owe it to you. Even Wang Yu was troubled by this matter. Who would have thought that Earth Immortal would be dealt with by someone from your memories? Zhang Yuan chuckled. Ha, to be honest, it was just luck. Chen Tai continued. Well, ha, I'm not one to pry, but that woman's identity really has piqued my curiosity. I didn't expect her to be so powerful, and the way you went all cold and released me immediately when you saw her, even though my constitution is different due to the ghost saber, I still took a pretty nasty fall. Zhang Yuan looked a bit embarrassed. About that? I'm really sorry. Chen Tai laughed it off. Haha, what are you saying? You've saved me countless times, I should be thanking you. Zhu Qiwan glanced at Zhang Yuan, startled, and thought to himself, what's going on? Why can't I sense any righteous aura from him anymore? Chen Tai externally asked. But who exactly is that woman? Zhang Yuan pondered before replying. Her name is Gu. She's a body cultivator at the mid-stage nascent soul realm. Her strength is even greater than a peak nascent soul cultivator. When I first embarked on the path of cultivation, she was my first master, Chen Tai exclaimed in surprise. Huh, master. But why did it seem like you were looking at her like an enemy? He thought to himself. With that woman's strength, what kind of background does Zhang Xiang have anyway? The Xuanmen longevity Dao? I need to investigate thoroughly when we return to the inner sect, Zhang Yuan then said. It's just some unpleasantness from the past, let's forget about it. Instead, you should first see who's ahead. Chen Tai was taken aback. What? He exclaimed. This person was none other than the person who had been seized and possessed. Chen Tai stepped forward to introduce him. He introduced him to everyone. This is the direct descendant of the Jin family in the capital, Jinzhu. Just like us, he's also a Xuanjin cultivator from the town ghost division. He was sent by Sineki to provide support for us. Jinju clasped his hands together. This humble one is Jinjue. I received the message from Sineki, originally telling us to gather in Fancheng Juao to wait for you all. But I happened to be nearby, so I came ahead to meet up with you. In his heart, he smiled sinisterly. He recalled the girl he had met earlier, who was no more screaming and yelling, banging her head on the ground, ruining his mood. Although she was just a country bumpkin, her figure was quite something. Let me see this guy's memories. The Jin family's cultivator isn't bad. Oh, and he's also from the town ghost division. What you think of comes to you, the luck is good. To transport the earth immortal. Interesting. Returning to reality. He smiled to himself. They can restrict the earth immortal, so these guys must be strong. Maybe I can think about body switching. Chentius, oblivious, continued his introduction. Shu Chu is my subordinate. I haven't recruited him for long, although he's from the Tai Ching lineage. But you've met this fellow Taoist Qin before, he thought to himself. There's another helper now. This trip will definitely be smooth this time. Subduing the earth immortal will definitely give us a lot of points, which can be exchanged for a lot of longevity pills for my wife and daughter. Qin Jue thought to himself. A wife and daughter slave, huh? Sounds similar to this Jinju's memories. Just a mortal with demonic aura. At this moment, Zhao Ling was worried, thinking to herself, I wonder what Zhao Tian is doing. I hope he isn't cultivating some random stuff again. I can't even tell Feng Ji about my worries. It'll only cause him more trouble. The so-called Jinju glanced at Zhao Ling, sizing her up. A mortal woman, huh? Not bad looking. I can play with her later. Qin Shengnan closed her eyes, feeling bored, thinking, boring. Let's quickly set off for the next romantic tribulation. Nothing here can arouse my interest. Jinju glanced at her, thinking, Jade Clarity Hand, huh? Her appearance is also top-notch. I've never tasted a Jade Clarity cultivator before. I'm really looking forward to it. On this side, Shu Chu was glancing towards Xiao Ling. Hee, who would have thought that the veiled young lady would be traveling with us? However, our first impression wasn't very good. I have to think of a way to strike up a conversation with her. Jinju looked at him, sizing him up. What an idiot. Just a nobody. But they managed to suppress the earth immortal. Suddenly, his gaze swept towards Zhang Yuan, and he grunted. Chen Tai on the other side was still introducing. This Zhang Xiang that I met this time has also agreed to join the town ghost division. He will be our comrade from now on. Zhang Yuan glanced at Chen Tai, thinking, although traveling with them in a carriage is very slow, it is okay since I'm getting the spiritual items. Plus, I can take advantage of the journey to cultivate. In the carriage, I'll test the killing intent inside the Scarlet Sun. It can indeed be used to cultivate the Hunyu and Golden Killing True Scripture. Tonight, I'll cultivate to the first level, and first check for any anomalies in my body. Jinju smiled slyly. Oh, he seems like a very mysterious guy. I should pay close attention to him. Night fell, and the moon rose high in the sky. Chen Tai said to Jinju, after a whole day of travel, I hope you can be patient. Jinju replied with a smile. Not at all. I'm also benefiting from Chen Xiong's influence. To earn points from transporting the earth immortal. Over here, Shu Chu was trying to strike up a conversation with Xiao Ling. Young lady? Have some grilled meat. I was a little rude when we first met a few days ago. I hope you don't mind, Xiao Ling hesitantly replied. Okay. Shu Qiwai then said, grill? The young lady before. Grilled meat. Then he offered the grilled meat to Zhao Ling while covering his face, scolding himself. What am I even saying, you damned mouth? Why are you stuttering at such an important moment? On this side, Qin Shengnan looked at Zhao Ling and asked, is that water orb next to you, Yunquan? Xiao Ling startled and exclaimed in surprise. Qin Shengnan closed her eyes again and indifferently said, I once saw in the records that Yunquan can monitor all places under the heavens. It was once an important anomaly controlled by the town ghost division, but it suddenly disappeared more than 10 years ago. In the future, don't let it appear in front of others, to avoid causing trouble. Xiaoling stammered, Thanks, Sister Qin. You didn't talk at all on the way here. I thought you didn't like me. Qin Shengnan replied, Don't misunderstand. I'm not being cold or targeting you. It's just that cultivation has made me lose the emotions of joy and fear. That's why my emotions aren't usually too high, and I don't feel like talking. Xiaoling was shocked. Sister Qin, you can't feel joy. Not far away, a surge of blood energy was being emitted. It was Zhang Yuan, using scarlet force to cultivate. At this moment, sweat was pouring off his body. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's spirit sea opened up, but it was only black and white. Zhang Yuan was a little shocked. What? This is my soul space? Inside, only black and white were visible, along with swirling black gas. Zhang Yuan sweated and wondered, what is this black and white storm? At this time his body was still immersed in the spirit sea, observing. After a while he opened his eyes, thinking to himself, the soul is still very weak, still a pure and absolute object, unable to withstand a bit of pollution from external objects. But my situation, even in my previous life, I've never heard of it. That black and white vortex doesn't look like the depths of the soul. It looks more like a black hole that swallows everything. His hand clenched his trembling knee. He was sure that something big had happened to his body, and it was definitely related to his failed ascension. The Hunyuan True Killing Golden Chapter is only at the first level, and it can't even go deep into the soul. The next stage of cultivation of the Hunyuan True Killing Golden Chapter still needs that fake killing intent. This ghost chi cannot be returned to Chen Tai within the Scarlet Force. That fake killing intent is endless. Ordinary people will become violent and bloodthirsty if they are only infected with a bit, but it won't affect those with strong wills much. Currently limited by methods, if the soul abnormality shows no signs of harm, then I should focus on cultivating and increasing my strength for now, otherwise I'll only cause trouble for myself. The next morning, a group of people were leading a group of villagers behind them. This was the guy who escaped death when he fought Zhang Yuan in Xiaoling and Xiaotian's village. But the people walking with them were all poor. A child said, Mommy, my legs hurt, I'm so hungry. The mother also looked tired but still encouraged her child. We can rest when the sun sets. I don't have much dry food left, we can only eat 1 meal a day. Endure it a little longer. Once we get to the Immortals territory, we won't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. You won't have to be like your father in the future. The child, Huker, listened and replied obediently, yes. A man riding a horse in front spoke up. Damn it, I'm a top 17 inner sect disciple, and I'm being sent to do this seed transport duty. It's all because of some useless trash who couldn't even handle a wanted criminal. The other man got angry when he heard that. What, Liu Er, what do you mean? Talking about you, the elders value that wanted criminally very highly. If you caught him, you might have taken over our command. Jiangxi wouldn't have had a chance. If I had caught him, I would have captured him long ago, you useless thing, Liu Er also said angrily. You want to die? Suddenly another person shouted, Stop arguing, thinking that hearing the voice of a celestial being at close range would surely kill that cheap person. Who would have thought that she was being helped to break through to the God transformation realm? Only she comprehends the mysterious void materialization in the whole sect. This time, her position is even more solid. The elders no longer care about other inner sect disciples. Even the third-ranked one like me has been forced to do this, and you still have the mood to fight internally? Liu Er frowned. Senior brother Qian, what do you think? Jiangxi uses chicken feathers as arrows. Now even if we secretly hide a few fallen fruits, we can be punished. When senior brother was in charge of the sect's grand hall, the brothers were all well fed. Since she took over, we only get a few dabio fruits each month, not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. The one called senior brother Qian snorted coldly. HMPH, a dog of the elders. So many dao fruits are collected and only offered to those old geezers. What a waste. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside him. What did you say? He was startled and looked back, shouting, Who? An old man appeared next to him and said, Qian Bing, what did you just say? Qian Bing was scared. Elder Shuai. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's giant jade sword Liu Er frowned and shouted, Ambush! Senior brother Qian, watch out! At this moment, the giant jade sword was rapidly slashing towards Qian Bing, but he didn't have time to react before losing an arm. Liu Er screamed. Ah, senior brother Qian. The guy next to him recognized him. Zhang Yuan. Ah, it's you. At this moment, Zhang Yuan appeared with the giant jade sword in his hand. The other side propped himself up and said, Good, I haven't gone looking for you, and you've already come to my door. Before Shen Xiangtian could finish speaking, he was grabbed by a large hand. It was Chen Tai's devil sword that had struck. That guy exclaimed. What? After Chen Tai controlled him, he said, Brother Zhang, make your move. That guy said confidently. Have you forgotten my flawless body? Come on, let's see you crush me. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yuan chopped off his head. Even with his head severed, he could still open his mouth and say, How is this possible, my flawless body? Chen Tai on the side said, Once you're caught by my devil sword, don't even think about using your evil techniques. Suddenly a scream rang out from the other side. Ah no, that Liu Er was running away. He grabbed a child as a hostage and said, Don't chase after me, or I'll crush this kid to death. The mother next to him anxiously shouted, Spare my child, Hurmer. Another voice rang out. You think you can run? Liu Er looked up at the sky. In fear, it was Jinju's seal descending. It smashed Liu Er into a bloody mess, and the child suffered the same fate. Zhang Yuan and Chen Ti were startled and looked back. The mother was in extreme grief, seeing her child like that. Ah no, my child, Hummer, my Hummer. Chen Tai asked an official, Where are these people from? Have they all been persuaded? The official replied. Reporting, Lord, aside from this mother and child, there are a total of 127 people, all commoners from Qingyan City. They were all deceived by the promises of the Taiqing demonic cultivators. After our persuasion and giving them some dry rations, they have all returned home. Chen Tai was a little surprised to hear this. Qingyan City. I remember the city lord there is of royal descent. They dare to come to Qingyan City to lure seeds. The Tianlan sect is really daring, but they're too unlucky, running right into us. Jin Jue on the side pretended to sigh. Alas, these Taiqing demonic cultivators are too despicable. Using children as hostages, I was just afraid he would escape, so I had no choice but to act. Alas, just a few years old, what a pity. Zhang Yuan glanced at him, thinking to himself, What a fake. This guy is so ruthless, but pretends to be modest and refined. I hope he doesn't have any other intentions. Humans have never been trustworthy. If there's any omen that he'll be harmful to us in the future, I'll strike first to gain the upper hand. Chen Tai on the side was also doubtful. What's wrong with Brother Jin? He's always been extremely cautious in his actions. He's really not acting like himself today. Did he have some mishap in his cultivation? The Jin family's cultivation is indeed prone to affecting the mind. Jin Ju thought to himself. These two are just being too sensitive over accidentally killing a mortal child. I'll be more careful in the future, but even if they find out I'm not who I seem to be, what can they do to me? Xiaoling on the side comforted the mother. Auntie Shen, don't be too sad. Chen Tai also stepped forward and said a few words. Please restrain your grief. The child's remains are not complete. We will bury him here. This was indeed our negligence. I will give you some compensation. The mother wailed. No. My child can still be saved. Living Buddha. The living Buddha can save him. I beg you immortals, please help me. On the carriage, Chen Tai asked, So, what's this living Buddha you're talking about? Forgive me for speaking frankly. This sister-in-law, your child's body is already mangled beyond recognition. This kind of thing like resurrection is impossible. Moreover, Qingyan has the royal family in charge. Where would any living Buddha come from? The mother eagerly replied, There is. You don't know. As long as the corpse doesn't rot, the living Buddha can bring that person to the Western Paradise. As long as you enter the Western Paradise, everyone can enjoy endless glory and wealth. The living Buddha compassionately saves the world. Even the city lord often comes to offer incense. Zhang Yuan said upon hearing this, If there is such a good thing, why were you still bewitched by the Taiqing demonic cultivators to flee Qingyan City? Wouldn't it be better to have the living Buddha take you to the Western Paradise? Jinju felt uncomfortable and thought, How noisy. And she's still hogging the carriage all by herself. These people are so fond of mortals, really foolish. The mother then replied to Zhang Yuan, We want to as well, but the living Buddha can only save 100 people to the Western Paradise each month, and they are all chosen from those with the most merit. My husband died in a mining disaster, and it's been 3 months, and it's still not our turn. His body has already rotted, and in 2 days it's the day the living Buddha saves the world. I want to beg you immortals to intercede, so that my son. Chen Tai turned back and asked everyone, What do you all think? Zhang Yuan replied, I'm fine with it, Jinju thought to himself. Rejecting would make these two suspicious. Thinking this, he said, Me too, let Brother Chen decide. Chen Tai said upon hearing this, Then let's make a trip. We also have some responsibility in this matter. Qingyan City is not far from here. We can catch up in 2 days. Old Lao's condition is also stable, and this trip to Bianzhou will take more than half a month. Anyway, we can take this opportunity to enter the city to prepare some horses. And also I want to see if this living Buddha is real or not. At the place where the battle had just occurred, blood stains were still scattered about. The head of the guy that Zhang Yuan had chopped off was lying there. Suddenly, tentacles extended from the head and then reconnected back into his body, his voice trembling. That was dangerous. His body was gradually recovering. Now, I get it now. Keeping this immortal body thing a secret is the right move? If those two, Lu Er and Wei Xian, saw it, I'd be toast. So, Jade Purity cultivators without special defensive measures are totally helpless against this. Well, that Ha Zhong thing I spent so much effort making is gone now. But hey, at least I found that wanted guy the elders are after. Not bad, I can use him. 2 days later, Zhang Yuan was sitting on the roof of a carriage cultivating, his whole body exuding a dense purple aura. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Streams of purple energy gathered around him from all directions. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, mid-foundation establishment stage already. Faster than I expected. Beside him, Shunqi was also shocked. Jinju seemed to be able to read minds, he thought to himself. Foundation establishment with this kind of stuff? Never heard of this realm before. What sect is this guy from anyway? A government official riding ahead announced, Esteemed sirs, Qingyan City is just ahead. The sign read, Qingyan City. All around, people were urging others to work. Hey you, old you don't get your cart unloaded, you don't get to eat. The people were toiling away, emaciated and skin and bones. Zhang Yuan wondered. Why are there so many miners? Chen Tai replied. Heard there are some rare gold mines around Qingyan City, and every man here has to do 5 years of forced labor when they come of age. Zhang Yuan heard this, thinking to himself, maybe I can check the mines for spirit ore. I could use it to make a sword, and then I could cultivate the heavenly origin divine array sword art. The guards saw Chen Tai's group and held up their hands, asking, Halt, who are you? Chen Tai presented his identity plaque and said, Town Suppressing Office, official business. Just like that, the group entered the city smoothly, but there wasn't a soul on the streets. Chen Tai was puzzled. What's going on? Qingyan City is a prefectural capital. How come the city is so desolate? The old mother leaned out of the carriage and said, It's that time again, immortal sirs. We must hurry to the blissful paradise temple. The living Buddha holds a grand salvation assembly on this day every month. Maybe the residents nearby have all gone there. Chen Tai heard this and said, All right, let's go see if this living Buddha is the real deal or a fraud. At the blissful paradise temple, the voices of the people rang out. Compassionate living Buddha. Compassionate living Buddha. These voices echoed everywhere. Everyone who came hoped to reach that blissful paradise. A girl anxiously said to the person sitting next to her, Miss Quas, the living Buddha is about to arrive. Are we really not going to kneel and worship? The girl replied, Living Buddha, my foot. He's a demon. We mustn't worship him. Inside the place, a loud voice boomed, Welcome the living Buddha. Only to see a giant statue looming into view. People knelt down and muttered continuously, Compassionate living Buddha. Above, monks were carrying the statue out, sacred and majestic. This was the living Buddha. Seeing the statue, everyone became even more excited. Compassionate living Buddha. Compassionate living Buddha. The statue opened its mouth and said in a hoarse voice, The world is full of sickness and suffering. All living beings are struggling. Another month has passed, and I, this old monk, am willing to give up 100 years of cultivation to save you all from this sea of suffering. The people below kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, living Buddha. Compassionate living Buddha. Only the girl remained sitting there. The maid beside her had also knelt down and shouted, Compassionate living Buddha. Compassionate living Buddha. The girl angrily snapped, Don't kneel. She gritted her teeth and angrily said, You despicable demon. There's got to be a limit to this brainwashing and lying. Swallowing 100 years of cultivation. This ritual has been going on for over 2 years now. That's 3,000 years of cultivation. Can you really keep living like this? A monk above shouted, Silence! Then, he took out a scroll and read, The Salvation Assembly officially begins. Next, I would like to announce the list of meritorious donors for this month. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed. Hold it! Zhang Yuan and Chen Tai's group flew through the air and arrived. Chen Tai landed firmly and said, Are you the living Buddha? I'm Chen Tai from the Demon Suppression Agency. I heard that the living Buddha is compassionate and saves all living beings. A child died tragically here, and I hope the living Buddha can save him once. Outside, Xiao Ling worriedly said. Brother Feng and the others flew in. Shu Qiu next to her said, There are so many people blocking the way outside. How can we squeeze in? The monk just shouted, Daring to cause trouble, daring to disturb the sacred ritual of salvation, meeting the master and not kneeling. Take these disrespectful people out of the Sukhavati temple. But the living Buddha's voice rang out. Jing Kong. These benefactors are also acting out of compassion to save people. Don't make things difficult for them. The one with the Dharma name Jing Kong respectfully said, "Yes, Master." The living Buddha then said, "Although this child's body has been destroyed, there is still a chance to save him since it hasn't been 3 days. Moreover, he has the help of the benefactor from the Demon Suppression Agency. This shows that this child has a connection with my Buddha. If so, today I will make an exception and prioritize him to enter the Sukhavati realm." Upon hearing this, the mother thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, living Buddha, for your great mercy." At this time, Zhang Yuan and Chen Tai exchanged glances and remained silent. The living Buddha began to chant scriptures. Unintelligible characters began to pour out. Then it formed a gate above the living Buddha. From within, one could see a magnificent palace. Inside there were flying maids and people enjoying themselves. But the people who saw this exclaimed, "It's the Sukhavati realm. That's the dog spirit from Luofang Street. It's inside. Living Buddha is merciful. Living Buddha is merciful." Chen Tai was shocked and thought to himself, This is the Sukhavati realm. Could this really be true? Zhang Yuan frowned. From inside the magnificent palace, a beam of light slowly appeared. The servant next to the girl exclaimed, Miss, that is the legendary guiding light to the Sukhavati realm." The girl denied, "No, I don't know what you guys are seeing, but in my eyes right now, the same went for Zhang Yuan's eyes. It's just a demonic monster eating people." The image in Zhang Yuan's and the girl's eyes was a huge monster sticking out its tongue to take the mutilated child. Zhang Yuan frowned and thought, "It's this filthy thing again. I knew he wasn't someone who cultivated properly. Less trouble is better. Let's pretend I didn't see through it." After the living Buddha sent the child into his mouth, he began to chew ravenously. But the image that the people saw was the child still alive, saying, This is, Mom, I'm so hungry." Suddenly, a fairy came forward and offered the child a plate of fruit with a smiling face. The child kept eating greedily and praised, "Delicious, so delicious." The mother shed tears of joy at this sight. My child is doing so well." Zhang Yuan turned around and left, saying, "Since the matter is over, we'll take our leave." The living Buddha then spoke. "Two benefactors from the Demon Suppression Agency, wait a moment." Inside the crowd, Xun Qiu was trying his best to squeeze Xiao Ling in, to see, make way, make way." He was squeezing so hard he was about to die. Suddenly, the living Buddha saw Xiao Ling, and his eyes widened. Xiao Ling saw Zhang Yuan and happily asked, Brother Feng, was that child saved?" Zhang Yuan didn't answer but said, "What are you guys doing here? Go with them quickly." Suddenly, the living Buddha's voice rang out. "Hold on." A glint flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. The living Buddha then said, "This old monk sees that this female benefactor is full of merit and must have been a great benefactor in her previous life, with a connection to me. This old monk will once again make an exception and allow this female benefactor to enter the Sukhavati realm and enjoy boundless bliss." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yuan interrupted. "No need." He glanced at him and continued, "The Grand Master's compassion and love are truly admirable, but she is willing to stay in this sea of suffering. That Sukhavati realm, you can enjoy it yourself." Suddenly, a monk shouted loudly, "Nonsense!" Then he jumped up forcefully. Then he wanted to reach out and grab Xiao Ling while saying, "Master, I'm guiding this female benefactor to the land of ultimate bliss. That's like a huge blessing for her. What's your deal? Why are you trying to interfere? Girl, ignore him. Come with me." But bam! Zhang Yuan grabs his arm, and the monk's all shocked, like, then his other hand swings up, trying to punch Zhang Yuan while yelling, "You insolent fool! What do you think this place is?" "Let go!" Xiao Ling cries out worriedly. Feng Ji. But then, swoosh! A sword flashes, and the monk's arm, the one trying to punch Zhang Yuan, clean off. The young miss is totally stunned and gasps. The monk clutches his severed arm, screaming, "Amiya, you've got some nerve." People start panicking. "Amiya, murder." The living Buddha up top goes, "Esteemed benefactor, why resort to violence? Such a forceful action will cut off the female benefactor's chances. We should ask for her opinion first. Female benefactor, would you like to join my land of ultimate bliss, free yourself from all worries, and enjoy eternal bliss? No, this is a reward from your past lives. Just accept it." Xiao Ling is startled, and then all these clueless locals start chiming in. "Girl, the living Buddha's personally asking you. Say yes. Yeah, it's what we've all been dreaming of." Xiao Ling, with her eyes full of determination, says, I don't need any eternal bliss. Without Feng Ji, I'm not going anywhere." The living Buddha frowns, then says, Alright, if the benefactor doesn't want it, so be it, Jing Kong, let them go. Jing Kong's all disbelieving, but he still replies, yes, master. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan is still glaring daggers at him. After they leave, Chen Tai asks, Zhang bro, what did you think of that living Buddha's land of ultimate bliss? Zhang Yuan coldly replies, words that bewitch the heart. Chen Tai, looking serious, says, I thought so too. Eternal bliss sounds sus, but if he's a demonic cultivator, how come the Qingyan city lord lets him run wild? Jinju says, isn't this beyond our concern? Don't forget that we are guarding the earth immortal. If things here are done, then let's hit the road, he thinks. These guys are really too meddlesome. If it wasn't for wanting to use them to sneak into the demon subduing division, Chen Tai agrees. True, can't lose the big picture for a small matter. We'll buy some extra carriages at the market later, and then But Zhang Yuan cuts him off. We can't leave the city today. Chen Ti's confused. Huh. Why? Zhang Yuan explains. That guy's got his eye on Shen Xiaoling now. Leaving the city right now is likely to cause trouble. We don't know the living Buddha's background. If his strength is so-so, then whatever, but if we can't handle him, then what do you think? The royal family protects this place. We're safer inside the city. After hearing Zhang Yuan, Chen Tai asks, are you serious, Zhang bro? Zhang Yuan replies, Shen Xiaoling has a special constitution, probably why she was targeted. Just then, that young miss blocks their way. Please stop. She clasps her hands respectfully. You must be cultivators from the demon subduing division, right? Please save the people of Qingyan City. The maid by her side anxiously calls out. Young miss, seeing that no one responds, she continues. You didn't want to see your friends enter the land of ultimate bliss and even attacked that monk, so you must have seen through the living Buddha's true colors, please. But Zhang Yuan coldly says, no matter what you say, I'm not interested. Find someone else. Chen Tai asks, not gonna ask what she wants to say. Maybe she has info about that living Buddha. Behind them, the young miss angrily says, how could this be? Aren't you demon subduing division supposed to protect the people? The maid tries to dissuade her. Young miss, Zhang Yuan, replies to Chen Tai, what could a righteous young lady who doesn't care about the world say? Even if she knows something, only info about the living Buddha's strength would be valuable. The rest is useless to us. We'll stay in the city for now. If there's really no risk of being followed, we'll leave tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, back at the land of ultimate bliss temple, Jing Kong is kneeling before the living Buddha. Suddenly, a tentacle shoots out of the living Buddha's mouth, carrying something with it, and he shoves it right into Jing Kong's mouth. Jing Kong's arm starts growing back, and he's gritting his teeth from the pain. A moment later, his arms fully grown back. The living Buddha's voice echoes, I have granted you a new body once more. Dealing with that cultivator from this morning will surely be no problem. The female benefactor is of boundless merit. Buddha's compassion absolutely cannot allow her to remain in this chaotic world because of the greed of those cultivators. The chaotic heaven scatter is a treasure that Buddha ancestor passed down to my teacher. I'll lend it to you for now. After those cultivators leave the city, you must bring that female benefactor back to the temple. Jing Kong looks at his newly grown arm, a determined look on his face as he says, yes, master. Somewhere else, Zhang Yuan is diligently cultivating, when suddenly his eyes light up. He thinks to himself, evil-breaking Dharma eyes. The divine ability has achieved initial success. The evil-breaking Dharma eyes and the primordial true-killing golden body have Dharma nature compatibility. That is why it can be completed quickly now. Foundation establishment middle stage will not be able to cultivate divine abilities easily anymore. I was gonna pour all my energy into cultivating, but my weapon stash is pathetic, and my combat power sucks. Scooping up minerals in the city this afternoon turned up nothing that can conduct spirit energy. Total garbage for making magical artifacts? Am I gonna have to resort to hunting down blood essence to craft stuff later on? Seriously. Suddenly, his eyes snap towards one direction. Bingo! They're here! Aside from Chen Tai keeping watch tonight, seems like he noticed them too. Some monks trailing behind Jing Kong were lurking and observing. They aren't leaving the city. What should we do, senior brother? Wait till tomorrow. Fighting in the city will alert the city lord. Jing Kong pulled out a Hun Tian umbrella and grinned. No need. Don't forget I have a Buddhist treasure given by our master. Dare to chop off my arm. Tonight you'll get what's coming to ya. He tossed the Hun Tian umbrella up in the air and yelled, Hun Tian umbrella, open! The Hun Tian umbrella popped open, then expanded. Using it as the center, streams of light from it formed a barrier enveloping a wide area. Jing Kong laughed maniacally. Hey, this place is now wrapped up by the Hun Tian umbrella. Even the laws of heaven won't detect a thing. Just then, Chen Ti swung his blade, charging at him, but unexpectedly got knocked off the roof by the Hun Tian umbrella's power. He exclaimed in disbelief. What the heck? My body feels totally drained. Jing Kong rushed forward, his arms starting to swell up as he roared, "Ha ha ha, just a mortal. Too bad. Under the Hun Tian umbrella, your strength will be weakened to the absolute limit." With that, he landed a devastating punch straight onto Chen Tai. Instantly, Chen Tai was heavily injured and coughed up blood. Jing Kong felt a bit off and said, "Is that all the power my fist has?" Another monk beside him said, Senior brother, our strength is also being weakened." "It's fine. With bodies like theirs, they're definitely." But when he looked up at the Hun Tian umbrella, he saw it shrinking. He was shocked and looked back. Zhang Yuan was now holding the Hun Tian umbrella and said, "Where did you get this thing?" His eyes were cold. As he questioned Jing Kong couldn't believe it. You can control the Hun Tian umbrella. You shouldn't know the control incantation. Everyone, attack him and take the Buddhist treasure back." With that, a bunch of monks charged forward. Zhang Yuan said, "Buddhist treasure, Hun Yuan umbrella." So that's it. It's engraved with unknown incantations, using it to control. All right? He opened the umbrella, and the monks cried out in fear. "Senior brother Yu," Zhang Yuan continued, "the clear yuan glazed umbrella should be used like this." Jing Kong's eyes widened in disbelief, as he was now trapped in a dark space. Terrified. "Just who the hell are you? What are you waiting for? Move." But from within that dark space emerged things like the spirit clones that Li Changshou uses. Qin Shengnan and Jinju walked out, confused. What's going on? An enemy attack? What kind of tactic is this? Just now my whole body lost strength. Even standing up was hard. Zhang Yuan retracted the clear yuan glazed umbrella, his eyes looking ahead. "These are the city god's spirit clones." A person appeared in that space, asking, "Jing Kong, is that you? Why are you fighting privately here?" Jing Kong blurted out, "Cheng Qing. This guy is the guard of Qingyan City, a city god cultivator." Chen Tai, with blood still dripping from his mouth, struggled to speak. "Gu Guardian Lord, I am Chen Tai from the Zhengi troop. We were attacked for no reason. I still have an important matter. Please help us, my lord." Jing Kong frowned and snapped, "Shut up. You should be grateful you're alive. I'll discipline you later." Then, he turned to Cheng Qing and said, "Cheng Qing, you've come at the right time. Get rid of these people for me. This is an order from the living Buddha. You should know the relationship between the living Buddha and your city lord. The living Buddha's order is the city lord's order." Cheng Qing looked at him without saying a word. Zhang Yuan pulled out a jade sword and asked, "Are you the bald guy's rescue team?" Jing Kong yelled, "What are you waiting for? Get out." But unexpectedly, Cheng Qing's spirit clones pinned Jing Kong down. Jing gritted his teeth in disbelief. "What?" Zhang Yuan was also surprised by this scene. Inside the Golden Extinction Cave, a sound arose. Jing Kong's body was being blackened. He shouted, "Just Cheng Qing, how dare you do this? Stop now, or you won't be able to withstand the city lord's rage later." Cheng Qing's face was emotionless. "I am the guardian envoy of Qingyan City. Protecting the peace here is my responsibility. The city lord has no right to interfere. Jing Kong, you attacked others in the city. This crime deserves punishment." Suddenly another voice rang out. "Is that so?" A person appeared from the sky, then plunged straight down to the location where Cheng Qing and Jing Kong were standing. A man appeared. "Cheng Qing, I told you, didn't I? Don't touch the people of the Bliss Temple. This is Qingyan City Lord, the royal family Feng Kun." Zhang Yuan and the others were a bit confused when they heard this. Cheng Qing thought for a moment and said, "City Lord, this person, Feng Kun, frowned and threatened. I'll say it one last time. Release him." Cheng Qing remained silent. Then he finally released the spirit clones on Jing Kong. After being freed, Jing Kong threatened loudly again. "Bastard, you just wait." Then, he left immediately. A guard stepped forward to report, "City Lord, we've found the young lady." The two of them were hiding in North Street, secretly spreading the word that the living Buddha is a demon. Someone reported them, so we discovered them. Feng Kun frowned and asked, "Yunjie, what are you trying to do, Xiao Huang? How many times have I warned you? Yunjie is seriously ill. It's one thing that you didn't stop her, but you even followed her." Xiao Huang stammered. "Brother, Yunjie said loudly. "I forced her to take me out. Father, why don't you believe me? The living Buddha is really—" Before she could finish speaking, Feng Kun clenched his hand, and Xiao Huang's body was distorted, with many blood holes appearing all over her. Yunjie cried in fear, "No, Xiao Huang. Father, why are you doing this?" Feng Kun said coldly. "If you don't want to implicate others, don't run around in the future." Then he ordered the guards, "Take the young lady back immediately." Feng Kun looked at Zhang Yuan and the others with a threatening gaze. "As for you, if you're just passing through my Qingyan City, don't cause trouble. Leave quickly." With that, he left immediately. Shin Shengnan asked, "What do you think? The Bliss Temple won't be able to react in a short time. Should we take this opportunity to leave?" The city lord seems to be connected to the Bliss Temple. Because of sect reasons, I don't want to confront the royal family. Chen Tai also said, "That's right, we don't want to cause trouble, but as you can see, the Bliss Temple attacked us first. Can you tell me the background of the Bliss Temple? We can also be prepared in the future." Cheng Qing hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't know the specifics. I only know that this living Buddha came from the West. This living Buddha came here and preached about the land of bliss. I thought the city lord would object, but I didn't expect him to support it unconditionally." Chen Tai asked again. "So is the land of bliss real or fake?" Cheng Qing replied. "I don't know, but at least I don't believe it." Jin Ju seemed dissatisfied and said, "Why are you asking about these things? Don't tell me you want to get involved in this? Don't forget our mission to protect them." He thought to himself, "I can't take it anymore. If we keep dragging on like this, and if we really clash with the royal family, it will be troublesome. I have to quickly convince them to leave." Zhang Yuan said, "You guys go first, I'll follow behind," Chen Tai asked worriedly. What are you planning to do, Zhang Xiong?" Zhang Yuan frowned and looked in one direction. "I have something to ask the living Buddha." Over here, Yun Kaler was crying and calling out, Xiao Huang, what happened?" The guard next to her advised, "Young lady, why don't you come back with us?" But suddenly, something happened to her. Her eyes were blurred. The guard worriedly called out, Young lady." Cheng Qing descended from above and said, "Her old illness has relapsed. Take the young lady back to the city lord's mansion first. You go find the city lord. Only the city lord can treat this illness." Zhang Yuan above said, "Stop, don't touch her." This surprised Cheng Qing. Scene changes. At the Bliss Temple, Feng Kun was rushing there like a whirlwind. Then he landed on the ground. But the monk there saw someone and shouted, "Who's there?" But when he recognized Feng Kun, he stammered in panic, Lord City Lord, please wait a moment, I'll go inform my master." But before he could finish his sentence, Feng Kun smashed the main gate and walked in. He strode aggressively towards the living Buddha. At this moment the living Buddha was still calmly closing his eyes as if nothing had happened. After a while the living Buddha spoke. "Lord City Lord, you seem to be in a bad mood today," Feng Kun then said. "Wu Zhen, haven't I told you this before? Don't mess with the Wandering Soul Suppression Office. Why did you attack them tonight? Is there a word you didn't understand?" Wu Zhen replied. "Lord City Lord misunderstands. This old monk only wanted to guide a female benefactor among them to the realm of ultimate bliss. I have no intention of opposing them. The merit of that one female benefactor alone is comparable to that of 10,000 people. This destined one should definitely not suffer in the mortal world." Feng Kun, hearing this, said, "Spare me the excuses. I promised you one that only eats 100 people, but you usually deceive mortals at will, using the excuse of salvation, and I don't know how many people you've devoured. I've turned a blind eye to these things. But there's only one thing. Don't provoke the Soul Suppression Office. If the number of people you harm on a large scale is known to their master, even I will be blamed." Wu Zhen said, "Lord City Lord has seen it as well. If it can bring blessings to the people, the form doesn't matter. Escaping this world of suffering and entering the illusory realm of ultimate bliss is the wish of the people, and also the merit of this old monk." Feng Kun, unable to bear it any longer, shouted, "Enough! I don't want to hear your deceptive words. Where is this bastard's elixir?" Wu Zhen, hearing this, paused for a moment, then said to a disciple beside him, "Jingshu, bring the rebirth pill that I refined today to the city lord." A monk, hearing this, carried out a box and presented it to Feng Kun. Wu Zhen then said, "The rebirth pill can bind the soul to the body, revive the dead, and requires the blood essence of 100 people to create one pill. Now that there is a female benefactor with immeasurable merit, one person is equal to 10,000 people. If you just bring that female benefactor to me, I can refine 10 rebirth pills in one day. What does the city lord think?" Feng Kun glared at him warningly. "Wu Zhen, I'll say it one last time. Because of the rebirth pill, I allow you to stay in my Qingyan city. Inside the city, I can tolerate the things you do, but if you cause me any more trouble, then I'll turn that living Buddha of yours into a dead Buddha." Hearing this, Wu Zhen opened his eyes in shock. Then Feng Kun quickly left. At this moment, Jing Kong rushed in and reported in a panic, Master, something bad has happened. That cultivator can actually manipulate the Hunyuan powder. The incantation you taught me is not working anymore. The junior brothers are all—" But before he could finish speaking, a tentacle pierced straight into his mouth. Then, this tentacle branched out through his head, and other tentacles also pierced through the bodies of the other monks. Wu Zhen's voice rang out, This old monk has been in Sheng country for 5 years. During that time, I have successfully advanced from the 10,000 soul stage to the 100,000 soul stage. The mortals of Sheng country are poor and destitute everywhere, truly a purgatory on earth. Now there is someone with profound Buddhist affinity. By converting that female benefactor, this old monk's million soul stage is waiting. For everyone, it is immeasurable merit. I originally planned to stay in the city for a few more years to convert sentient beings, but unfortunately, that Qingyan city lord is a mortal with too much selfish desire. In that case, this old monk can only take action personally, and personally go to convert that meritorious woman. At this moment, he sucked the heads of the monks in the Pure Land Temple towards himself. But it seems I can't stay in Sheng country anymore, disciples. You have followed this old monk to convert sentient beings for the past few years, working hard and contributing greatly. Today's act of great kindness should also have a share for you, so let you save the countless people of Qingyan City from the water and fire. The heads suddenly opened their mouths and said, "Yes, master." On the city lord's side, he was strangling a guard. "You useless thing! You couldn't even protect the young lady. What's the point of living?" another guard said in fear. "Lord, please calm down." At that time, the young lady had an attack. That Taoist didn't know what he said to Lord Chengqing. Lord Chengqing didn't stop him either. That cultivator took the young lady and flew away. We servants are mortals, and didn't dare to stop him, but before he left a message for the Lord's city lord. Feng Kun asked, "What did he say?" The guard stammered. That person said, "I have a way to save this girl's illness. If you want to cure it completely, tell the city lord to find me 1 mile west of the city." Feng Kun's eyes narrowed sharply as he asked again. Outside the city, he angrily yeeted the lackey away, shattering the armor on his body while cursing, "You son of a—" Meanwhile, outside the city, Zhang Yuan was chilling, eyes closed and gathering his focus. Beside him, the young miss was lying down. Suddenly, a flood of memories appeared. A bunch of people practicing martial arts with voices ringing out, "Awesome, senior brother Zong, ha ha ha," is all he knows is scorching flame technique. Beat him up. A sword came flying, aiming right at him, but the guy quickly jumped back to dodge. Then, that dude unleashed a whole bunch of talismans. His movement was super fast in the air. "Let's see where you run now. Eat my exploding flame." The guy instantly used his spirit energy to block it, but the force of the explosion sent him flying straight into the ground. Seeing this, that dude laughed loudly. "Ha ha, how about it, little Yuanzi? Isn't this talisman stronger than your scorching flame technique? See? Wouldn't it have been easier if you just obediently handed over your spirit stones? You just had to take a beating. Did you think that after cultivating, you could be equals with this young master? Even if you enter the Luoyun sect, you'll always be our servant. Next month, take the initiative to deliver spirit stones to my place, or I'll break your legs." The group behind him chimed in. "Ha ha, great hit, worthy of senior brother Zong. Ha ha, that little brat is so stubborn." Neither of the two refused to contribute spirit stones, and he learned some kind of mortal body technique, which is difficult to deal with. It still takes senior brother Zong to take action. "Ha ha, this punk was a servant when I was a mortal. Who would have thought he'd make it into the sect too? Later on, if you guys have chores, just tell him to do them. Don't be polite. That's what his lowly kind is for. Senior brother Zong is worthy of being the #1 among our outer disciples. In the outer sect selection in half a year, senior brother Zong will definitely win first place." Zhang Yuan was sitting there in pain, his whole body trembling. The other disciples, seeing this scene, started gossiping. "Look, that guy got robbed again. Got beaten up real bad. We already told him that the old disciples have been in the sect for years, their cultivation level is much higher than ours, and they also have magical items and talismans. If he insists on fighting them, he deserves it." Zhang Yuan thought to himself, "I've been transmigrated here for 5 years. I was a servant for 4 years. Fortunately, this body has spiritual roots. After going through hardships and dangers, I joined the Luoyun sect. But it took me 3 months of cultivation to enter the 2nd level of qi refining. Furthermore, I'm afraid that the 2 spirit stones I have won't be kept, and my cultivation will definitely be slower. It is rare to be transmigrated to a world where I can pursue immortality. I absolutely refuse to be ordinary for the rest of my life. This place is a dog-eat-dog world. Before, just money and power made countless people fight each other to the point of bloodshed, let alone immortality in this life." Zhang Yuan's eyes coldly revealed his determination. "They keep robbing my spirit stones. I can't protect them. I can only blame my incompetence. I have to hurry up and not relax in the slightest, or I'll be eliminated soon, and my life will be dull forever." Cut to a forest within the Luoyun sect, where someone was reminding them, "Listen up, everyone. If you've joined my demon hunting team, you must strictly obey my orders. I'm Li Chengfeng, ranked 174th in the inner sect. with a 6th level Qi refining cultivation base. This time, our target is a wolf demon. After a successful hunt, there will be a reward of 1 to 3 spirit stones, based on your performance. I chose you guys because you know the scorching flame technique. We'll set up a flame ceiling formation to support the fire. Then, my 2 junior brothers and I will be responsible for the main attacks, and you guys, below, Zhang Yuan thought to himself. Joining the demon hunting team is the only way for low-level disciples to quickly obtain spirit stones. Although it's dangerous, for low-level disciples leisurely cultivation is a path to death. For anything, the hardest part is building an empire from scratch. Once my cultivation increases, I'll have more ways out. Then the team started attacking the demon wolf. Li Chengfeng angrily scolded. You idiots, don't attack randomly. Aim your scorching flame technique at the wounds we create. Attacking other places will only waste energy. Before he could finish speaking, he was seriously injured by the demon wolf's paw. Then the demon wolf pressed him firmly to the ground with its large paw. Then, it opened its mouth wide, preparing to spit fire. The 2 disciples with Li Chengfeng panicked and ran away. It's over, senior brother Li failed. Without him, we're no match for it. Run quickly. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed, biting his lip, hesitating whether to run away or maybe this is an opportunity. Li Chengfeng was still being held down by the demon wolf on the ground. As the demon wolf's attack came down, Zhang Yuan quickly rushed forward and used his shield to block the blow for Li Chengfeng. Then, he gathered the scorching flame technique in his palm and struck the demon wolf's eye, causing it to howl in pain. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he quickly dragged Li Chengfeng away. One of the demon wolf's eyes was injured. It angrily looked at Zhang Yuan and quickly launched an attack at both of them. Immediately, the 2 of them were hit, and rocks and soil splashed everywhere. Both of them were sent flying. Zhang Yuan quickly stabilized himself and landed. He glanced at the demon wolf, worried. No, this is bad. This demon wolf is reacting too quickly. Its resistance is strong. This idea of saving someone to gain favor and benefits is unrealistic. The risk is too great. I'd better run with the others. Right then, the demon wolf charged straight at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, looking worried, thought, wait, what? It's coming after me now. Li Chengfeng was still down for the count, shaking like a leaf. He could only glance at Zhang Yuan, speechless. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was still booking it, running for his life. Heaving for breath, he thought, finally shook it off. That damn demon wolf glaring at me and chasing me for a whole day. Good thing this place is all thick with trees, making it a pain for it to follow. Otherwise I'd be a goner 100 times over. My magic's tapped out too. Gotta find a safe place to crash ASAP. No sooner had he thought that, the demon wolf was hot on his heels again. It roared like a maniac, seeming to really hate Zhang Yuan's guts. Zhang Yuan immediately took off sprinting, inwardly groaning. All I did was hurt its eye. Is it really worth fighting to the death over that? My magic is dried up. Am I done for today? Suddenly, a deep pit yawned open right in front of Zhang Yuan. He didn't hesitate, jumping down. The huge demon wolf could only lean down from above, trying to snap at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan quickly managed to land safely, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness this cave is pretty deep. Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. He stared intently. It was a woman encased in a huge block of ice. This was actually Zhang Yuan's future master, and this was also the first time the 2 master and disciple met. Zhang Yuan suddenly woke up with a start, realizing he'd dozed off and dreamt about the past. Man, it feels like ages ago, he muttered. Suddenly, Feng Kun swooped down from above, landing hard right in front of Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan calmly said, Easy there, mister. I mean you, no harm. Feng Kun coldly replied, No harm. Then why did you lure this city lord outside the city and brazenly take my daughter away under the guise of being a ghost-suppressing official? You've got a death wish. And with that, he crushed the rebirth pillbox in his hand. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed. Wait a second. But Feng Kun had already flicked the pill in his hand towards Chu Xuan. His eyes flashed. How dare he? He then rushed towards Zhang Yuan, grabbed the pill in his hand, but Feng Kun rushed forward and attacked from the front. But when Feng Kun hit Zhang Yuan, it was just an illusion. Zhang Yuan's voice echoed, I'll say it again, calm down. Then, he unleashed the azure origin glazed light. Elsewhere, the sound of urgent galloping hooves echoed. Kong Kuai sat in the carriage, worried. Chen Dairen, maybe we should slow down a bit, just in case the carriage overturns. Chen Tai replied. No way. He recalled Zhang Yuan's words. Shen Xiaoling's safety depends on you, he continued. I thought it would be temporarily safe in the city, but seeing that the city lord and the living Buddha have such a close relationship, then this place is a tiger's den. According to Zhang Xiong's deduction, that living Buddha has already set his sights on Shen Xiaoling. Zhang Xiong doesn't know where to go to do anything, but we must take advantage of the living Buddha's lack of reaction to leave this place." Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened. Looking up, the living Buddha appeared right in front of the carriage and spoke. "Esteemed benefactors, where are you going?" In another place, Cheng Qing was sitting alone at a table. He recalled Zhang Yuan's words. "If you want to get rid of the living Buddha, then don't disturb me," he thought to himself. That young man wants to make a move on the living Buddha. But they don't look like cultivators with cultivation levels above Class B, and the main obstacle is actually on the side of the city lord. Outside, the people were being beaten by the soldiers and forced to work. "Hurry up, you useless thing. How many days haven't you completed the task yet? If you don't complete it today, the cart and the person will go down to the mine under the ground." Suddenly, the slave man's eyes gleamed as something emerged from beneath the ground. He joyfully cried out, "Whoa, whoa, that's paradise." "What?" "Yeah, exactly." All that appeared was a ring of energy, and inside it, a magnificent, glowing palace emerged. The slaves joyfully cheered, "Merciful living Buddha, let us in." Seeing this, the soldiers immediately started beating them. "Stop, all of you, stop right now." Cheng Qing was sitting there, but he could still hear the shouts echoing from outside. "Ah, it's paradise, how amazing. I might actually have a chance too. This must be the living Buddha's benevolence. Paradise, merciful living Buddha. Long live the living Buddha. Get out of the way." These sounds continuously echoed without cease. Seeing this, Cheng Qing immediately went outside and jumped onto a nearby rooftop. The sounds of the crowd continued to echo. "Who knows when this entrance will disappear? Hurry, let's go in. Don't push, I'm going first. Get lost. Merciful living Buddha, don't block the way. Merciful living Buddha, don't shove." Just like that, everyone pushed and shoved their way into the so-called paradise. But in reality, it was just the monster's mouth. Cheng Qing frowned as he watched this scene. His eyes flashed with a blood-red glint as he growled, "Living Buddha." On the side where Zhang Yuan and Feng Kun were battling, birds were perched. Suddenly, an explosion rang out, scaring them into a scattered flight. Feng Kun was charging towards Zhang Yuan, attacking him. Immediately, Zhang Yuan took out his top-grade spiritual artifact, the Po Zhen Chui. The two continuously clashed, fighting from one side to the other. Zhang Yuan constantly had to retreat, defending against Feng Kun's powerful blows. At this moment, the Po Zhen Chui spiritual artifact also began to show signs of cracking. Zhang Yuan was forced back. After stabilizing his body, Zhang Yuan thought to himself, "This Po Zhen Chui was forged from a severed arm, and its ability is to absorb impact, yet it was destroyed in just a few moves. Even the Qing Yuan Liu Lisan from before had no effect. So many of my methods are useless against him. This guy is too strong, I have no way to counter him. My speed can only barely keep up if this stalemate continues." Suddenly, he noticed something. At this moment, Feng Kun was sweating and panting heavily. Zhang Yuan then said, "We've only been exchanging blows for a short while, yet the city lord is already this exhausted. So that's how it is. No wonder you refused to listen to my explanation and hastily attacked." He concluded, "You can't stay outside the city for long." He then recalled Feng Kun's first words when they met. Feng Kun had said he had no ill will. "Then why did you, city lord, arrange to meet me outside the city?" Feng Kun angrily retorted, "Stop playing dumb. You're from the Zhengui Sea. How could you not know about this? Give me back the Huangsheng Dan first, or I can." Zhang Yuan took out the Huangsheng Dan and said, "Although I came with them, I'm not from the Zhengui Sea. I genuinely don't know about this matter. Let me repeat, I have no ill will. My patience in explaining isn't because I'm afraid of you. I just want to." Zhang Yuan neutralized something on the Huangsheng Dan and continued, quote, "Make a deal." Feng Kun angrily exclaimed, "What? You dare?" Zhang Yuan calmly spoke again. He explained, "This is an object condensed from resentful spirits. You haven't deeply researched souls, so you'll mistakenly believe this can strengthen a divine soul. Using this to save your daughter is like drinking poison to quench thirst. It only holds on temporarily. In the end, you'll still be powerless, and she'll return to the heavens." Feng Kun exclaimed in shock, "What? No way! I've had many masters verify it. This pill can truly save my daughter. Are you trying to fool me? Do you think I'm easy to trick?" Zhang Yuan calmly responded, "It seems I guessed correctly." Chen Tai once said that the Sheng nation values the lives of its common people deeply. The fact that living people are being eaten in the city must be because of your daughter's incurable illness. Who you choose to believe is your freedom, but compared to being blackmailed long-term by the living Buddha, I can completely cure the young lady's illness. Feng Kun still found it hard to believe, saying, "Kid, you've got guts. All right, I, the city lord, will trust you this once. But let me make this crystal clear beforehand. It's difficult for my Sheng nation's imperial family to have heirs. I'm already 370 years old, and I only have one daughter. If you dare to deceive me." His eyes stared intensely at Zhang Yuan as he continued. "You absolutely cannot bear the consequences. Speak, what kind of deal do you want?" Zhang Yuan said. "That living Buddha guy, you must know his background clearly. I want to borrow your power to capture him alive." "I have some questions I need to ask him," Feng Kun questioned. "So your target is him. No need for complications then. With me here you can totally do it." But Zhang Yuan cut him off. "No, I want to soul search him." Inside the city, everyone was pushing and shoving, fighting, to get into paradise. "Get out of the way, I'm going first. Hurry and go in. Who knows when the entrance will close? Don't shove. Get out of the way for Tam. All of you, scram. Let me in too. Wait for me, don't push me." That mother was screaming too. Hewer, my child is still inside. Please let me in first." Suddenly, Cheng Qing's spirit projection appeared, stomping right on the gate. A huge head popped up, roaring, "Gagayo, who dares to stop me from delivering salvation to the masses?" But Cheng Qing's spirit projection just plunged in, tearing at that head. A moment later, the head was ripped right off. Cheng Qing snorted coldly, "HMPH, salvation, my ass." Everyone was freaking out then. What is this? How could the Pure Land be? Cheng Qing glanced at everyone, saying, "Take a good look. This is the so-called Pure Land you're chasing." Countless skulls spilled out of the monster's mouth. What's going on? He's eating people. No way. "What about my here then? The Pure Land isn't. The Pure Land has to be real." Right. This must be a test from the living Buddha. To enter the Pure Land you have to abandon your body. Yeah, it must be. Cheng Qing was speechless, thinking to himself, "Whatever. Gotta rescue the other civilians first. The city god's spirit projection in my body can't stray too far. I have to act alone and fast." Unexpectedly, the head twitched and tried to swallow Cheng Qing. As the head grabbed Cheng Qing, it cackled, "Heh! I got you right where I want you." At this point, Cheng Qing was being clamped down by the head's sharp teeth, blood spurting out from his body. And the head said, "Cheng Qing, I told you, I'd make you regret it. This head is the head of Jing Kong." Just then, Cheng Qing's spirit projection arrived and latched onto his shoulder. Then it pulled Cheng Qing out of the monster's mouth, but it shot sharp teeth straight at him, his body bleeding non-stop. Jing Kong was a little surprised. "You damn sickly ghost, you can still use a spirit projection in this state." Heh, Cheng Qing thought. "Damn it, I let my guard down." Jing Kong laughed. "Heh, looks like this time I'll blast you into." Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's giant jade sword came crashing down, piercing through his monster head. Cheng Qing also looked up in surprise. Zhang Yuan and Feng Kun appeared. Feng Kun spoke up. "Are all these guys disciples of the Pure Land Temple? Where's Wu Zhen?" Zhang Yuan, on the other side, scanned the entire city with his divine sense, saying, "My divine sense has swept the whole city. That living Buddha isn't in the city anymore," Feng Kun sneered. "Good, great. So I really did lead a wolf into my house. I've been supporting these monks for over 2 years, and they've been secretly harming tens of thousands of my city's people. Is this how Wu Zhen repays me? It's been over 300 years. No one has dared to disrespect me like this. Looks like that monk thinks he can just run out of the city, and everything will be peachy. But there's no way I can let this go. Seal the borders. Catch that old thief for me." At this moment, golden streams of light from all directions were converging in one direction. Feng Kun muttered an incantation. "Sheng Guo, royal family, royal blood, true body." Then he shouted, "Rip them to pieces!" Feng Kun looked at the monks below, with eyes full of murderous intent. "And all this that offends his eyes," which he left immediately. Feng Kun disappeared at the speed of light. Below, the people were still blindly rushing into the mouths of the monsters. "I'm going in first, don't push. Me first, get out of the way. You idiot, you want to get hit? Everyone get out of my way." Feng Kun had appeared above. A ray of light pierced through the monster head below and then left. Zhang Yuan was still observing Feng Kun, and was secretly astonished. That speed is far beyond when he was fighting me. Feng Kun moved from one side to the other, then obliterated each monster one by one. After a while, Feng Kun returned to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan asked doubtfully, "Is your power from mortals? I thought it was from some formation or architecture in the city. Is this why your royal family protects mortals?" Feng Kun looked at Zhang Yuan with a guarded expression. "So what if it is? You got a problem with that?" Zhang Yuan explained. "No, that's not what I meant. It's just that the living Buddha left the city, and I thought you wouldn't be useful anymore." Meanwhile, that living Buddha was using his powers to create a whole bunch of arms to attack Chen Tai and the gang. But with one swing of his blade, Chen Tai easily sliced through one of those arms. Chop chop. On top of that, Jinju's golden seal was also constantly being used to block those arms. The living Buddha frowned. It seemed like he'd underestimated Chen Tai's group. Oops. Chen Tai, now using the demon blade with 20% clarity, turned to Xin Shengnan and said, "Taoist Qin." His head's growing back. "Uh-oh, respawn time." Qin Shengnan was trying her best to use the Ming Sect's skills. Muttering incantations, she chanted, "Jade clarity, immortal art. Joyful shrieking dry worms." The sky around the living Buddha went dark, spooky. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. But right away, his head exploded again. Pop goes the Buddha. Chen Tai swung his blade, hacking at the arms, and thought in alarm, "Is this guy immortal or what?" Every time Taoist Qin uses her magic, he just blows his head off to avoid the consequences. Sure, it stops him from using other tricks, but with these endless arms, we've got no chance of escaping. Talk about a headache. Besides, his head can grow back in less than 15 minutes. If it weren't for Taoist Qin keeping him in check, my skills and Taoist Qin's wouldn't even be able to hold back his attacks. But Taoist Qin's already used her magic dozens of times. She's got to be close to her limit. Below, seeing Xin Shengnan frowning, her face dripping with sweat, and panting, Xiaoling asked worriedly, "Big Sis Qin, are you okay?" Xin Shengnan tried to reply, I'm fine, you should go inside." Half of Chen Tai's face had already been transformed. He frowned, hesitating. "If this keeps up, what'll we do? Do I have to wake up the demon blade all the way to Nanchang? That's a long commute for a sword." Over on the other side, the living Buddha's hand lunged forward, and Jinju shattered it with a single sword strike. Shattered. He scowled, thinking, "The hell? That Mo family actually became their lackeys? These damn guys were minding their own business, not worrying about traveling, and had to come trample on this thing." Above, the living Buddha's head was slowly growing back again, like a bad weed. Chen Tai shouted angrily, "Taoist Qin! He's about to recover again." Suddenly, one of the living Buddha's hands, quick as lightning, smashed the carriage and grabbed Xiaoling right in front of Xin Shengnan. "Oh no you didn't." She chased after them, shouting, "No." Then she quickly grabbed Xiaoling's hand, pulling her up. The living Buddha's hand missed Xiaoling, but another hand appeared, blocking their escape route. Talk about a helping hand, not. Xin Shengnan immediately pushed Xiaoling down. Xiaoling screamed in fear, "Ah, Big Sis Qin." Right after, the hand grabbed Xin Shengnan and ran off. Below, Yushuan appeared and caught Xiaoling, tears streaming down her face. "Qin, Big Sis Qin." On this side, Shu Chu worriedly said to Chen Tai, "My lord, Lady Qin." Chen Tai looked back and asked, "What?" The living Buddha's voice echoed. "So this is the Jade Clarity Cultivator Sand Kingdom spoke of. Indeed, she has something special. I'm specialized in souls, but I can't resist her methods. Commendable." At this moment, countless hands surrounded Chen Tai. Then, they simultaneously attacked him, hand-to-hand combat, literally. Even Jinju had been grabbed tightly by one of the living Buddha's hands. He thought angrily, "Damn it, I'm no match for this guy. Shouldn't have picked a fight with these idiots. Forget about infiltrating the Demon Subduing Bureau for now. This Baldy's got some decent power. It's not a total loss," the living Buddha said from above. "Compared to me, you're all just mediocre. Why not join me in paradise?" Suddenly, he noticed Jinju and asked in surprise, "Your soul and body don't match. Did you possess someone?" "No, that's not right. Your soul's twisted, but it's not possession. A natural soul and a natural body, the soul and body are one. You're a soul plunderer." Saying that, he let go of Jinju and threw him far away, yeet. He frowned, "I got hasty, and threw him out. I hope he doesn't die. I didn't think the Sand Kingdom had people like this. I better get out of this troublesome Sand Kingdom." Then, he looked at Xiaoling, who was hugging Yushuan, staring at him with hatred. "She's got that I'm gonna get you look." Another hand reached towards Xiaoling, his voice echoing, "Female benefactor. This old monk will help you escape endless suffering." Suddenly, his body was cleaved in two by a sword. His eyes glanced towards the source of the sword strike, filled with shock. It was Chen Tai's sword. His body almost completely mutated at this point. His icy gaze stared intently at the living Buddha. Zikchu looked at him worriedly, calling out, Sir. Chen Tai didn't seem to hear. He leaped from the ground into the air. His hand transformed into a gigantic mouth, which opened wide and began to devour everything around it. His other hand slashed another strike at the living Buddha, the mouth continuously devouring his flesh and blood. At this moment, only half of the living Buddha's head remained, his voice deep and heavy as he said, "I underestimated you. This strange demon is not bad. To actually help a mortal like you reach strength close to rank B." Chen Tai glanced at the living Buddha, his whole body trembling slightly. The living Buddha sneered again, saying, "However, this simple attack is useless against this old monk." Before he could finish, Chen Tai returned and stabbed straight into the remaining part of his head. Chen Tai coldly snorted, "Let's see if it still works this time." The living Buddha's eyes twitched, and he screamed in horror. At this moment, Chen Tai was using his ability to control the living Buddha. his body hovering above the head. The living Buddha's eyes went limp, and he said in horror, "How? How could this be?" Then his entire body collapsed to the ground. Ziqiwei anxiously called out from afar, "Sir Chen!" Chen Tai shouted loudly. "Don't come over here," Chen Tai said with difficulty. "Damn, this guy isn't dead yet. If I let go now, I don't know if he'll revive," Ziqiu exclaimed in shock. "He's not dead yet." Then Sir Chen, "Are you all right?" Chen Tai said. "I'm fine." Before he could finish, golden energy beams shot out from the living Buddha's body. These golden energy beams simultaneously shot towards the city. Chen Ti wasn't surprised that the living Buddha was still alive, and said to Xinqiu, "Xinqiu, take Miss Shen back to the city. The living Buddha's target is her. I promised Brother Zhang I'd protect her completely, so protect her well." Ziqiu responded upon hearing this, "Okay, Sir Chen, be careful." Then he stretched out his arm, grabbed Xiaoling, and said, "Follow me." At this moment, golden energy had spread throughout the city. The living Buddha spoke. "Touching it will seal this old monk, an imperishable body, a rare kind of weirdness. But a mortal body is just rotten flesh to me anyway." Inside the city, the sounds of nighttime revelry could be heard. "Ha ha, great wine. This wine and food is delicious too. Dance, dance. Wang let's go pick some fruit in the orchard. That fairy sister is so pretty, it's so nice to sleep, just great. There's no need to do anything, just wake up and eat and have fun. This 1,000-year-old wine is really incredibly fragrant. What is Qingguao compared to this bliss? Haha, you drunkard, don't drink anymore, want to go bathe with the fairies?" But they didn't know that their bodies were slowly dissolving. By the time they realized it, it was too late, and their entire bodies had turned into food for the living Buddha. The living Buddha said again, "Abandon the physical body, take the blissful souls of all living beings to be reborn, and cultivate into a blissful body of all living beings." Buddha, that was my origin. From now on, all living beings are me, and I am all living beings. The living Buddha's body gradually formed again from the bodies of the people in the city. For every person that died, his body accumulated and formed a new part. Suddenly, he flew out from the golden energy barrier, his origin already exceeding 10,000 degrees. And he'd just gathered a Buddha body, but it was happening early because of this person. Chen Tai looked at him with extremely horrified eyes at this moment, and the living Buddha said, "But it doesn't matter. Once I've delivered that girl, I'll definitely be able to upgrade to a 1,000,000-degree Buddha body. On the contrary, almsgiver, your body has been severely invaded by weirdness, and there's no way to save you. Look after yourself." Saying that, he slowly walked towards Xiao Ling, who was fleeing. Chen Tai looked towards that living Buddha and thought, "Does he want to chase after Miss Shen?" He then yelled, "Hold it right there, are you looking down on me?" With that, he slashed out a straight line towards the living Buddha. But to his surprise, the living Buddha's body wasn't damaged at all. Chen Tai was shocked and exclaimed, "What?" Suddenly, the living Buddha transformed into a giant eye, using the move, Blissful Guidance of the Old Buddha. Chen Tai shouted, "I don't believe your eye is that tough." With that, he charged forward. He plunged his blade right into the living Buddha's pupil. But it was completely unscathed. Chen Tai was immediately sent flying, and something seemed to be leaving his body. Then, it quickly flew towards the living Buddha. The living Buddha looked down on Chen Tai disdainfully. A mere mortal borrowing strange powers, yet daring to contend against the might of Buddha. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, how foolish. Just then, Chen Tai's body crashed heavily to the ground. Over here, Xu Qiu was trying to pull Xiaoling into the city, holding on tight. "Miss Shen, let's get into the city first and then escape. Lord Chen definitely has a way." Before he could finish, the living Buddha's voice echoed, "Esteemed benefactors, please stop." At this moment, the living Buddha was already standing close behind the two of them. Xu Qiu glanced back, exclaiming in disbelief, "What?" A beam of golden light shot out from the living Buddha's eye towards Xu Qiu and Xiaoling. Xu Qiu raised his arm to shield Xiaoling, gritting his teeth as he endured it, saying, "Get inside." Just then, something was extracted from Xu Qiu's body, and he cried out in pain. "Ah!" Xiaoling screamed in fear. "Xu, senior brother Xu." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Evil shattering eye." A beam of golden light shot straight towards the living Buddha, hitting him right in the face. This strike created an incredibly powerful shockwave, and everything around them shook. There was now a sword slash on the living Buddha's face, and he cried out in pain, "Ah! Who dares burn my Buddha's body?" Only to see Zhang Yuan wielding a jade sword and striking. Xiaoling, seeing him, burst into tears of joy, calling out, "Brother Feng." The living Buddha also recognized Zhang Yuan. "You, young benefactor, please be merciful. Countless jade swords were now shooting towards the living Buddha, and he tried to raise his hands to block them. HMPH, Zhang Yuan's hand struck, and he chanted an incantation. Primordial Chaos True Qi Golden Barrier. Primordial Chaos Killing Intent. A blazing red killing intent began to attack the living Buddha. At this moment, the living Buddha's spirit left that body and said, "If the benefactor doesn't want to abandon his companions, then let's enter the world of bliss together and exchange bodies." Zhang Yuan was now carrying Zhao Ling and Shu Qihua, flying away from there. He glanced back, thinking, this spirit body is similar to the spirit of the city god, but the city god's spirit is more like a parasite that devours the body, using the idea of proving the Tao as fuel to condense a spirit body, something that can contaminate living beings without fear of any damage. This living Buddha's spirit body, on the other hand, is a type of soul that parasitizes in illusions, nourished by various desires. The evil shattering eye and primordial chaos true qi golden barrier are specialized in restraining evil spirits and soul bodies. Although I used all my strength, the damage I inflicted on him was very limited. This type of soul body probably has the strength of the early golden core stage. I can't defeat him. Over here, the living Buddha reformed within that indestructible body. You dare to injure this old monk, and still want to leave? A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and he continued, "Does the benefactor not take this old monk seriously?" With that, he quickly struck towards Zhang Yuan. This punch caused the surrounding trees to snap. Then more arms appeared on his body, and he struck towards Zhang Yuan again. Zhang Yuan nimbly dodged, and the living Buddha, watching Zhang Yuan flee, thought to himself, "Is he trying to drag me back to Qingyan City?" Then he spoke. "Esteemed benefactor, please stop. Take a look at who this is." Zhang Yuan glanced back, puzzled. The living Buddha was holding someone in his hand, and said, "This female benefactor is also an acquaintance of yours, right? Originally I kept her to study the Gates-Du Jade City a bit, so I haven't absorbed her yet." The person in his hand was none other than Xin Shengnan, he continued. "Are you willing to trade? After all, the one beside you is just a mortal." Seeing this, Zhao Ling exclaimed, "Sister Qin, that's great, she's still alive. Brother Feng, please save her, she's like this because of me." Seeing that Zhang Yuan said nothing, the living Buddha said, "Which choice do you make, benefactor? If you aren't willing, then this old monk will take her back." As he spoke, he tried to absorb Qin Shengnan back into his body. Over here, Zhao Ling said, "Brother Feng, trade." Before she could finish, Zhang Yuan quickly dropped her and Shu Qi off and left. Then, he quickly rescued Qin Shengnan from the living Buddha's body. Seeing this, the living Buddha laughed loudly. "Ha, you want to have it both ways, benefactor. Unfortunately, this old monk is waiting for you to fall into the trap here." As he spoke, golden streams of air quickly closed in around Zhang Yuan. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yuan was completely trapped inside. Zhao Ling cried out, "No, Brother Feng." At this moment, Zhang Yuan had fallen into the living Buddha's illusion. The living Buddha's voice echoed, "Welcome, benefactor, to the world of ultimate bliss." Zhang Yuan looked around, frowned, and quickly used the Hunyuan True Killing Golden Barrier. Hunyuan True Qi, red killing intent, radiated outwards from him. The living Buddha was shocked to be able to resist the soul-stripping technique in this place. "What kind of Tao disciple are you, benefactor? This old monk is getting more and more curious, but let's see how long you can last. This old monk never lies. If you agreed to trade, then it would have been complete for both sides. The result is now, just because your greed is too great." Below, Zhao Ling was trying to help Zhu Qiu up. Zhang Yuan's eyes were cold. "Have you ever heard of losing because you talk too much?" The living Buddha chuckled. "Ha, you're overthinking it, benefactor. You still think you have a way to turn things around at this moment." But one of his hands was slowly reaching towards Zhao Ling and Zhu Qiu. Zhang Yuan calmly said, "This place is 11 lig away from Qingyan City. At the speed of mortals, they should have arrived by now." As soon as Zhang Yuan finished speaking, Feng Kun appeared from above. The living Buddha looked up in shock. Feng Kun immediately struck his body. The living Buddha's enormous body collapsed. At this moment, Zhao Ling turned her head and looked back. She was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. The living Buddha struggled to look up and asked in confusion, "Why did you come out of the city?" Feng Kun only looked at him and said nothing. From a distance, the people came in droves. "Hurry, rush in, I must enter the world of ultimate bliss." The city lord said that the living Buddha is here. The city lord flies so fast, run quickly. At this moment, The living Buddha narrowed his eyes at the common people and snorted. The people looked at the living Buddha's body with suspicion. What is that? It looks so scary. Look, there's the face of the living Buddha up there. Is that the living Buddha? No way. The living Buddha looked at Feng Kun and said, City Lord, the matter between you and me is not irreconcilable. You chased me here because of the mortals I have converted. Then how about this? I am willing to return 100 rebirth pills. Before he could finish speaking, Feng Kun threw a punch straight into his face, causing his face to cave in. Countless souls that he had absorbed poured out from it. Feng Kun continued to raise his fist, preparing to unleash the next punch. Then, he threw another punch, sending the living Buddha's entire body flying upwards. The living Buddha got pissed, grabbing Feng Kun tightly with his massive hand and roaring, Feng Kun, what the hell are you doing? Don't tell me you don't want to save your daughter's life. Feng Kun sneered, his face cold. Don't even think about using the reincarnation pill to bind me. Not bad, Wu Zhen. This wisp of your soul is actually this strong. Even Cheng Qing's city god spirit can't withstand a single blow from me. Seems you're getting close to Class B middle grade strength, huh? Looks like the last 2 years of eating the citizens of Qingyan City weren't wasted, eh? The living Buddha laughed loudly. Ha, still far from Lord City Lord. Looks like there's no making peace between you and me today. They say the royal family is untouchable by any attack. Even my supersized Buddha body can be hurt by you, truly living up to the hype. But this old monk has a suspicion. You deliberately lowered your flying speed, followed those mortals here, and then immediately used that attack to pull me up from the ground. Was that to get us away from them? As he spoke, he gathered the soul fragments that Feng Kun had just scattered. Feng Kun said nothing, only observing his surroundings, thinking about the soul fragments that had been shattered earlier. The living Buddha spoke again. I initially thought these mortals were deliberately brought here by Lord City Lord for entertainment. But seeing that you don't seem to have that intention, perhaps they serve another purpose. With that, he sent the soul fragments hurtling towards the common people. The crowd below panicked. What? The soul fragments plunged into the crowd. Feng Kun broke free from the living Buddha's grasp and immediately dove downwards. But the living Buddha used countless tentacles to surround Feng Kun, laughing boisterously. Looks like this old monk guessed right. Lord City Lord can't leave the city, and it turns out it's related to these mortals. Feng Kun glanced at him, angrily saying, You think you can stop me? The living Buddha grinned. These mortals number less than 10,000. If I can just send them all off for reincarnation, I'm confident I can. The people below scattered in terror. Touching them is death. Save me. Why? Why is this happening? Save me. Zhao Ling struggled to help Zhu Qihua escape. Hurry, Brother Feng and Lord Chen will definitely be... Alright, let's just hold on a little longer. Suddenly, someone tripped and fell. He screamed in terror. Help! Save me! Just as the soul fragment was about to strike, something from below blocked it. It immediately transformed into a cage, protecting the common people inside. The living Buddha was shocked. What? A city god cultivator? Xiao Ling was also surprised. That's a garrison soldier. Cheng Qing limped forward, anxiously asking, Lord Cheng, are you alright? Cheng Qing struggled to speak. Help me up, Feng Kun, that bastard. He actually pushed the people into this danger. Despicable. Meanwhile, inside the living Buddha's paradise, Zhang Yuan was still using his murderous aura to resist the corruption. Just then, Xin Shengnan woke up, confused. Where am I? Didn't I? Looking up, she saw Zhang Yuan sitting there, and softly called out, Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked at her, saying, Don't move. This is the illusion created by that living Buddha. Don't wander away from me, or you'll be sucked away by his desire souls. Xin Shengnan said weakly. I've been saved by you again. Zhang Yuan, still with his eyes closed, said, You suffered for protecting Shen Xiaoling, so this is only right. But we're still trapped, so it's not exactly being saved. This living Buddha's strength is no joke. He can condense the desires of mortals to cultivate his yin soul body. This thing is almost as mysterious as the city god's spirit. This yin soul body is condensed from desire. Doesn't belong to the 5 elements. Nothing can hurt it, except heavenly lightning, or evil exercising divine powers. Qin Shengnan asked doubtfully. So what do we do? Zhang Yuan replied. I have a divine power I've tried before that should be able to damage this living Buddha's yin soul body. It's just that the evil-slaying eye of law is a golden core stage divine power. I can't even unleash a fraction of its power right now. But this magic artifact can absorb magical power. It has 10 times the maximum magical power I can accumulate each day stored inside. Borrowing this, I can push the power of the evil-slaying Eye of Law to its maximum. I need to convert all 10 times the magical power stored in the character Yuan into evil-slaying power. With my current cultivation, if I'm not careful, I'll suffer a backlash. Hopefully the city lord of Qingyan City can hold him back and not let him notice this place. Elsewhere, at the gates of the Fuxian sect, common people were following a group of cultivators inside. Seeing the surrounding scenery, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, the house is so big. Awesome, haha, is this where the immortals live? Will we live here from now on?" A disciple below asked the one on horseback, "Senior brother, these batch of Corel." He realized he almost slipped up, quickly correcting himself. "Where did this group of chosen people come from?" The other said, "Liu Family Village, number 21, a total of 72 people." The first one said, "Oh, then take them to plantation number 7. A curious child stepped forward, respectfully asking, Immortal, sir, aren't we supposed to go to the Ascension platform for selection?" "Why are we going to the plantation?" the other man snapped. "Don't talk nonsense. Follow us." These guys are totally clueless about what's coming, laughing and chatting like, "Hee, does this mean we get to learn magic every day now? Is my mom gonna be here too? Finally got picked this year, I'd be too old next year." In the crowd, there's this young dude with long hair covering his face, secretly observing everything. Back to the fight between Feng Kun and the Living Buddha. They're still going at it, hammer and tongs. Seeing Feng Kun isn't letting up, the Living Buddha says, "Feng Kun, we don't have a life or death feud. Do we really have to fight to the bitter end? Don't force me to risk my life." Feng Kun just snorts, all dismissive. "You, risk your life with me. You wish." Down below, the Living Buddha's soul fragments are still banging like crazy on Cheng Qing's cage. Every time they do, Cheng Qing gets weaker and weaker, constantly coughing up blood. That soldier dude sees this and asks, worried, Lord, are you alright?" Cheng Qing's body trembles. He struggles to say, "Quick, tell the people to get ready to run." "I'm about to." Suddenly, a soul fragment breaks out of the cage, and then a million more fly out. The people freak out and start running. "What? The shields? Allah, save me, run." The Living Buddha up top just laughs his head off. "Haha, looks like the city god cultivator is heavily wounded. Lord City Master, I can liberate and assimilate these remaining mortals in no time. Do you have enough time left to defeat me, old monk?" Down below, the people are getting grabbed by these soul fragments, and they can't even fight back. Cheng Qing's pretty much at his limit too. All he can do is watch the tragic scene unfold. His body collapses backward, covered in blood. The Living Buddha's all smug. "City Master, your fists are getting weaker and weaker. Haha, don't hold back, I can still take it." Feng Kun throws another punch, but the Living Buddha's not slacking either. He uses his giant hand to counter. Then the Living Buddha quickly kicks Feng Kun from high up, sending him crashing down. Seeing Feng Kun's condition, he wonders, "You're back to normal. Looks like the number of mortals around can't maintain your glowing state. Too bad. If my Buddhist light of guidance wasn't useless against you, Lord City Master could have lived in my world of ultimate bliss. What a pity," he says. Then starts punching Feng Kun non-stop. Feng Kun's completely back to his human form. He uses both hands to block the Living Buddha's attacks and yells, "Is that Zhang guy done yet? Make your move." Hearing this, the Living Buddha furrows his brows, confused. What, inside his world of ultimate bliss? Zhang Yuan's still sitting there. He grits his teeth, speeding up the conversion of killing intent. Head dripping with sweat, calculating at 7 times the speed. Converted 70% of the power inside the character Yuan into anti-evil power. This power exceeds my cultivation level. I need to control it carefully, otherwise any mistake will backfire on my whole body. At this moment, the Living Buddha notices him. He looks at him and calls out, "Donor." Zhang Yuan's still got his eyes closed tight. He frowns, thinking, "Not good, I've been noticed." At this moment, any disturbance, the Living Buddha furrows his brows again, suspicious. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yuan bites down hard, enduring the pain, and releases Xin Shengnan. "Forget it, no more waiting." Xin Shengnan is startled when she sees his unstable state. She calls out worriedly, Zhang Yuan." From his eyes, a golden beam of energy shoots straight up. Zhang Yuan screams in pain. "Ah." The Living Buddha is shocked and confused at the sight. Zhang Yuan chants an incantation, divine power to expel evil, break evil magic eye. This energy directly pierces through the illusion of the Living Buddha's world of ultimate bliss. Immediately after, he screams in despair. The world of ultimate bliss collapses, and his body slowly dissipates into nothingness. Feng Kun down below is stunned by the sight and can't say a word. By this point, Zhang Yuan had already set Xin Shengnan down safely. She looked at him with concern. Zhang Yuan, "Are you all right?" Zhang Yuan, his eyes still closed, answered, "I'm fine. It's just that this move is a bit too much for my body to handle right now. I just need to rest for a moment." Before he could finish his sentence, something shot towards him from behind at incredible speed. Then, it pierced straight through Zhang Yuan's chest, right before his and Xin Shengnan's stunned, disbelieving eyes. Note: Zhijiao Kuchongyi Fa, a joyless realm magical art of the Yuqing Dao. The price for learning this art is to never feel joy again. It seizes all thoughts from the opponent's mind, rendering them unable to ponder. It effectively steals time. Its power is measured by the opponent's willpower. Those with an unsteady spirit and weak will might even be turned into permanent fools. Zhuhun Sanpo, a fearless realm magical art of the Yuqing Dao. The price for learning this art is to never feel fear again. It latches onto the opponent's greatest fear and magnifies it infinitely, plunging them into a terrifying illusion from which they cannot escape. When they awaken is determined by their own willpower. Po Zhen Zhui, a high-grade magical artifact created from blood qi and a severed arm, imbued with the ability to absorb shock. Its shock absorption capability has been enhanced, and it can launch a counterattack after accumulating enough energy. Qing Yuan Liu Li San, a golden core stage support artifact. It can change its size and spread a prime essence light to cover a certain area. By channeling the user's spiritual power, it suppresses all living beings within its range, causing their physical strength and bodily functions to deteriorate. The umbrella contains a small pocket dimension that can suck in any object, grinding it into fine powder with azure origin astral winds. However, this space is linked to the umbrella's canopy, so sucking in a powerful expert carries the risk of them destroying the magical treasure from the inside. Therefore, this technique is typically used against large numbers of weaker foes. Po Ji Fa Mu specializes in countering evil and demonic divine abilities. It requires the user to first convert their own spiritual power into evil slaying power, which is then unleashed through their eyes. It can inflict severe damage on evil beings, but this divine ability is useless against orthodox techniques and has no effect on anything that does not possess an evil nature. Huang Shu Zhen Shen. The imperial family of the Kang Kingdom relies on the imperial jade to continuously absorb the lifespan of nearby mortals to enhance their own magical arts. It consumes approximately 1 year of a mortal's life every second. In this state, the royal family members' strength and speed are massively boosted, and they gain resistance to all magical arts and bizarre powers. It is rare for any technique to be effective against someone using this state. Just then, the head of that living Buddha appeared, smirking triumphantly. "Little brat, what trick did you just pull? How did you dissipate them in a flash? All 70 or 80,000 souls on this humble monk." Seeing Zhang Yuan impaled, Xin Shengnan couldn't help but worry. Zhang Yuan. The new living Buddha spoke again. "Now this humble monk is left with only 30% of them. It took me so many days to condense this new Buddha body. You are the sinner who obstructed this humble monk's path to salvation." Over here, Xin Shengnan tried to rush forward to save Zhang Yuan, Shijiaoku. But before she could move, the living Buddha grabbed her head tightly. He spoke again. "But, my dear city lord, the best news today is that we've captured you." This is truly an unexpected surprise. Then, he lifted both Zhang Yuan and Xin Shengnan into the air. Feng Kun could only stand there, powerless to do anything. His hair had turned gray, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Damn it, this kid isn't reliable at all." The living Buddha laughed again. "Although many innocent souls were harmed by a scoundrel like you, without you in Xingyan City, the remaining common folk might just be liberated from this hell on earth. You could say it's a blessing in disguise." But suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Wisps of black kiwi began to emanate from Zhang Yuan's body. The living Buddha didn't understand what was happening, and exclaimed, "You!" At that moment, Zhang Yuan's entire body was engulfed in black kiwis, and suddenly, his eyes snapped open. The scene before him was of villagers begging for mercy. "Immortal, spare my life. I won't cultivate anymore. I won't cultivate immortality anymore. Silence. OWW, it hurts so much. Be good and swallow this fruit, and you'll still have a sliver of a chance to become a cultivator like me. If you dare to run, death is certain." Zhang Yuan asked himself in confusion. Where is this place? Who am I? That's right, I'm a cultivator. I'm a Mahayana realm cultivator. My name is... Just then, a cultivator spoke to a person who had been turned into a tree. "Looks like your luck is just no good. Don't waste any more time. Next one." His companion looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "Hey, you, the one standing over there, get over here." Zhang Yuan raised his hand, observing it as he thought, "My memories are a bit of a mess. What happened to me? Why don't I have a single drop of spiritual power? How did it come to this? There are so many memory fragments in my brain that don't form a whole, but I remember a whole lot of cultivation manuals and techniques. Seeing that he didn't respond, the cultivator's hand stretched out and wrapped around his neck, shouting, "Hey, I'm talking to you, you damn bastard! What the hell were you thinking, just spacing out like that?" He lifted Zhang Yuan up and continued, "This guy seems to be the village idiot. I wonder if we can get any results from a moron. An idiot. HMPH. What bad luck. Hopefully it won't affect the quality of the fruit." Zhang Yuan was sensing his surroundings, screaming internally, "Spirit chi, there's no spirit chi in the air. If this is the case, I can't even circulate the most basic of my techniques. Have I been captured by some demonic sect? Looking at these mortals on the ground, if I eat one of those fruits, will I end up like this too? To be forced into such a corner?" At that moment his eyes suddenly turned blood red, and he let out a roar of unwillingness. Just then, a vortex appeared, and began sucking the cultivator in. He screamed in terror, "Huh, what is this, senior brother? Help!" HNGH. Arg. The man was being devoured by Zhang Yuan. The other cultivator began to panic, exclaiming, "What?" The cultivator who was being pulled in was slowly vanishing into Zhang Yuan's eyes. "Help me, URK." The remaining cultivator trembled all over. What in the world are you? Zhang Yuan's eyes glowed crimson. Who am I? I'd like to know that myself. When I woke up, for some reason I lost most of my memories. I still don't fully understand the story, yet you two forced me to circulate this technique. I'm feeling really uncomfortable right now, so I'm hoping you can explain everything to me. Where is this place? Right now, Zhang Yuan is using the Myriad Transformations Heaven Plundering Technique, the Boundless Eyes of Wei Xian. Back to the battle with the living Buddha, he looked at Zhang Yuan in horror and said, "You little thief, you're not dead yet? Good, good. Then this old monk will send you off again." As he spoke, he attacked Zhang Yuan. But at this moment, a spot of light like an eye-opening appeared from the back of Zhang Yuan's head. Then he shouted, "HMPH." Countless soul bodies of the living Buddha were instantly sucked inside. The living Buddha exclaimed in horror. What? The arm he used to grab Qin Shengnan's head snapped off and fell straight to the ground. He was horrified and sweating, saying, That's Buddha's light guiding. Impossible. This kind of light can only be used by a Buddha with over 10,000 degrees of faith. How can you have it?" Zhang Yuan slowly turned his head to look at him at this moment. The wound under his eye caused by the earth fiend was swelling up, forming something like a blood-red eye. The living Buddha attacked Zhang Yuan again, shouting, "Just who the hell are you, kid?" But the figure of a woman appeared, emitting golden rays of energy, causing the living Buddha's attacks to be completely blocked. Qin Shengnan, lying on the ground, also looked up in surprise. That's Shifu. Zhang Yuan appeared, her eyes coldly looking at the living Buddha, asking, "What are you doing? And where is this place?" Seeing Zhang Yuan, her Shifu excitedly said, "Zhang Yuan, in the blink of an eye, Shifu is too happy I get to see you again." Qin Shengnan below was shocked. "Impossible, fourth-born old crone is clearly not here." His Shifu said again, "That's great, Shifu gets to see you again." Then she looked into Zhang Yuan's eyes and asked worriedly, What's wrong with you? Your eyes." At this time, the living Buddha, not knowing where she came from, attacked and roared, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" His Shifu put up a protective barrier, then angrily looked at him. "Aren't you annoying? You little ant. Don't bother my Shifu and disciple reuniting." With that, she gently clenched her hand, taking something out of the living Buddha's body. He was horrified. What is it? Wait a minute. Only to see something fly out of the living Buddha's body towards Zhang Yuan's Shifu. She glanced at the thing in her hand, puzzled. "This is your true form." The living Buddha's face inside twisted in disbelief. "No, impossible. You band of thieves are bringing disaster to the people. Quickly return my relic." Zhang Yuan's Shifu showed a disgusted expression. "What kind of crap is this?" On the other side, the living Buddha's body was slowly disappearing. A wisp of his soul was rushing towards Zhao Ling. She screamed in fear, Feng Ji. But when it got close to Zhao Ling's body, it quickly vanished. All the other wisps of soul were in the same situation. Zhao Ling sighed in relief, looking up in confusion. Zhang Yuan cried out in pain at this moment. "Arg!" his Shifu called out anxiously. Zhang Yuan couldn't bear it, shouting, "HMPH!" Spiritual energy radiated from his body, causing his Shifu's body to suddenly disappear. She only had time to say one sentence. "Zhang?" At this moment, Zhang Yuan regained his senses. He covered his face in pain, angrily thinking that he had become like that again. That state seemed to erase his memories, if he hadn't woken up in time. But misfortune brought good fortune. The ancient jade took action. This monk finally. At this moment the stone was crying out in pain. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Zhang Yuan glanced behind him, and thought that he must hurry to see if Zhao Ling was safe first. He noticed the death energy floating around. That was Desire's soul. From a distance, Zhu Qihua said worriedly. Chen. Lord Chen. How is he? I beg you, you must save Lord Chen. At this time, Zhang Yuan was using killing intent to save Chen Tai. Xiao Ling behind him supported Zhu Qiu, blaming herself. It's all my fault, Lord Chen, and the others are all saving me. Zhang Yuan sweated and said, No. He became like this because he entrusted himself to me. I will save him. His desire soul left his body not long ago. His body is still functioning. If I fuse the desire soul with the other two souls, it won't be dangerous. But the desire soul is one of the three souls. You were only separated by that monk for a moment, and already became so weak. Then after he wakes up, he will probably be bedridden for half a year. Shu Qiwei, sobbing his eyes out. Why, yes, thank you, my lord. If Lord Chen had died, I wouldn't know what I'd do. Before he could finish, Feng Kun snapped at Zhang Yuan. Enough! Hurry it up, will ya? Don't forget you still have to treat my daughter. Zhang Yuan glanced at him and replied, Don't worry. The rebirth pill strengthens the soul, sure, but it also taints it, so the treatment will take some effort. But hey, that's also why your daughter was able to break that monk's illusion art. That monk probably messed with your daughter's desire soul, separating it from her other two souls. She'll occasionally have her soul slip out of her body, but it never fully detaches. But relax. Her life isn't in any immediate danger. I'll heal her so you don't need to rush me. Feng Kun gritted his teeth. See that you do. Once you're done with him, you're coming back to the city with me immediately. What's more, the mortals of my Qingyan city suffered heavy casualties today. This whole living Buddha business, all of you here better forget every last bit of it. If I find out any of you let this slip, I absolutely will not let you off the hook. Just then, Chen Tai suddenly came to, struggling to speak. Erg, am I still alive? Shu Qiwei, Miss Shen. Zhu Qiwei, bursting into tears of joy. Lord Chen, this is great, we're okay. That monk is dead. Is that so? What about Sisheng Lao Lao? No, it's fine. Even though she ran off, Sisheng Lao Lao and that other strange demon haven't made a move. Compared to that, are you okay, my lord? Chen Tai replied. I'm fine. I just unleashed 50% of the Ghost Blade's power, so I couldn't control it properly. Zhu Qiwo worried. Ah, so you, Chen Tai continued. But it's okay. Once I get back to the Ghost Suppression Division, there'll be people who can help me recover. Xiao Ling started crying. That's wonderful. I'm so glad everyone's safe. It was all to protect me. If something had happened, I don't know what I... Right then, a voice rang out. Hey now, little miss, that's just mean. Jinju emerged from the woods, adding, What do you mean, everyone's safe? Did you forget about me? Suddenly, something was wrong with Chen Tai. A look of horror filled his eyes. Jinju went on, Oof, that monk threw me so damn far I nearly died from the fall. Broke a few bones, too. You guys really took care of him, damn, you're all pretty impressive, huh? Suddenly, Chen Tai yelled, No, something's wrong. My condition is suddenly acting up. Brother Zhang, I'm counting on you. Please, save me. Zhang Yuan looked back, his eyes full of suspicion, as Chen Tai spoke again. I'm begging you, Brother Zhang. Take me to the Ghost Suppression Division branch in Bianzhao right now, please. I've suddenly lost control of the Ghost Blade's state. Save me. Get me back within 2 days. That's the only place that can save me. Zhu Qiu looked at him anxiously. What's happening, Lord Chen? Lord Chen, are you okay? Beside them, Zhang Yuan seemed lost in thought, saying nothing. At this point, Chen Tai fell silent, while Zhu Qiu's worried voice continued to ring out, Lord Chen. Seeing this, Jinju broke out in a nervous sweat, letting out a questioning, In his mind, Chen Tai's memories flooded his mind. Miao Miao is 6 now. She loves sticky rice cakes and white dresses. She loves strolling through the city. I took her to the circus last year. She was so happy. I've been away for too long. I have to play with her when I get back this time. And, oh right, I still need to save up 100 longevity origin pills each for her and her mom. I've got to help them live to be 100 years old. After grasping Chen Tai's memories, Jinju thought to himself, What's this? Is this guy's consciousness really getting scrambled from the Ghost Blade's backlash? Just then, Zhang Yuan finally spoke up. Taoist friend Qin, how are your injuries? Qin Shengnan was a little surprised by his question. I'm fine, nothing to worry about. Just a few broken bones, they'll heal on their own in a few days. Hearing that, Zhang Yuan was relieved and asked, in that case, can you lead the escort for Sisheng Lao Lao, and also help me look after Shen Xiaoling? Xin Shengnan nodded in response. No, not a problem. I've already sent word. Other Ghost Suppression Division members from Qinggan City will rendezvous with us, so there shouldn't be any hiccups along the way. Zhang Yuan added, Xiaoling, Lord Chen's situation is critical. You go with Taoist friend Qin just in case. I'll take the water ball. If you guys run into any trouble, I'll be able to detect it, Xiaoling replied. Okay, Brother Zhang. Don't worry, Lord Chen did this for me, so. Just then, Feng Kun roared in anger. You, with the surname Zhang, what do you think you're doing? Heal my daughter first. If you dare to just leave, I'll make sure none of you leave here in one piece. Zhang Yuan glanced at Feng Kun and said slowly, calm down. You've lived for over 300 years. Why are you still so impulsive? Your daughter's condition is very stable right now. Her life won't be in danger for at least a month. I'll be back in half a month to treat her. As for the others, they have to escort a high-priority prisoner. Don't you dare delay urgent business. If even one of them gets hurt, you can find some other brilliant doctor to heal your daughter. Feng Kun was furious at his words. What? With that said, Zhang Yuan immediately took Chen Tai and left. He didn't forget to call out, let's go, water ball. Yu Quan immediately flew after him, chirping, okay. Oh, Feng Kun down below was getting desperate. Wait, you with the surname Zhang? But Zhang Yuan was already flying away. All Feng Kun could do was shout helplessly, fine, half a month. You'd better not go back on your word. By now, Chen Tai and Zhang Yuan had already flown a long distance. Zhang Yuan finally spoke. We're far enough away from them now. You can stop pretending. What's the real reason? Is something wrong with Jinju? Chen Tai was startled. Then he began to speak. As expected of Brother Zhang, you really understood my intention. But Brother Zhang, carrying me this whole way, can you handle it? It looks like you're injured too. Zhang Yuan held something in his hand, a thing that was continuously emitting a purple aura, and then said, it's fine, I just used up too much spiritual power, but I have this. We won't have to worry for the rest of the journey, now talk. What's really going on? Chen Tai's eyes turned serious as he asked, Zhang Xiang, have you ever heard of soul snatching? Zhang Yuan looked puzzled. Huh, what's that? Chen Tai explained. This is something that the national security bureaus of all countries know very well. When I joined the Demon Suppression Bureau, my superiors emphasized it. Rumor has it that this started 1,000 years ago, when a heavenly venerable, with the title of Jun Sheng Jun, descended from the 9 heavens, and imparted a method to the world. According to the rumors, cultivating his path would grant immortality, never dying or being destroyed. At first, although the countries forbade their citizens from cultivating this unclear path, there were still many who couldn't restrain their desires and secretly cultivated. But strangely enough, even though the required aptitude to cultivate this path was extremely strict, none of the cultivators at that time seemed to encounter any problems. Everyone thought that no one had successfully cultivated it. But soon after, something bizarre happened. A good-for-nothing young master from an official's family killed a commoner, and after some time, his family discovered it. This young master's behavior was unusual. After a thorough investigation, it was discovered that this young master had been body-snatched by the commoner he had killed. As a result, the high-ranking officials of the country began sending people to investigate this matter. Consequently, they discovered that this kind of thing had been happening secretly in various countries for a long time, especially among the nobles and officials. So, the countries were in an uproar and began purging the soul snatchers. But they soon discovered that as soon as someone tried to kill them, they could instantly seize the body of the attacker. Even high-level cultivators were not exempt. Zhang Yuan, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise. Is that so? The killed person forcefully body-snatching? Then could that be considered another form of immortality? Chen Tai immediately shook his head. No, it's not like that. If it were truly unlimited body-snatching, then most cultivators would probably switch to cultivating this path. Back then, a high-level cultivator analyzed the soul of the soul snatcher and discovered, after the soul snatcher was killed, the soul state of both the killer and the soul snatcher remained unchanged. The killer couldn't be body snatched, but the killer would develop the memories and personality of the soul snatcher and firmly believe that they were the soul snatcher. Clearly they are still themselves, but in their perception they firmly believe they are someone else. This isn't body snatching, but a type of infection, an infection that invades the soul. Zhang Yuan asked. So, you suspect that he is a soul snatcher? Chen Tai nodded. That's right. He recalled the fight with the living Buddha and explained, "When I was pinned down by the living Buddha, I heard him address Jinju that way. Moreover, I heard that soul snatchers seem to have the ability to eavesdrop on people's thoughts. At that time the situation was urgent, and I tried my best to shift my train of thought. It seems he didn't realize I knew about this. I think the goal of that soul snatcher is to infiltrate us to reach the Demon Suppression Bureau. Although I don't know what his malicious intentions are, this matter can't be taken lightly. We have to report it early, so that Bi and Zhao can be prepared. Their carriage will probably take more than half a month." With Zhang Xiang's flying speed, 1 day is enough for us to reach Bianzhao. Zhang Yuan fell silent for a moment, then his eyes sharpened as he replied, "All right, I understand." Immediately after, he sped up, and Yuxuan behind him struggled to keep up, crying out, "Ah." At some town, several people on horseback were leading a group of villagers to be seeds. One of them spoke. "Lang Village. No, 12 has over 60 suitable aged youths this year. Our team should have at least 10 with aptitude, right? This year, the elders are determined to expand the number of disciples. Looks like our Fuxian sect is about to rise. It's also because last year we were attacked by the Shangyuan sect, which made the elders aware of the crisis. Isn't it because we have too few Divine Sea Realm disciples that they want to expand?" Speaking to that point, he suddenly noticed something ahead. He looked around in suspicion and asked, "What's going on? Where are the city-guarding disciples? These guys are really bold. Don't they know what day it is? Where did they all run off to?" The person next to him, noticing something, stammered, "Yu Shixiong, it just feels like the sect is too quiet today. Moreover, today is planting day, and the elders are closely monitoring. How could there be no patrolling disciples?" At this time, a person appeared in the sky and asked, "Looking for your Shixiong and Shidi?" The people below shouted, "Who is it?" This person indifferently replied, "No need to bother, I'll take you to meet them." Then, he used the guardian immortal boundless eye, and immediately a vortex sucked up the souls of the people below and within. Tragic screams echoed throughout the city. The villagers who saw this turned around in fear and ran away, shouting, "Ah, run! Run quickly! What's going on? There's a demon! He killed all the immortals! Really, really, run, run!" This person covered his face and said, "This demonic art is indeed a flawed immortal breaking edition. Over 27,000 people in the sect, most of whom are at the early Qi refining stage, helped me to successfully condense my core, reaching the golden core true person stage in a day. Truly. However, the key point is that my memories are still incomplete. I only remember the Earth Realm's southern origin cultivating world, and that my previous cultivation level was at the Great Ascension stage. But what I experienced in this life is very vague and can't be pieced together. I can only barely recall some short snippets. Also, my name." A voice spoke from another place. "Is this all we have this year, Great Chieftain? Please don't be angry. The harvest this year was really bad. We can only hand over this little amount. The rest we have to save for next year. This old man isn't trying to deceive me, is he? This few bags are only enough for us to eat for a few days." An old man, sweating profusely, replied, "This year there was a drought for several months, and the harvest wasn't even 30% of last year's. Please have mercy, Great Chieftain. Next year we will definitely—" Before he could finish speaking, the man on horseback with a fierce, scarred face interrupted. "You think I'm doing charity? If you don't deliver enough food, then today I'll make you—" Suddenly, he noticed something, and grunted. It turned out he was looking at a beautiful young girl. "Hey, why didn't I notice your village had such high-quality goods before?" The mother beside her gasped. The man said, "Not bad, we'll use her to replace the missing food." He then ordered his men to drag the girl away. The mother hurriedly stopped them. "No, you can't. Release my daughter, we've already paid the grain," the man shouted. "Shut your mouth. My big bro likes your daughter, that's a blessing for your family." Let go of my daughter. Why are you robbing people? We've already paid the grain. Let go." The old man also stepped in front of the big bro. "Great Chieftain, we'll think of another way to get the grain. Please have mercy, Great Chieftain." Suddenly, a sword flashed past, and the old man's head immediately fell to the ground. The villagers present screamed in terror. "Ah, old village chief!" The big chieftain raised his blood-stained blade in front of him, his face fierce as he said, "Looks like you guys think I'm a merchant, bargaining with me even. A bunch of egg-laying hens that can't lay eggs are just annoying. Kill them all!" The underlings immediately acknowledged. Understood. They laughed loudly. "Ha ha!" Screams of terror echoed. "Ah, help me!" someone shouted. "Big bro, we should keep them and make them slaves, that'd be cool." "Nah man, the villagers are weak and sickly. Out of the dozen or so villages around here, this one pays the least tax." Yeah, doing this job, we gotta find targets to practice our blade skills on all the time. Right, big bro. Can I have this little girl? The big bro said. Let's see how well you perform. Yes, big bro. It's just that the last one you had your fun with, you just killed her afterwards. Such a waste. The girl was tied up tightly, her mouth gagged, only able to cry silently. Suddenly, someone approached and asked, Hello there. I want to ask, is this the way to Tianlin County? One of them suspiciously said, Where did this brat come from? The big bro immediately scolded him. Shut your mouth! The little minion was startled and made an ah sound. The big bro spoke up. Little brother, Tianlin County, you say? Head southeast for about a dozen lies and you'll be there, the boy then said. Is that so? That's great, the big bro continued. No need to be so polite. The sun will set in about an hour, little brother. You should hurry on your way. The little minion beside him asked, confused, Big bro, isn't he just some little bum? Why are you being so polite to him? The big bro replied, You idiot. Is it normal for a kid to be traveling alone in the wilderness? The little minion was startled. Ah, so. He suddenly called out to the young boy. Wait up, the big bro asked suspiciously. Little brother, is there anything else you want to ask? This youth was none other than Xiao Tian. His eyes looked at the man and asked, What's with the girl on your horse? The big bro lifted the girl up and said fiercely, her, nothing much. Not long ago, her parents had nothing to eat, so they sold her to me. This little girl has a stubborn personality, so she wanted to kill herself. So I had no choice but to tie her up. Don't worry, little brother. We are all people from the escort agency, taking this little girl back to be a maid. All right. We are in a hurry to get on the road too, little brother. See you later. With that, he spurred his horse and left. Xiao Tian kept staring at the crying girl. He spoke up. No, the feeling isn't right. Remove the gag from her mouth. I need to hear her speak, the big bro said. Little brother, she's mute. Xiao Tian caught the main point. If she's mute, then why gag her? The big bro was speechless. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth. All right, if little brother doesn't believe me, then die. With that, he quickly threw a blade towards Xiao Tian. The blade quickly pierced Xiao Tian's body, causing him to bleed. His body trembled in pain. The big bro sneered when he saw this. Ha, made me be so cautious. Turns out he's just a reckless hero. The little minion behind him pulled out his blade and laughed. Big bro, look, I told you, he's just a little punk. The big bro looked at Xiao Tian and said, All right, kill him. The little minion laughed loudly. Okay, watch me swing my blade and chop him into. But before he could finish speaking, he and the big bro were both horrified into silence. The old beggar flew out of Xiao Tian's body and asked, Master is injured. Xiao Tian opened his mouth with difficulty. As expected, you're not a group of good people. The robbers were terrified. Immortal, big bro. The big bro was desperately trying to escape and shouted, Don't be afraid, you guys charge forward, block him for me. The little minions were startled and shouted. Xiao Tian ordered. Kill them all. The old beggar laughed excitedly. He. Yes, master. After who knows how long, Xiao Tian sat by the fire roasting corn. Listening to the girl recount everything, he spoke up. Everyone in the village was killed by them, is that so? Follow me. The girl quickly knelt down. Thank you, Immortal, for avenging me. This girl is willing to serve the Immortal for life to repay your kindness, Xiao Tian said upon hearing this. No need. Ouch, the girl said again. This girl has no home to return to. In this life there is nothing to hold on to, just wanting to repay the Immortal's kindness. Xiao Tian asked, You don't need to call me Immortal, you and I are about the same age, right? Do the people in your village need to be buried? The girl cried loudly. The village was burned to the ground by that group of people. The corpses also. Xiao Tian handed her a roasted corn on the cob. Is that so? Please restrain your grief. Eat this corn on the cob. This is the food that those bandits stole from your village. No matter what, you must live well. If you have nowhere else to go, then follow me to Tiandi County. Maybe we can find you a place to live there, the girl replied. Thank you, Immortal. The sky gradually darkened, and the moon rose high. Xiao Tian looked at the girl sleeping next to him and thought to himself, That's great, big sis. I saved someone. I'm not a burden. Those guys like the Black Dragon Gang, I want to make sure they can't harm other people anymore. There will be a day when maybe I can be like Feng Ji. It's coming again, this feeling of hunger. Wanting to eat another finger. Clearly my stomach isn't hungry at all. No, absolutely can't eat another finger. If I eat, this feeling of hunger will become more and more intense. Must endure. This path is a demonic path. Can't continue. I must find another way to become stronger. Suddenly, from the distance, an old man laughed. Haha, wonderful, wonderfully indescribable. Scene changed to some random city. A voice pipes up. Master Mian, that dude from the surveillance department you ordered to tail him has entered Bianzhao's territory. ETA is like, some guy scribbling away, looking puzzled. Huh. Weren't they supposed to take, like, 8 days to get here at their speed? The dude reports all formally, quoting the surveillance department. Yesterday, a Buddhist cultivator from Tianyu Nation popped up in Qingyan City. He got into a scrap with IM. The fight ended with the Buddhist dude getting iced. Details unclear. Then, that guy, and Chen Tai, like, straight up flew over here. The scribbler then asked, "What about old Si Sheng? I thought she was still in Qingyan City." The first guy finishes writing, holding up a talisman, half his face covered by a mask. He smirks. Even Earth Immortals don't care anymore. What's the rush? Alright, whatever. Go get Liu Shun. We're gonna greet these two. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan's still air-carrying Chen Tai. Chen Tai glances below and says, "We're here." Hearing that, Zhang Yuan stops and looks down. He asks, "Bianzhao's way bigger and flashier than Qingyan City. How come it hasn't been hit by the pseudo-weirdness?" Chen Tai responds, "Bianzhao's a secondary capital, population's over 1 million. It's not some backwater like Qingyan City. The Demon Suppression Guard has a branch here, security's top-notch in the Cyan country. That's why I moved my wife and kids here a few years ago." Zhang Yuan's mind blown. 5 million. Qingyan City folks are scraping by, hungry and freezing. How can Bianzhao feed that many people? If it's so great, why aren't people from other provinces flooding in? Chen Tai sighs, explaining, "Ugh, this place got fertile land. Plus the Demon Suppression Guard keeps things stable. People can barely make enough to eat. But nobody can freely enter the city, and they have to hand over tribute. 30 years of lifespan." Zhang Yuan's startled. The hell? Just then, masked dude shows up. "You two had a rough trip, huh? I'm here to give you a proper welcome." Zhang Yuan does a double take. "I'm Hu Xuan, a secretary with the Demon Suppression Guard in Bianzhao. This is Liu Shun, from the Demon Suppression Guard in Weizhao. You must be Zhang Yuan, right?" These two are flying up on levitation talismans. Liu Shun eyes Chen Tai and asks, "Chen Tai, you unleashed the Super 5 Cheng Demon Blade again." Chen Tai salutes. "Sir who?" "Sir Liu," Hu Xuan asks. "Yeah, I heard you were transporting it by carriage to avoid pissing off old Si Sheng. How come you two got here first?" Chen Tai urgently says, "That's right, Sir Hu. This is critical. I suspect that the spirit-locking chain we were escorting is a soul-stealing tax." Hearing that, Hu Xuan stumbles, and the group lands below. Hu Xuan says, "Liu Shun, gotta heal Chen Tai." Liu Shun reassures, "Don't sweat it, this ain't his first rodeo." Chen Tai's being supported by a bunch of guys. He barely manages to wheeze out, Wait a sec, Sir Hu. Zhang Yuan's agreed to join the Demon Suppression Guard. He gotta get a cut of this rating. Coming from old Si Sheng, I owe him a ton for saving my life so many times. If he's short on points for a swap, just deduct them from my account, no problem." Hu Xuan nods. Yeah, chill, you both did great. I'll personally take care of Zhang's arrangement. Just relax and get yourself sorted. "Chen Tai," Zhang Yuan says, "Many thanks, brother Chen." Hu Xuan turns to Zhang Yuan. "So, wanna go through the Demon Suppression Guard registration first?" Zhang Yuan nods. "Yeah, can I check out the stuff I can swap for points later?" Hu Xuan. "You bet, let's go." The two of them start walking. Zhang Yuan asks curiously, "Sir Hu, you're a secretary, you mind taking me myself? Aren't you super busy?" Hu Xuan laughs. "Nah, I got a free moment. Besides, you brought news about the super important soul-stealing tax, I better not slack off." Zhang Yuan asks again, "How do you guys deal with the soul-stealing tax? Lock them up and let short-lived insects gnaw on them? Or just wait for them to die of old age?" Hu Xuan says. "That's really clever, and you guessed the right answer. We use insects that consume them. However, we don't use the short-lived insects, but instead, we use the long-lived insects." Zhang Yuan is puzzled. "Long-lived?" Hu Xuan nods. "Well, it's not enough to rely on these so-called deaths due to longevity to completely eliminate the soul-stealing tax. Because after they die from exhaustion of their lifespan, they will immediately seize the last creature that ever injured them. Therefore, this method of insect replacement only keeps them in a state where they cannot resist, making it convenient for sealing." Zhang Yuan asks again, "Then, can't the soul-stealing tax be completely destroyed?" Hu Xuan replies, "Of course it can, but the method involves secrets. Later, when fellow Zhang is promoted in the division, you will naturally know." Then they arrive at a house for registration. Someone comes out to greet them. This person speaks. "Master Zhang, next I will ask you a few questions. You only need to answer yes or no." In front of Zhang Yuan at this moment, there is something bleeding. He stares at it. Suddenly it speaks. Huh, Master Hu, how is my Kami family doing? The thing speaks with much difficulty. Zhang Yuan looks at Hu Xuan and asks, what is this heart? Hu Xuan replies, more than 10 years ago he was a town guard of the Demon Suppression Guard, originally named Wang Hu. In one incident, he was invaded by the body. Weirdness. But because of this, he obtained the power of the weirdness, one of which is the ability to recognize people's lies. Wang Hu, your parents and younger brother are all living well in this city. Don't worry, later people will be allowed to exchange letters again. Wang Hu replied, Thank you, Sir Hu. Please ask. The person immediately asks, Mr. Zhang, will you commit any acts that harm the people of Seng Kingdom in the future? Zhang Yuan replies, No. Wang Hu also said truth. The person asked again, have you ever intended to harm any of your colleagues in the Demon Suppression Guard? No, truth. In any form, have you ever intended to harm the Cyan Kingdom's royalty? No, truth. In any form, does your cultivation require harming others? No, truthfully. In any way, have you ever? So it goes. One side asking, the other answering, one side judging. Elsewhere, Chen Ti's voice echoes. Liu, Lord Liu, bothering you again. Liu Xun responds, It's my duty. Chen Tai presses on. Lord Liu, how many times has this state of mind happened? Liu Xun replies. 4th time, Chen Tai goes. Oh, I suddenly realized, how come I don't remember the process of you dispelling the Ghostblade's corrosion before? What method did you use? It couldn't have just been acupuncture, right? Liu Xun glances at him and says, Well, of course not. These needles are precisely to prevent your recent memories from being seized by the Ghostblade, which is also the reason you can't remember the process each time. With that, Liu Xun directly stabs a silver needle into Chen Tai's forehead. He cries out in pain, Ugh! Ah, what's the meaning of this? Suddenly, the other head of Liu Xun begins to hum. Liu Xun scolds. Silence. Suddenly, 2 people carry something over. Lord, the item has been brought, Liu Xun immediately says. Bring it over and unveil it for Lord Chen. Chen Tai is confused. Lord Liu, this is, Liu Xun explains. The ghost mirror, a type of inactive ghostly object, ranked 191st on the Zhen Guisi's collected list of ghostly objects. It is a very practical ghostly object, Chen Tai exclaims in shock. What? Liu Xun continues. Ordinary people, upon contact with the ghost blade, will immediately have their inner demons unleashed to 100% in an instant. Mortals like Lord Chen who can be compatible with some ghostly objects are truly few, so this item has its uses. The person slowly lifts the cloth cover, revealing a large mirror, Liu Xun adds. It can allow mortals like you to contain them indefinitely. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chen Tai shouts, Ugh, Lord Liu, what do you mean by this, Haya? As he says that, the mirror begins to react violently. A hand emerges from inside the mirror. Chen Tai panics. What are you doing, Lord Liu? What exactly are you doing? Liu Xun says. What am I doing? Naturally I'm treating you. From inside the mirror, a body begins to crawl out. Liu Xun says. You see, isn't this being cured perfectly? Only to see another Chen Tai crawling out from inside the